Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
It's bloody hot here in Sydenham, but hello, we're going to do some cricket. England's going to hit 40 degrees today. Never been done before. On the day that Ben Stokes is going to retire his ODI career. Workload's too big, he says, as we are going to cover the first ODI from Chester Street. England versus South Africa, the last series of the summer. I am joined by my erstwhile men from Australia. And it's Messy Jez from Perth and Forthy from Melbourne. How are we doing?
Hello there. Hello. We're very good.
Excellent.
Thank you. It's got the heating on in Melbourne, and it's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, and got the fleece on as well. So my sympathies are with you.
Well, yeah. People from what countries complaining this isn't really hot. Right, let's give you some team news. South Africa have won the toss and they've decided to bat. They are going in with South Africa. They are South African. Quinn de Kock, Jana Milan, Rassi van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klassen, David Miller, Andre Fetlequeo, Keshav Maharaj, Henrik Nortje, Lungi Ngidi and Tabrez Shamsi. England have made a couple of changes. Batting remains the same. Jason Roy, Bairstow, Root at Stokes in his last game. Butler, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingston. And then the changes come in the bowling department. Sam Curran, Adil Rashid and Matt Potts are in for Willie Overton and Topley. And as we were discussing beforehand, I'd have kept Topley there. I might have given Curran a chance for Willie, but I certainly and Potts I quite like as an option. Apparently they were looking at him as a white ball bowler instead of a test bowler before the summer, and everyone collapsed in a heap of injury. But I quite like the idea of Potts in an ODI, see what he can do. Bryden Castle I think has done well. I'd have probably kept Topley in though. He's only bowled 42 overs and instead of giving him a rest. That's what Messi tells me. What the fuck's going on, boys?
They don't make them like they used to, Bear.
No.
Oh dear. Freddie Truman would be turning in his grave if he saw that you had to have a rest after 42 overs. That's just the first innings you bowled there.
Well, precisely. I mean, you bowled more than that in a test match. And they've had, what? These series have been going on for 2 weeks now. So he's bowled a total of 42 overs and fielded for a few more than that in 6 days of cricket, of which 3 of them have been half days.
That's a bit mysterious, isn't it?
It is a bit mysterious.
It's not like he bowled badly either. He bowled really
well.
Well,
that's my point, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's an informed bowler for England who took a lot of wickets. And I know Jack was saying that he didn't rate him, but he had to row that back in after he got his 629 in the second ODI against India. I think he's a class above Willie when it comes to left arm over. He's got extra height, a little bit of extra pace, good bounce and a good height. And it was only because he got in. I mean, he was top quality when he came in to the T20 side 5 years ago, and then he had a series of horrific injuries, again back related, and has just got back into it. But I mean, he's a good bowler, I think.
I'm guessing they also want to give other people a chance to prove themselves. I mean, basically, Topley's now got a big tick against him. They're going to have a look at Brook and see whether he may be one to put a tick against for the World Cup next year. All that sort of stuff is in there, going to be in their minds, and there's not going to be that many ODI fixtures to play around with until then, so that could be a factor in it as well.
I think that's true, Messi, but you actually raise an interesting point there, is that you would do that, say, in football when there was a friendly or a match at which there was nothing at stake, and you'd say, well, give this guy a go. So he was like, well, are these friendlies? I mean, what are these matches?
Well, there's
what
no points on
they
them.
have?
They have no meaning whatsoever, Forthy. Apart from for televisual impact.
So there we are. I mean, that's the answer to the question, isn't it? They're just, well, okay. So they've got no. I mean, all sport has no meaning ultimately. We do know that.
Yes.
But
there's always there's something to play. I mean, there's pride to play for. But that's about it. I mean, it is interesting in Stokes's. A lot of articles flying around. I mean, England aren't going to play the West Indies for 5 years now, and it's all because the calendar has been cramped, and they've got to give a 2.5 month window now for the IPL. Essentially, it's now baked into the equation. England want a window for the 100, and Australia want a window for the BBL, which is basically cutting down the amount of time you can play international cricket, essentially. But
it just reminds me of some of those eternal conundrums that businesses never sit down and solve, like the music industry never solved the problem of how they were going to make money once the digital revolution kicked in. They just kept kicking the can down the road. I don't think anyone's ever okay, so we're not playing the West Indies for 5 years, but that's on the other hand, if we want to expand the game and play more countries, then we wouldn't have played West Indies for 5 years anyway. So what is the overall strategy? Does anyone have one, or are we just going to play more and more games?
Well, no, England and Australia play each other a lot in 5 test series, and everyone else could be damned, it seems to me, when it comes to test cricket.
Well, Australia and India are going to play 5 test series from now on as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what it seems to be. I think England and Australia and India play each other home and away in that 5-year cycle, at least. Well, at least home and at least away, and all a 5 test series. So that takes up another big chunk of the window in certain years. Anyway, enough of that.
Money.
We got a game of cricket that might break out. Facing the first ball is going to be this man.
The game is started.
Some shot you are Yana man. Score us some runs tonight. 'Cause we're all in the mood for some cover drives. You ain't Peter, but hey, you're alright.
He's going to be bowled to by the Demon Child.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing feature?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
And his first ball is just patting out on the offside for no run. Now,
He seems to have a blonder thatch than normal, Sam Curran.
Yeah. a bottle thatch.
He's redone the highlights, hasn't he? Now I need to get the
Very striking.
I need to get the betting app up.
Need to get the betting app out.
Go.
I can tell you it's 35 degrees in Durham at the moment.
There you go. Defended by Milan. Out to the covers, and there's no run. Let's have a look at the opening odds. The opening odds, England have 2-1 favourite, South Africa 13-8. But more importantly, what's the fall of the first wicket? Because that's where I'm going. And it is 30.5. I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Do you know, it wouldn't surprise me if it had been 35 degrees Fahrenheit at some point in mid-July in history in Durham.
Yeah, probably. Probably when we were playing the West Indies.
Yeah.
I do remember the famous. Oh, that one swung in a little bit, and
Yes, it did.
Milan plays it back down the track, and there's no run. I do remember when we played the West Indies, probably about 5 or 6 years ago. I missed the series because I wasn't around, but we won it in 2 days, and I think it was about 14 degrees or something at the end, in May, and they just didn't like it.
No, they just wanted to get inside and
Yeah,
jump.
basically.
Well, the incredibly hot summer of 1976, which we seem to be reverting to, it was snowing, wasn't it? Famously in June in Derbyshire.
Oh, wow. Now that's cut back at Milan. He's tried to take a couple of steps down the track, got themselves in all sorts of trouble. Horrible shot. And somehow doesn't get a nick through the butler. Good bit of carry, actually, from Sam Curran.
He'll be encouraged with that.
He will indeed. This was one ground that I didn't get to during the World Cup, thankfully, because I think the schedule that day was something like Birmingham, Durham, Leeds. That I'd have had to do on a drive after an ODI day-night match or something stupid like that. Curran is in, nicely driven by Milan, with just good timing, really. Block defended. It's just going to be hauled in front of the ropes by the retiring Ben Stokes, and they'll get back for 3. No, maybe even run 4 now. They're on 3.
Imagine that Birmingham, Durham, Leeds is the sort of tour itinerary which destroys groups.
Yeah, well, especially if you do it day after day. I mean, literally on that tour, I remember we had to drive from Somerset one day up to Old Trafford, and it's about 3.5, 4 hours.
Wow.
And Barry, who I was working with, was West Indian, and it was a West Indian game. They just lost to Sri Lanka, I think. And so, no, Bangladesh. And so he had to go and do the after press thing. So we didn't end up leaving like Somerset till about 8:45 or something. It was ridiculous. And we had to be up and at the ground the next day and booking into hotels at like 1 o'clock in the morning.
It wasn't just you, though. There was a whole crew.
Well, it was me. I was the driver. There was 3 of us. At that point, I didn't have Clive in the car. He refused to go with me then. So that one is blocked into the offside. Thrown out to cover. Milan dives in. It didn't hit the stumps anyway. Livingston thinks it was close. They get through for the single, 4 for none. Quinton de Kock has a jingle that goes like this.
Quinton de Kock has a name we can mock, 'cause he's really quite useful at cricket. I have heard that he can open the bat, even if he's not keeping wicket.
Morg is taking the piss out of me on YouTube.
Yeah, fair enough. Farong says, greetings from on the bus where we have no aircon, sometimes no floor, but plenty of broken seats due to move by the bat first, score 300 plus and grind the lobsters into the turf. Sunburst gingers will be a sight. And Mog says, should we start crowdfunding an air conditioner for Gorilla Towers? Also, goodbye.
No, we don't need air conditioning. It's going to be 26 again tomorrow. It'll be fine. We just had 2 hot days and everyone's panicking. The world's coming to an end, which it is actually, but this is just the first signs of it. It's going to get a lot worse.
Well, the world's not coming to an end. Humans might have trouble finding somewhere to live. I think we'll be perfectly happy when they've shuffled off.
At the other end, we have Matt Potts, and I forgot that, so I didn't get his jingle out, but I shall do after this ball. As his first ball is into the pads of de Kock, who works it out to wide, long, mid on, and there is no run. He has a jingle that goes. Well, actually, I need to find a slot for it to go into, like this.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Potts is in, and that one's very wide. Toe ended by the Cock. I think he's got enough on it to get it to the boundary. Outfield's pretty quick, and he does. First one of these for the match.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Now,
Don't know whether Potts slightly lost his run up there. He did a big skip in the middle of it, or is that part of his normal run up to do a big skip
maybe
in
it's
the
his
middle of
one-day run up.
it? Maybe.
Well, those are the notices. I've got my blue ice towel around my neck. It's now become warm. I'm going to have to go and replace it. Potts is in, and this one again is dabbed out by the Cock. Down to third man this time. Sam Curran will field it, and it'll be a single.
I'm reading a South African novel at the moment, The Promise, which won the Booker Prize by Damon Galgut, I think his name is. If I can recommend that.
What's that about? Has that been made into a movie?
I don't think so. I think it won the Booker Prize just recently. I imagine it could easily be made into a movie. Very good sort of intergenerational thing set decade after decade as South Africa goes through its interracial changes and all of those things. It sounds heavier than it is. It's actually a very good book.
Yeah, I was going to say, sounded hard work.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. It's worth reading.
Well, Potts is moving his field. It's hot. Had a little bit of a haircut, shaved down the side, floppy on top. And he's in. There's going to be down the leg side, and therefore it's going to be a wide.
Looks like he could be in the army, doesn't he, Potsy?
Yeah, he does.
Does a bit, yeah.
Strong enough.
Still, I mean, it's probably a sensible haircut for a day like this.
Yeah, that's true.
Reasonably short on top, absolutely nothing on the side, so it's not going to keep him too hot.
Yeah. Well, he's coming into bolt at Milan, who clips that nicely out onto the leg side square. Curran has to come round. They'll probably get back for two. It's quite easy to start with, isn't it?
Yeah.
Completely new opening partnership, of course. We've had Willie and Topley have been opening in the last two games.
Yeah, Potts is a guy you just feel you can trust. You know, he's proved eminently trustworthy from ball one in the Test arena, and you'd be surprised if he didn't translate that to ODIs.
Yeah, different game though. That's a decent ball though, defended by Milan. Back down the track, and there's no run. I presume by the time we get to the Test series, will Ollie Robinson be fit again? I can't remember what's wrong with him now.
Yes, you can't really see Robinson nudging Potts aside, though, can you? I mean, I assume he'd probably come in for a rotation of whatever one of Anderson and Broad is not playing in a particular match.
Well, yeah, true. Potts.
I'm surprised they've only got one slip for the first over from this end.
Well, I presume with the heat so much, and there's not a lot of humidity about, it's a very dry heat, as that's defended up to mid-on, there's no run. I'm not expecting a great deal amount of swing, I wouldn't have thought. Potts really isn't that much of a swing bowler either. And I presume there won't be actually a lot off the pitch. It's dry. Both the captains were saying it's a very dry pitch. England would have elected to bat however they won the toss according to Butler. So obviously they're expecting to get harder and more stodgy, and probably cutters will be the order of the day late in the day, and it'll be quite difficult to time it, I'd have thought.
Perko says to Mog, who said goodbye, are you retiring from jingling ODIs along with your protege Stokes?
Well, I did ask for a Zondo jingle, which I did receive, although he's not been picked. It's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run by the Cock.
Is it hint of shape to that ball as well? Just traced away.
Yeah, well, Sammy Curran will get swing if there is any with the new white ball.
Forgive me, do they now do the thing whereby you get a second new ball after so many overs in ODIs?
No,
is that still a thing?
You have new
There's a new ball at each end.
There's a new ball at each end.
New ball at each end, yep, sorry. Thank you.
So that's cut out to point, and there's no run. Which of course gets rid of the old reverse swing. But I mean,
I was going to say, on a day like today, reverse swing would be a real factor if you're just playing with one ball all the way through.
Well, exactly. But the point was, wasn't it, that the white ball used to get so discoloured after about 35 overs that you could hardly pick it out.
Indeed.
Maybe make it all more interesting. Maybe have a new ball after 25 overs.
Would make it interesting, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, it's certainly give the bowlers something to do in the middle overs, wouldn't it? As that one is driven nicely by Quinton de Kock, straight to mid-off. Stokes Fields, and there ain't no run.
I love the fact with cricket we can still, after whatever it is, 170 years of international cricket, we're still tinkering with the rules. Imagine doing that with AFL or one of those games. That's remarkable.
Well, they do. I mean,
they still do with the AFL. They still change those every fucking year, and nobody understands what the changes are.
Yeah, exactly. They're small changes around the fringes, aren't they? I mean, it's like that's a slower ball into the pitch. The Cock tries to hoik it into the leg side. Well fielded by Moeen Ali at mid wicket though, and it's no run. I mean, VAR has been bought in football, which is a massive change.
You're right. I'm talking out my arse. Not for the first time.
If you want confusing rules, have a look on our Discord site at the discussion about Pesapello, which is the Finnish national game, which is sort of a bit like baseball, a bit like cricket, and it's complete chaos. They even have jokers that are allowed to play, which I think is fantastic.
Well, there's a bit of swing there, but it's full and wide, and de Kock just bashes it through the point and misses the fielder, and therefore it races away down to the boundary. Before runs.
1, 2, 3,
Not a great start by England here.
Nah, but these two bowlers have, as you say, this is the first time they've bowled in tandem.
Just to reinforce you talking out of your ass, Brian Barish says in capitals, fourthly, they change the rules at least 4 times every year, and it's as annoying as fuck.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Again,
Thanks,
tries
Brian.
to cut that from Quinton de Kock into the ground, goes nowhere, no run, end of the over. Messi, give us some tweets.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says just 2 days between ODI series. No wonder Stokes decided he's had enough of the format. Curran in for Willies feels a bit harsh. And same for Topley, unless they're both being rested or rotated. Well, certainly Topley is being rotated. Why not start the match at 9 p.m. UK time? Oh, electricity will probably drop out due to excessive air conditioning use. No, there aren't enough air conditioners in the UK to create that peak.
Yeah, well,
medium.
Potts is in, and Yanama Milan just plays that wide enough. Adil Rashid, who's a mid-on. I presume they went for a single. Yeah, they did. And
Warren and Roger Melly both say hello, and in Roger Melly's case,
he says bollocks.
Bollocks, yes.
Thanks, Roger. You can overload the grid. I think South Australia, wasn't it, who had terrible energy troubles.
Yeah, but you've got to have air conditioners to do it, and England doesn't have the air conditioners to do it. That's the thing.
I mean, everyone's scrambling to buy them online, but I mean, exactly that. They're going to be useful for about 2 days a year at the moment. I mean, they'll be more useful in the future, but buy one when it's really needed. Hit into the ground by de Kock. Potts tries to stick a hand up and jumps, but it bounces over him and goes down to mid-on. Therefore, they'll get through for a single. Quite an easy start, this from South Africa, 18 for none.
It looks a little ominous, I have to say, at this early stage.
It looks quite easy, but then England have got a bat too. And who knows along.
Yeah, and there's plenty of there's quite a few South Africans who are still looking to cement their place in the side. Batsmen like Milan and Klaassen are still far from fixtures, and some of the bowlers as well.
Yeah, when we were, we did. That one's just defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, we did a podcast with Empo from GCSA, and it's like this is South Africa's worst format. They don't really seem to know what they're doing with their ODI international side. They got some good players though.
For sure. Yeah.
It's just a question of how you approach the game, I think, more than anything else. That's a beautiful drive. Yanama Milan stands up, holds the pose, bashes it through the covers, and it'll be 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He looks pretty solid, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He does, yeah. Kept his head very still. No foot movement at all, but none needed. It was perfectly placed.
Well, scrambled seam and it didn't buckle all.
He's got a good one-day record outside of international. This is his debut, obviously. So, and I imagine he'll keep a fairly calm head.
Potts is driven inside mid-off. Who makes a dive? I think that's Stokes, but hit with such force that he couldn't get across there in time, and it's 4 more.
It's coming onto the bat, isn't it?
It is. I keep trying to talk Potts up. This is not a great start from him, in fact.
No. Well, it does look like one of those wickets, though, where it's going to be a kind of batting paradise unless something changes. The ball's doing very little in the air. I mean, it is for the left arm over, but they often get more than the right armers. And certainly doing nothing off the pitch. Short, down leg side. Is it going to be given as a wide? Didn't see. Yeah, it was. Obviously didn't hit the leg, so it's going to be a wide.
Wide.
That's a good start. 7 and over. 7.5
Yeah.
and over.
It's very good. I mean, Janneman Milan, who we haven't perhaps seen a lot of in England, has got a ODI average of 59, so absolutely no mug.
No, looks like a strong fella. Popped in and it's near the splice on the outside half of the bat, but he defends it stokely back to the keeper and there's no run. Give us some tweets. I'm going to go and get some water.
Just Ideal says, any thought Topley is a godchild of the Bee Gees staying alive? Well, he's got roadkill for hair. The Naked Pornbot says, blonde thatch, is it so hot that they're playing in the buff? Button says, hello boys, wifey and I are on vacation and are tooling around in New York. Weather is pleasant, gentle sun and breeze. Feels like Durham. Yeah, not exactly. There's some discussion around Vatican Slice from a tweet a little earlier. So the Ocelot of Doom and the Dread Pirate Rowan and Leah are all with us in that discussion. Where are we? Warren says, trust Fortiff to find the bright side of global warming.
Short by Curran and the cock. Lets it through to the keeper and there's no run.
And Mog says, the sooner our bastard civilization is erased, the better it'll be.
You see, that's kind of my point. If it wasn't for my friends and, my gorilla cricket family and people don't care that much for humans. Yes, we've had a few wins over the millennia, that's true, but the world's clearly going to be a lot better without us.
Well, that's driven square by the cock, straight to the fielder, Livingston. They still go through for the single. 28 for none. Going to lose my bet here, boys. That's a bit disappointing.
What is the bet?
Under 30.5 for the fall of the first wicket. It just doesn't look like happening. It still could happen. There's 2 runs to play with, but a little bit of a misfield there by Livingston at cover. That's why they got through for the single. Otherwise, it could have been quite close.
I'm always curious, not being a betting man. Do you kind of periodically do an assessment of how the year's gone so far, or at the end of the year, do you work out?
No, I just basically work it out about the amount of time it's between I have to deposit into the bookies. And I only
every now and then he does withdraw.
No, I never withdraw because you always end up losing.
Oh, don't you?
I mean, it's part of the fun of it. But I mean, I put 30 quid in probably August last year, and I'm up to 150 quid now, and I haven't had to top it up. So, I mostly only bet on cricket, occasionally on horses. Curran is in and squirts off the outside half of the bat. Janneman out to the covers, and there's no run.
One of my bosses was a massive gambler, not in a problematic way. He had a degree, had 2 degrees in mathematics and approached it very statistically. And in his retirement, he set up a website called McBookie, which concentrates on the lower leagues of the Scottish football divisions. He's a specialist bookmaker. A little plug for him there. Rossbar, his name is.
That's a sensible thing, I mean, exactly that. If you know a sport can be bothered with the stats. Oh, now that's a decent ball. Finally, he's on beating the outside edge of Milan's bat. Squared up a little bit. Goes across him through the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, the subject. The only decent money I've made in the last 3 years has been on elections, the state election and the federal election in Australia, because I knew exactly what was happening and where the bookies were wrong.
And where were they wrong?
Well, I think you probably could have made a lot of money on the English election if you'd have bet right at the right time on different people. You could have probably hedged on a lot, apart from Rishi Sunak probably. So that's driven up to mid-on. There's no run, and he might end up being the winner. But if you've done it each ways on someone like Truss,
you know those contests where they put celebrities and I don't know, I'm a celebrity. Apparently, it's either the ones with the big fan base who just vote for them to stay on, or it's the lovely mum who cries when they open a letter from their kids. Those are the two you want to put bets on I'm a Celebrity.
Edge, genuine edge, but played with soft hands. Manan got beaten, and it's dribbles to, well, not dribbles, but on the bounce a couple of times. To a slip, we do have a slip. There is
second
no run,
slip
20
it
over
was.
none. It was a second slip, End of the over to Messi.
Good question from Just Ideal. What's the current fascination with either short back and sides or short sides and long back in the UK? Yeah, it's a bit weird, I reckon.
That's a kind of mullet, and the mullet is always a bad idea. It's a bit like, who's that fucking scrum half for Australia with that terrible tash?
Oh, that is awful. That's worse than a Kiwi pawn tash, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a massive slug.
Neymar Butland says, one day run up. That's what I said when I was a little boy. One day I'll run up like that for England, mummy. Just Ideal says, Ollie who? Brian Barry says, g'day cricket nerds. Hope all of you in the UK are coping well with the 40 degrees C weather, or as they call it in Arizona, winter.
Yeah. A miss-hit pull by De Kock. He's probably going to get himself 2 runs though. And that is me. Oh no, I've got half a run to play with. I need a wicket right now.
Brian Barish is such a fucking optimist. He says, but seriously, drink lots of water and maybe keep it to 1 beer at most today. I'm looking at you, Bear.
1 beer? I've had 1 beer already and we only just started the game, Brian. That ain't happening. I bought a 4-pack and there were 2 left over from the other night. I won't get through all them. But you know.
Depends on the strength as well. What is it? What you're drinking?
Well, the little cans of IPOG, Brewdog Hazy Jane. What is it? It's about 4.5, I imagine. Oh no, it's 5. That's good. Driven up to mid-off by De Kock, no run.
When people used to boast about all their session drinking when I was growing up, turns out that we weren't drinking the Heineken from Holland, the 5 degrees stuff. It was like 3.3 in English pubs,
that's right.
which was to encourage people to, not surprisingly, drink all night. It was even weaker in Wales.
Yeah, we have session IPAs now. That's sort of 3.8 and some 4s.
Yeah, 3.8 is the sort of classic session, isn't it?
Yeah, that's driven by De Kock inside mid-off, up towards the boundary. Stokes is chasing it down, doesn't get it. Slides on the ground, but doesn't get it, and it'll be 4 runs to him. In England, they lost 2 ODIs, 2 T20s, but no one cares. It's what I say. And people are only going to care.
Yeah.
People are only going to care when it gets to it's much like football in between bloody tournaments. As long as you get through the group and get to the tournament, no one really gives a crap. That's how you play when you get there that matters, isn't it? That one is smashed by De Kock, but to a deeper set Livingston at a point in front of the square. And there's no
I think one proxy for that is if you support a team, how do you feel in the morning after you've had a win or after you've had a defeat? And if England lose this match today, and I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm an England supporter, it's not going to really affect my mood very much.
No, not at all. But if we had lost that last test to India, I was getting very upset that we looked like we were going to get battered.
That would be dramatically different.
Yes, exactly. As De Kock drives it up to mid-off and there's no run. In fact, most of the way through that test, I thought, man, we're going to fucking lose again. And I was so convinced we were going to draw the series, and then eventually we did.
I reckon the series against South Africa will be fascinating because I think South Africa, by the time the tests start, will be so much better prepared than India were, and right on their game.
Yeah, they will be.
Real contest.
South Africa have a history of winning here, of course, and we have a history of winning there. That's pulled rather unconvincingly again by De Kock out to deep square leg, where Cars is fielding, and it'll be single. There's quite a Durham contingent in this time, isn't there? You got Potts, Cass,
Yeah.
and
Stokes.
Stokes as well.
The Dreadpart Rowan, who's well versed in guerrilla history, of course, she says, we're all very disappointed not to be able to follow Willie Pant jokes with Willie de Kock ones today. I'm sure the opportunity will arrive. Barong sends a picture of a lobster saying the English team around 3 to 4 p.m. I'll name this lad Joss. Just Ideal says, when was it decided that in-swing should be renamed reverse swing? Okay, time for a technical explanation from you, Forthy.
Yeah.
Reverse swing only takes place after the one side of the ball has been scuffed up, so it goes through the air on a parabola.
That is chunked up to mid-on. Very full ball was current and there's no run. Yeah, reverse swing is when you set the ball up like it should be an away swinger, but that actually comes in. And that's to do with roughing up the non-shiny side.
Yeah. So like conventional swing is when you add a layer to one side so that it goes through the air, not in a straight line, because one side's had a lot of moisture or spittle applied to it. But it's the other way around with reverse swing, that you let one side get scuffed up and you keep the other side as smooth as possible, and therefore you've got a non-orb, and it goes. But you can only really get that when you've got a very dry outfield.
Yeah, that's rough. Oh, now that's a slower ball. Attempt to hoik in the leg side by the court. Completely missed it. Very slow, 67 miles an hour. There's a half appeal by Curran. If it had been straighter, I'd have said yes, but it was clearly going down leg side, so stifled appeal. Yeah. Cross seamer. Yeah, it's hit him out. So it's nearly hit him in the box, but outside leg stump. Get that a bit straighter.
Came out, but it's that one that comes out between thumb and finger, actually, wasn't it?
He's got a good selection of slower balls. Of course, he's only just come back from injury himself, Sam Curran. I didn't think he bowled particularly well in any of the previous games he's played in. That one goes through and he's out. That's a quicker delivery, full speed, attempted to hoik into the leg side. Shit, I missed it by 5 runs. It wasn't looking likely, but Quinton de Kock has gone to slam it in the leg side, having faced a slower ball. Is a little bit late on that, and I think he must have got a little under edge. Was it under edge, not over edge, was it? Yeah, it was under edge. Oh no, he's been bowled. Yeah. What am I on about?
No, he's been bowled. Top of leg stump.
Yeah, top of leg stump, just hit the bails. And we have to say goodbye to Quinton de Kock.
The crowd says, you're out.
It was probably that ball that just skidded on, came onto him. It may have come off the, not off the seam, but I've been a scrambled seam. It came off the flat side of the ball.
It was a poor shot.
Yeah, it was a poor shot. Did seem to keep a little bit low.
Dashbird Kate has sent us a tweet that she's also sent to Sky and the BBC, saying a few weeks ago Milan was playing for Voorburg Cricket Club in top class 50 over cricket in the Netherlands in front of 2 men and a dog. His record for this season, in case anyone's interested, is played 9, runs 302, highest score of 113 not out, average 37.75.
Is that Janneman Milan?
Yes.
Yeah, no, he could have qualified for Holland. But no. Next man in is
Brazil, and the Dusen can play all the shots. He'll bring his reverse sweep to every game he plays.
lovely. It's Rassie van der Dussen.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know that song's based on Somewhere Over the Rainbow. What's the connection between Somewhere Over the Rainbow and David Bowie? A little quiz question for you.
I'm sure it's got something to do with drugs.
Nothing to do with drugs, in fact. I'll tell you after this ball.
Something to do with producers. That's defended by him, square on your side, and there's no run.
Well, when it says somewhere, David Bowie, when he was writing Starman, wanted to replicate that, and so in Starman he goes, "There's a star man," and it's based on Somewhere Over the Rainbow. There we are.
Well, there you go.
Quite tenuous. I'd
Leah
say,
says
but-
it's so hot here. I'm thinking about storing my water in the freezer between sips.
Karen is into Van der Dussen, who just defends that back down the track. No, ain't no run.
Yeah, the thing with we're just going back to Sam Curran's slower balls. He does have a good mixture of slower balls. I mean, arguably the problem is though that his faster balls aren't that fast.
Yeah, well, that is the problem.
Slower balls are great if you're really a fast bowler, but there's not that much of a surprise weapon when you're only bowling at like 78.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. That's cruel.
But
That
it's the
is
same
cruel.
problem with
True,
David.
though, it's true.
It's true, and it's the same problem with David Willey as well. And that's
Yeah.
full from Karen, and just jabbed out by Van der Dussen. Back to the bowler, and there's no one. Which is why Topley's better. He bowls at 84, 85.
Yeah.
From a greater height, and so I think he's just more effective, and he's better than a pair of them.
So Brian in Northampton says, good afternoon from effing hot Northampton, where it's supposedly 41 degrees C. I'm about to head off to the county game against Lancashire. All the sessions have been shortened by 30 minutes, with the game ending at 4 p.m. Lost time to be added to days 2, 3 and 4. That's probably a very good idea. Mog says, I'd like to gamble by eating expired sausages and things like that.
You go for it, Mark. You go for it. I must admit, yesterday I cooked. Oh no, go for it.
Is Bear going over or under on the apocalypse list, Warren?
Under. I'd definitely go under on the apocalypse. If they gave me a year and said 2075, I'd say, nah, all over by then.
And Mog says, if someone wants to see some truly fucking awful haircuts, just look at the guys running around in the AFL these days. Yeah, they are fucking awful.
Yeah, well, they're all rat tails and fucking mullets, aren't they? Terrible. I should say the GPL is open. I don't think we opened it the other day because Tony forgot to even ask me if it was open.
I think we got two entries from Omnia Nueva, but it was way off.
It wasn't open. There wasn't one set up, so you can't have done.
Oh.
It's down the leg side to Milan, and there is a wide. Of course, the pot is low now. It's 28, which requires you to enter it to get it up. I know it's obviously entries get in when it's the pot is bigger, as that's played into the leg side. Kind of one hand comes off the bat for Milan, but he gets it straight enough that deep square has to come round. In fact, probably Sammy Khan at long leg, and I'll get back for 2.
I think there could have been 3 there on another day.
Yeah, possibly.
Rather ambled through, but it's all happening in rather slow motion. Who can blame either side in these temperatures, I guess?
Yeah.
Well,
Potts has gone for 29 in 3.1 overs. That's not great, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not a good. I slightly regret talking him up there.
Defended out to cover, and there's no run.
yeah, you can't take it back now.
Yeah.
No, I'm having a mare.
Oh dear.
But I'm not too hot, so there's that. Okay, if you hear some occasional snores and grunts, it's my Cocker Spaniel next to me who's there we are. Please ignore him.
Potts is in again. Better ball. Delivered just an on-round off stump. Pretty full. Milan just plays it square at the point, and there's no run. I like
Leah says, fuck session IPAs, us Germans drink tomatoes in effect. And of course we had a word for that, Wirkungsstrinker, which sounds a fucking great word. I love the way you string words together in Germany, just to make it come out the way it should, and they're almost always onomatopoeic as well.
Perhaps we could just ask Leah how she went with her commentary session, her debut session, I think, for Guerrilla Cricket the other day.
She went excellent. Some of us listen.
Put us to shame, Messi. Put us to shame.
Well, it's still up there if you want to go and have a look.
Yeah, of course, England, 8-2 in that series now? Can't lose it. In fact, they battered South Africa in the last 2 ODIs. Tons everywhere. They got 367 or 357 yesterday. It's pretty good. Potts is in to Milan, who plays that inside. Moeen Ali is the man on the 45 inside the circle, straying leg side. Potts is not having a good start, and it'll be 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's a bit all over the place, Potts, like he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he knows what his strategy is. He was very clear in test matches, but it's all over the place. The other thing noticing is that the ball only has to go 2 yards wide of a fielder here. If they're in the circle straight away, it's 4. You might as well not bother chasing it either. There's going to be a big scoring contest, this.
It should be defended out to cover, and there's no run.
Although, granted, the predictions I've made so far have probably collapsed from
there'll be a total collapse in a minute. Well, Anna Rashid's going to come on, and at that point, I'm going to go under again.
Yeah. So Perko says to Mog, probably more of a gamble to eat a live sausage. Neymar Butland says, running in the Adirondacks and hot mic is coming in and out of my shorts. Hornbach, are you still awake? Leah says, shut up, 40, that's a load of bollocks. There you go, you've been told. Swing and reverse work basically the same way, the difference being the formation of a separation layer over the rough side of an old ball. Does that make sense to you?
Not really, no. I think I know the difference between one and the other. I also was quite polite and asked Leah how her commentary went, to which I got the reply, fuck off.
I think she posted that before you put in your inquiry. Farong says, nearly off the bus where it's probably around 45 degrees C, then off to the tea stall. Toughen up, you soft British people.
Well, exactly. I mean, this is it. I mean, the whole news has gone totally mental about this. It's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. I mean, it shouldn't happen. I mean, we've never obviously had it before, and it has. But I mean, it's not. Everyone says, "Oh, don't go out, don't go to work." It's just like, well, hold on a minute. There are places in the world where this is a common thing, and no one stops for it. I know we don't have air conditioning everywhere and all that shit, but it's not the end of the world. Soon will be, but it's not yet. 43 for 1, South Africa after 8.1 overs. Hanneman lands on 20 of 23. Van der Dussen just out after Quinton de Kock was bowled by Sam Curran. He has 1 for 10. He has actually bowled quite well. Potts has gone for the other 33 runs, which is a bit annoying. Curran is around the wicket to Milan. That's full and floaty and driven out into the offside. There's a cover for that though. Presumably going around the wicket. Oh, now that had been a better throw. That could have been out because Milan's come back for 2. He's dived in, but the throw was wide of Butler, so he had to pull it. I mean, they just set off when the throw came in.
They did. I think
but it was too wide of the stumps, and he had to bring the ball back too far, which allowed Milan to get in.
He did. To be fair to the fielder, he channeled all his efforts into sprinting after the ball and getting it out of his end as fast as possible, which was his priority. And he did come in fast.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, you can't always get it right.
Just a little wide.
Yeah.
Just a little wide there.
Curran's going to continue around the wicket. Curran's continuing around the wicket to Milan. And that's just jab square on the offside, and there'll be a single.
I wonder where the best spot in the world is with global warming upon us, where we could find a nice little cooler spot. Maybe I've got friends who live in sort of southwest Ireland, which looks like it might be quite a good spot. New Zealand is often favoured at these times as well.
Yeah, basically it's reasonably north and reasonably south. I mean, I imagine Scotland would be all right if it wasn't so hilly and you could farm it properly. But obviously you can't farm in the Highlands. Into the pitch, and missed time pull by Van der Dussen out to mid wicket, wide enough for him that they'll get through for a single.
Of course, there's Southwest Ireland and New Zealand are famously where Americans started buying property with the threat of nuclear war, because they're going to be some of the last places to be affected, particularly New Zealand.
Yeah. What is it?
Although
they're all digging up bunkers, aren't they? Putting in their fucking multi-billion-pound bunker homes.
Whether you'd want to.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, exactly. I'm sure the Kiwis are really happy about that. That's pulled. It was into the pitch. Poor ball by Milan. Curran. It's pulled in front of square and a long way in front of square by Yannaman Milan. And it'll be out to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That just sat up, said hit me. And he did.
It was a very poor ball. Don't hear much from Tom Curran these days. Is his name completely out of the frame?
I think he had a bit of an injury,
international
but he
cricket?
shouldn't be anywhere near the side really either, should he?
I wouldn't have said so.
I think Sammy is probably a better option. Just defender back down the track, there's no run. I think Sam's a better bowler and a better batter than his brother.
End of the over.
End of the over indeed.
Okay, I'm just about to post a link to a really good article from Greg Baum of the Sydney Morning Herald around reverse swing, its history and how it works, so that it can save everybody getting argumentative about it. Madna Mahoden Shah says, hello Guerrilla Cricket, I think this English team has a very formidable batting lineup. The problem is they become over-aggressive when some caution is required. Today they must win. I have highest regards for Butler as a gentleman player and captain. There you go. Mog says on the temperature front, it's literally going to get all the way to 0 here in sunny Melbourne overnight. Sadly, no snow. I have been in Melbourne when it snowed once.
Yeah, so right, yeah.
Bloody cold. And Jay says Leah's commentary session were jolly good. And Madam Mahan Sharma says, here in India we are also facing scorching heat. Sometimes we wish to sleep inside the freezer.
What I want to know is, did Leah manage to keep up an avalanche of tweets while she was commentating as well?
Well, I don't know about tweets, but she certainly was typing into YouTube fairly frequently. So she,
that one is... we have a change of bowling, and his first ball is hoiked up to mid-on. There is no run. It's this man.
Our bed shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Boom, boom.
And Van der Dussen took a little step outside his leg stump to try and put the bowler off, but Moeen Ali bowled it straight enough and he just clipped it out the leg side, wide enough of mid-wicket that they got through for a single to mid-on.
Oh, the UK has provisionally recorded its highest ever temperature with a recording of 40.2 degrees C at Heathrow.
There you go. Finally, we made it. We made it above the 40s. That one's tossed up and jabbed at by Milan to Stokes at mid-on, and there's no run. A little bit of turn.
Yes,
Grip in the pitch. Down the track comes Milan and Moeen Turan coming. Bowled it flat and he can only work it to mid-wicket once more. Wide enough of him to get a single though. We're going to have a change at the end of the over. Don't know what's coming on. Let's have a look.
I'm on ball by ball, in fact.
John Botham's supposed to be coming in, and Tony Bishop.
And Tony. Perko's got the last word on reverse swing. Reverse swing is generated by sandpaper, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Well, now that's a decent half appeal there, I think. Van der Dussen's come down the track and Moeen's given it a little bit of air. He's got nowhere near it. It's turned back in. He's then tried to play a defensive shot, and I reckon it's hit him in front of mid-off stump. Nah, probably just outside.
Might be. He came a fair way down the pitch
Yeah,
and he might have got outside the line.
Fair way across. There's too much spin almost. That one is flat batted up to mid-off, wide mid-off. They get through for a quick single. And that is the end of the over. We're going to have an old switcheroo. 40 is going to take you through the next 10 overs with Tony and John.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Thanks, Messi. Hi, Tony. Hi, John. How are you?
Like you, Ian, I'm sure I'm very hot.
Well, I'm in Melbourne and it's night time, John. So no.
Well, I'm definitely hotter than you then. In that case.
Well, I've got the heating on. But Tony, how are you going?
I'm going all right. I'm occupying a different corner of my house than I might normally commentate from, with a big fan in front of me in the back of the lounge where it's cool.
Who is the big fan that's applauding your every move? Everything you say. Got a massive fan in front of you.
There's so many, obviously. But there we go. I'm getting a flavour of, when Judgment Day comes, this is how hot it's going to be in my future, so I might as well get used to it.
Well, this is
surely not the Bishop.
We've got Brian Carr's coming on to bowl, and his first ball is on leg stump, and it's clipped into the leg side by Van der Dussen. 5. Cars time.
Your hopes of victory up your Brian cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brian comes a-calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brian cast.
Yes, well, he's sort of orthodox right arm over. I think most of us would probably have been preferring to see Topley come in, but we've got Cars, and he's obviously a good bowler. That one's line and length, just outside off stump, played out to point by Milan. What have you made of it so far, John? Proceedings been following?
Yeah, I mean, I think Semi Curran bowled quite well. He seemed to mix it up a bit and try and vary his pace, and didn't give the clock too much width. I mean, the ball that got him out, slowed up a bit, but wasn't a great shot.
No. Cars, that one comes off the inside portion of Milan's bat, trickles out onto the leg side. He picks up a single. So the scoring has just dried up a touch over the last 2 or 3 overs, with the advent of Moeen and Cars coming on, being treated with a bit more respect than certainly Potts, who went round the field, unfortunately. As the camera trains on a conclave of pontiffs, is that correct?
I think that is about right. Yes.
Yes, that looks about right. Cars in
Pontiffs or
again.
Cardinals, one of the two.
Yes, and that's played out to the sweeper on the offside boundary to Livingston. Just a single. Anderson moves on to 6.
Cardinals for Cars, perhaps.
Cardinals for Cars, yes.
Or in honour of the bishop, possibly.
Could be. There's a college of cardinals.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
Well, we're seeing some white smoke going to be coming out of a few people's ears by the end of the afternoon. This heat carries on. Bryden Cars in again. Little line. This one was just a little short, and rocks onto the back foot.
Rocks on.
On by David Essex from 1973.
Oh, I was adapting Roxanne, but there we go.
Oh, Roxanne, yeah, one or the other. And Milan moves on to 30.
It's an episcopate of bishops.
Episcopate, right.
I thought you only had one pope, therefore you can't really have a collection of just one thing, can you?
I'd have to think about that. Cars in again, probably not, and that's played wide of the man at point, down to the man at third man, which is probably Rashid. He hurls it in, so let me see now. I think Van den Dussen, yes, will keep the strike. He moves on to 7. The score 59 for 1 at the end of the 11th over. Tony.
Yes, Jay Grover says, On the Beach by Neville Shute talks about the last habitable area in the world, a beach in Australia, as the nuclear fallout approaches. It's not very cheerful. Oh, well, thanks for that, Jay. Warren says, Harry Arsehole's living underground in New Zealand and journeying to a fiery hellhole. I think there were stories like that. Mog says, now this is a man who knows his cricket, in response to Jeff Perkins, but I don't know what the conversation was about. Leah says, I'd be up for stints Friday and or Sunday. Madan Mohan Sharma says, it's generated by keeping one side smooth and the other side as it is. I think we're talking about swing on the ball. The smooth side has little resistance by wind, while the rough side has more resistance, so batters face difficulty to guess a swing. That is true.
Yes, I did look up reverse swing, and although I understand the general principle, the actual detailed techniques of it are really, really complex.
That's got us pretty much up to date there on Twitter.
Thank you very much, Maureen. You've got a little bit of cough there, Tony. You all right? You sound a little throaty.
Yeah, no, I have had it for a few days. I think it's just a cold, hopefully.
Sorry to hear that. Maureen over the wicket to Van den Dussen. Plays it wide of the man at mid-on, goes all the way to long on. And they pick up a single. Hope you're keeping cool there. Bears adopted a cloth to the back of the neck, John. Have you got any? And Tony's got a massive fan, and he's keeping cool as well. Come back after this ball and ask you.
Actually, we've got 2 fans on the go. Both of them are here today.
Marine over the wicket again. Same shot as last time, all the way down to, they're just milking in for one ball at the moment, all the way down to Bairstow at long on. And Milan moves on to 31. Van den Dussen back on strike.
I think Tony's massive fan is going to end up being the in-joke of the day, the way we're going at the moment.
I thought it was I'll wait for 40, sorry.
That's okay. Well, exactly. Done the commentary yourself without even looking. That's gone down to long on for a single. And Van den Dussen moves on to 9. Sorry, Tony.
I was going to say the choice of bowling I thought was interesting. It's probably been talked about, but they've gone for a very Durham heavy look in front of a Durham crowd, haven't they? So definitely playing the gallery.
And that's Meridian again. He floats that one up a little further and just gets Milan into difficulty for a moment, and it's squirted out to the man at deep 45. He wasn't in control of that shot, didn't go at all where he intended, off a very thick inside edge, but he picks up a single nonetheless.
I think it was difficult for Potts earlier on, wasn't it? He's, making his debut in the format, and he's bowling from the opposite end to which he normally bowls, so that didn't make his life any easier.
Marine, 2 shorts, cut away. It won't go quite all the way. Cars ambles after it. I imagine they'll come back for 2. 2 more to Van den Dussen. He moves on to 11. Yeah, good point. Good knowledge there, John. Hadn't realised he was bowling from the end he doesn't prefer.
I wonder what the code for the balcony for that is. Bowling a bloke from an end he doesn't want to bowl from.
Marine in again, last ball there, a reverse sweep, the successful one. Out to the, it would be the point boundary. And the man scampering along, probably Livingston, is unable to keep up with it, and that is 4 runs. End of the over, South Africa 69 for 1 at the end of the 12th. Tony.
Pokey over on YouTube saying thunder and rain spotting now, the mountains are pissed at the sun. Stephen Kelk says gorilla cricket for all your collective nouns. Oh, well, we were trying to work out cardinals, popes and bishops, etc. Spicy Golden Duck has sent a picture of some rather scary looking uniformly blonde children. It says S. Curran seems to be playing up to the demon child stereotype with Village of the Damned bleach blonde hairstyle, which is not that easy to say, but I take your point. Leah says mainly French.
Bryden Carr's in again. Okay. Short. And Milan nearly hoiks himself off his feet, but only manages to sort of dab it down almost to the man at deep square, which is Bairstow, just comes back for a single.
I'll finish that one from Leah. I'd read it initially as French tarts drifting north over the channel, but actually it wasn't. It was something rather more odorous for some reason. Drifting over the channel from France, I don't know why. Probably just the warm wind.
Probably just a whiff of camembert. Cars in again, second ball of the over to Van den Dussen. Gets it on leg and shovels it down to the man at sort of deep square. Comes through for a single. I saw Village of the Damned, the Midwich Cuckoos. I just watched that. They've just done it again for the BBC. But they didn't have bleached blonde hair. They did look quite sinister though. It must have been quite difficult, I thought, as a parent to send your child to the casting of that and say, we want your child to play an evil alien. Is that okay? It's in again. Fuller on the offside, plays it straight through to point. And that's fielded.
I would guess it's probably not the first thing you want to hear from the midwife when she hands you the baby if you've just given birth to it, though, is it?
Clearly not. Clearly not.
Our first
I've got
child.
bad news for you, Mrs. Bishop. It's slightly unusual child, but we think it would make a great evil alien.
Our first child was a very attractive child when he came out the womb. We thought, obviously we're sort of parents who have attractive children. The twins, when they came out, I'll come on to that in a moment. That was a slightly false shot from Milan there, a bit aerial. No run though, just played to the man at mid-wicket. They were extremely ugly. There's no other way of describing them because they'd been squashed together in the womb for the last 9 months. They're not now, let me stress that. Anyway. So that was a bit of a shock. Obviously,
I thought you were going to say your first child was nice looking when they were first born. It was all downhill from there for a minute. But I was going to say, please.
Well, he occasionally listens, so I won't say any more. Bryden Cars. Full, almost a half volley just outside off stump. Hacked away. Well, that hacked is unfair. It's quite a nice stroke, actually, but straight to the sweeper on the boundary. Come through for 1 run. Milan moves to 34. John, do you think they've managed to just a little cap on the run rate here?
Well, yeah, but at the same time, I don't think South Africa are in any great hurry at this point. So,
a fair point. Cars in last ball of the over. Line and length delivery played. Textbook straight to the man in the covers. No run. South Africa 72 for 1 at the end of 13th. And what's this? It looks like we're going to have a hot weather. People are coming out with umbrellas and sort of mini eskies and hats on. Well, I'm sure this is very sensible, but is it that hot? Maybe it is.
They really should basically have an ice cream band come out, shouldn't they? Playing La Donna Mobile, and some bloke sort of serving them the ice creams out of the window of the back of his van. That would be the perfect thing for the day.
99 for you, Mr. Stokes. Over to you.
Oh, no one would want the 99, would they? They'd all be turning that one down.
That's true.
Stephen, let me see. Pokey says, now I want a camembert. So suggestible is guerrilla trivia. Steve Kellett says, there's only one Catholic Pope. The Coptic Church has one too. Hence, I've amended, is the Pope a Catholic? To is the Bishop of Rome a Catholic? But it doesn't quite have the same ring, though. No, it probably doesn't, to be fair. Neymar Butlins. Neymar Butlins says, reverse swing is also when your preteen daughter thinks she might actually like other girls, but later updates to boys at university, only to discover that she is actually gay. That's rather an interesting take on it, I suppose. Leah says the movie also has the distinction of having both Superman and Luke Skywalker in it. Is that the Midwich Cuckoos, or have we moved on to another movie? Doesn't sound
No, I suspect it is that.
Oh, okay. Steve Kellett says, now we have the unique proposition of being 10 degrees hotter than in Pontefract than it is in Kuala Lumpur. Well, now there you are. If you live in Pontefract, good lord. Jay Grover, my man's been calling me an evil alien for the last 44 years. Oh, there you go.
Poor Jay.
Jeff Perkins says, if you were told that when your kids were born, you'd say the midwife's cuckoo. Oh, very good, very good.
That's good, isn't it? The midwife's cuckoos. I love it.
The midwife's cuckoo.
Sharp.
Midwich.
But I don't know whether either of you were a fan of John Wyndham when you were
yes.
Day of the Triffids.
Day of the Triffids, right? Yes.
Kraken or Crackham Wakes and Midwich Cuckoos. What a great first 4 novels he wrote after the war in the 1950s. They were called Cosy Catastrophes. Because although the end of the world came in one form or another, everything was kind of okay. Unlike, Threads from the 1980s.
I remember either the TV version or the film version of Day of the Triffids, and I remember the Triffids being incredibly not very scary.
No, they were quite comical, weren't they?
It looked like, the worst of sort of, early days Doctor Who alien type things. They really looked like people in sort of plant costumes shuffling along, and it just didn't particularly make me want to go behind the sofa.
I don't know if there's any way of making a Triffid look particularly scary, a giant plant. I mean, giant plants just aren't particularly scary, I don't think.
Little Shop of Horrors, that's got to be the best ever piece of art in sort of theatre or musical form about a plant.
It's very niche genre.
Remember Audrey too? Yeah, well, that's true.
Very niche genre plant horror, isn't it?
Yeah, plant horror. That's
Sorry, John.
Sailed over my head, that one.
No, you're not a big fan of the plant horror genre.
That was definitely a bouncer in cricketing terms, where I'm concerned. What I don't understand about that drinks break is the players have been running around for an hour with half of them without sun hats on, and then when there's a drinks break, you have to bring out an umbrella for them to hide under.
Well, Ben Stokes needs to get through this over pretty quick.
A bit weird.
He can't be exposed to the sun for that long. Not with his complexion.
No, he definitely looks like he caught too much of it already, doesn't he? It's
he's had a shave over the ears, and he's even whiter over his ears and around his kind of fringe area now that he's had a bit of a sharp haircut. It was Chris Lewis, isn't it, who got sunburned and had to miss a game that time because
he did.
With his hat off. There's been a few, of course, been affected by the heat over the years in India, not least Dean Jones. He didn't go through all that again, but a very famous incident in the Tide Test. And there was the smell of sewage coming through the ground on that occasion as well. Probably counts as the most hideous environment to ever played a Test match, I think.
Gross.
At 42 degrees. Ben Stokes, in his last ever ODI, comes to the crease, and he is met with respect by Milan, who plays him off the back foot. There is no run.
So we've had our full brace of Durham bowlers for this game now. Trio rather, not brace. Carse, Potts and Stokes.
Are we jingling him up?
Ben Stokes.
There he is. We'll be hearing that jingle plenty more over the years, just not in ODI, sadly, after this, as he makes some sort of a comeback. And that one is hit into the ground and over Stokes' head. And they come through for a single, as I think Rashid doesn't field it cleanly. Stokes is already looking a bit hot and bothered.
Had a great start in the field, as he, Rashid. He overthrew the ball back to Moeen, and he had about 4 goes at that one. So,
do we know why he missed the game? Was he just being rested, or did he have a knock, or did he have...
Rashid, he was doing the Hajj.
He was doing the Hajj.
Oh, of course he was. Right, then.
Stokes in again, third ball of the over. Slightly fuller, played out into the covers, no run. We always had a lot of worries. You always have a lot of worries if you're following a football team and the players go off on Hajj. It's not Hajj, actually. What's the festival whereby you can't eat or drink during the day? Ramadan, of course, yeah. Ramadan. There's always a lot of concerns about whether it will affect the players' performance, but it never seems to. Brandon Dawson.
I think as far as I understand it, I think depending on what your particular branch of Islam is that you follow, you have different levels of strictness as to what you observe and what you don't observe. But certainly the very fundamentalist ones are literally holding a piece of string out in the open to the point where they can no longer see it to know that they can break their fast.
Dismissed the ball, and that was played wide of mid-on. They came through for a single for Van Dussen. He moves on to 17. To that ball, Milan tries a sort of helicopter shot, which he completely fails to connect with, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy to engage on the theories of conventional swing and reverse swing and so on. I'm less confident talking about the ins and outs of attitudes towards Ramadan, and probably may stop there. So, yes. Ben Stokes in again. And that's played to mid-wicket. They think about a single, and they decide against it. That's the end of the over. South Africa 74 for 1 at the end of the 14th. And over to Stoney.
Well, yes, Leah says, well, technically, the alien in Who Goes There and the film The Thing from Another World is based on it is a plant, which might make it possible the alien in Carpenter's The Thing is also a plant, and that thing is scary. So there you are.
Yeah, bloody scary, The Thing, yeah.
I nearly said The Carpenters, as opposed to, obviously, is it John Carpenter, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say the Carpenters are less scary than John Carpenter films on the whole.
Well, yes. Brian 001.
Can't think of anything more incongruous, actually.
No, Brian says day 1 tickets, and day 1 tickets are good for day 2. This is at Northants, I think. I'm not sure if we've mentioned it already, but Brian is also sending us, I know, some fantastic South African beer due to arrive Thursday, I think, which is incredibly kind of him as ever. Imagine says, I once worked with someone whose perfume was predominantly a hint of sewage. It was one of those that lingered for hours after she left the office.
Oh, Lord be. It is, in fact, going to be Rashid time, and I'm sure we've probably got a jingle for him somewhere. But don't want to interrupt Bear because he's just adjusting his back of his neck, and he's got a rather fetching. We'll talk about that in a moment. Over to Rashid.
And a Rashid on the 45. And a Rashid on the 45. And a Rashid on the 45. And a Rashid on the 45.
First ball is lobbed up outside off stump. It evades the man in the covers, and Jason Roy, the lesser spotted Jason Roy so far today, comes round to field, and I think Vanden Dussen will move on to 2 off that one. Looks like Bear's got some sort of a mini airplane pillow, the one you put around the back of your neck on. It's probably got some ice in it. That's probably the googly from Rashid, not spotted by Vanden Dussen. Gets it, comes off the inside edge, but gets away with it with a thick inside edge, no run. Rashid in for the 3rd ball of the over. A reverse sweep. Oh, it was aerial. He did not get all of that exactly how he wanted it at all, but just wide of the man at conventional point position, and he does get a 4. You think he did him in the air there, John?
Yeah, maybe or maybe he just didn't get the length right. But my initial reaction was that the guy at short fine hadn't done very well, but it was actually well wide of him.
Certainly a false
short third, because he was short third, reverse, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, it's very hard to know what to call those fielding positions. And
well, you have to remember that the person's reversed a shot, don't you? So all of a sudden, it's not short fine, it's short third.
Milan was backing up there to a ball that was played by Vanden Dussen out to point, and perhaps a little too far. There's a shot at the stumps, but he was back successfully, no run. Rashid in for the 5th ball of the over. That's thrown up again. This time Vanden Dussen doesn't really middle it, goes wide out to the man at long off. He comes through for a single and moves on to 24, the score to 81 for him. And last ball of the over. Rashid twirling it from hand to hand in familiar fashion. Comes in. Oh, and that is the googly, most certainly the googly. But it seems to have been spotted by Milan, who plays it successfully, negotiates it successfully. No run, 81 for 1 at the end of the 15th.
Leah says there are explicit religious exemptions to fasting during Ramadan for athletes. Yes, I believe there are. Jeff Perkins says Mog's uncensored Stoke jingle for the last ever ODI innings when England backed ? Oh, Bear, what do you reckon? Are we going to go no? Bear
says no.
Shake of the head.
That was a very definite no.
He's gone all pre-watershed on us. I don't quite know. That's slightly unusual, uncharacteristic, but there you go.
Well, it must be.
Yes, yeah, that's why.
Just fuck off. Or maybe not. Or maybe not.
First ball of Stokes over. That's a very full ball outside off stump. Turns into a half volley, which is crashed through the offside by Vanden Dussen for 4 of these.
In the name of God.
That was begging to be hit and was dispatched beautifully by Vanden Dussen.
Vanden Dussen was pretty clever there, actually. He took sort of half a stride so that it was even more of a half volley than it would have been, but so by the time it reached him, it was right in his slot.
Turned it into a half volley, and he gets another run there, and that brings up the 50 partnership. 51 runs from 54 balls. They're playing well, these two. Run rate at 5.6. They haven't got away yet, but they don't need to. When they've only got 1 wicket down, they can stage their assault towards the higher ends of the run rate in their own sweet time. That's played out through the covers, picks the gap, and Jason Roy has to scurry round the boundary. No, sorry, it's Phil Salt, in fact. And that's 2 more runs to Milan. He moves on to 37. Stokes doesn't do it for a man sort of celebrating a great career in ODIs. 102 of them. This is his 103rd. Doesn't look entirely happy with life. Probably the heat. Comes in for the 4th ball of his 2nd over. No want of effort though, as ever, with Stokes. That one's played out to point, no run.
Yeah, we can speculate, couldn't we, on all of that?
I mean, he's never really. He's obviously he's been a fantastic servant to English cricket. He's not been an amazing ODI player. He's got his average is under 40. His strike rate is under 100.
But he's had amazing ODI moments and amazing matches, and that is the nature of the man, isn't it?
That is absolutely the nature of the man. Yes. Oh, and that one has that short ball from Stokes has hit Milan, and he's not happy with life. He has walked off, and a real effort ball. Let's have a look on the replay and see where it struck him. Ooh, right on the shoulder, probably the fleshy part though. He was advancing down the wicket there, John, wasn't he? And I think Stokes probably saw him coming.
I'd love to concur, but my pictures seem to have gone into slow motion, so I'm not sure that I'm looking at the same thing as you at this point. So,
well, what we're looking at the moment is Milan having some sort of ice compress attached to his shoulder, while Stokes takes an energy drink. Just
yes,
while
I've got that, but it appears to be in slow motion, which is slightly weird.
Well, he's been quite slow and gentle with it. As in, he's not like rapidly whirling a dodgy shoulder round and round at high speed, is he? So, his brother's playing for Middlesex today, Yanam and Milan.
Yes, he is.
Finally, and Tim Murtagh, on a day like today, what's the conventional wisdom? What's the conventional wisdom around the country? 40-year-old bowler decides, oh, I know, we'll have a bowl today. Why wouldn't you? Having won the job.
Wow.
Yeah.
They haven't just got another wicket though, and Pujara is in.
There's a thin line between positivity and crass stupidity sometimes, and I'm afraid
it's fallen on the wrong side.
ILM is on the wrong side of that right now. Yes.
Craig Overton is applying a cold compress to Stokes' back, and he's taking on a lot of liquid. He honestly does not look particularly well out there, Stokes. He looks like he's really suffering.
If you were in any kind of discomfort or pain, would it be Craig Overton you'd want looming over? Wherever you're going, it'll be all right. Here you go. Here, have some of this.
And he does loom over you as well. I interviewed him a couple of weeks back at the end of a T20 match, and he's one of the few guys in county cricket that you almost need a step ladder to get your dictaphone to reach him. Do you know what I mean? He's sort of Dirk Nannis class.
Oh, well, there you go. Shall I get in a couple of messages? Rebel Scum.
Go ahead.
I think we've been talking about different shots and things. Talks about the posthumous cut instead of the late cut, which I think is quite nice. Messi says, excellent quote from, I think we're about to start again, so I think that is inevitably going to be interesting if it comes from Messi, so we'll wait.
We will.
Suspense, Mr. Bishop.
Stokesy is directing traffic rather like an old-fashioned policeman at a crossroads where the traffic lights have broken down. 2 men have gone down out on the leg side sweeper position. Are we about to have a short pitch barrage? No. Some sort of a double bluff. That one, there's quite a big appeal. It looked like it's going well down leg side, and even though it only went about 10 yards out towards square leg, they come back for 2 runs because everyone's back on the boundary on that side.
Yeah, Butler ended up having to run after it, didn't he? Which is not ideal. But,
it's not what you want not with pads and a helmet on in the 35 degrees.
Right, so this Messie's quote, which actually is quite good, it's clearly discussing reverse swing. And he says, it's an excellent quote from Sarfraz Nawaz on reverse swing. He says, it kind of hints to sort of double standards and changing the narrative to suit your own story, etc. Sarfraz Nawaz says, when I passed on the art to Imran Khan and then taught Wasim Akram and Waka Yunus, in those times everyone called it cheating, but when the Englishmen started to reverse swing, it became an art. There think, which
Yeah.
I think is fairly reasonable. Being able to do it without sort of gnawing chunks out the seam of the ball possibly is part of the art, but allegedly.
Yeah, no, I think that is. I think there's a lot in that actually. I think there was a lot of double standards going on in cricket over the years, and that's a good example. Rashid in, thrown up outside off stump, played down to long off. They come through for a single.
I was only talking about Sarfraz Nawaz to somebody last week and saying, was he one of the weirdest pace bowlers that you ever encountered on the grounds that he charged up to the wicket and almost stopped in the delivery stride and bowled the ball?
He did. He kind of like put his hands down as he came to the crease and then turned, which is a very unnatural way of bowling, wasn't it? There were a lot of odder bowling delivery strides seemingly in them days. Perhaps there was just less coaching, so people were allowed to get on with it. That was a dot ball, I think, just played down to mid-on by Milan, and that is the googly, and it really does for Milan. He had no idea, and Rashid strokes his beard. Great moral victory for him, but no wicket.
Milan was pretty lucky to keep that one out of his stumps, I think.
He just jabbed down on it, didn't he? It was a great piece of deception by Rashid. Comes in again. That one's floated up onto the leg stump. A wary Milan just plays it very orthodoxly down to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't a great ball, but because the previous one had done so much, he was overcautious, really.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And this is interesting. Having bowled that googly, Rashid throws it up again to tempt Milan. Plays it successfully all the way along the ground. Rashid does his own fielding. Well,
it was nearly deflected onto the stumps, actually.
It was indeed, yes.
Very far off at all.
Last ball of the over. I think that was the googly again, and actually that was probably closer to being out. Again, he just, and then Dustin this time managed just to jab his bat down on it. He remains on 30, no run. South Africa 91 for 1 at the end of the 17th.
Emily Elizabeth has joined us over on YouTube, another bearer of the spanner. She says, morning all, got to work, but we'll be listening. Stay cool. Well, we're doing our best, Emily Elizabeth, I can assure you. Warren sent a picture. He says, today they should be playing in Pasapalo instead. I'm not quite sure what the picture, other than the fact it appears to have Ben Stokes in a river. But other than that, I'm not quite sure what's going on in that picture and why Pasapalo is the place to be playing on a day like today, other than the fact it's got a river.
I think we were talking about Finland earlier, weren't we? Is Pasapalo in Finland? Not sure.
Very weird, Finland, especially when you go out at like 2 in the morning and it's bright daylight. That is just disconcerting.
Stokes back in again. That's a very, very nice shot by Van den Dussen. Absolutely times it to perfection. Dissects the two fielders at mid-off and at cover, and that's 4 runs. When I say dissects, I of course mean bisects. That's not suggesting you perform surgery on either of them.
It could be somewhat painful. Yeah.
Stokes in again. This one's short and outside off. That's played out to the sweeper who's 10 yards in on the boundary.
I was having awful flashbacks then to year 9 biology.
Yes, that's
terrible,
right. Yeah.
Terrible for things.
And then Dustin picks up a single, moves on to 35 off 30. He's ticking along very nicely.
Get the impression Bear remembers year 9 biology as well.
Dissecting rats and mice.
Oh yeah.
Let's push off biology for life. Stokes in again. And down the wicket comes Milan. Hits it through mid-on. Rashid dives not very successfully. Perhaps could have done slightly better there. And it's through for 4 of these.
2 + 2 is our man.
Beautiful shot, that.
Just played slightly flamingo style on one leg, straight down the ground.
Super shot apiece from these two batsmen in this over.
100 up 2.
Yes, that's 100 for 1. Halfway through the 18th, things going very well for South Africa so far. England toiling in the field on this extremely hot day. Stokes in again. And that's short into the midriff of Milan. And because everyone's back on the leg side, they're able to come through for a sharply taken single. That's the sort of gamble they're playing. Milan moves on to 41 or 54. He's prepared to let Van den Dussen perhaps be the slightly more flashy player in the partnership.
Yeah, nobody seems to have told these two South Africans that it's Stokes' swan song. They don't seem to be regarding him with too much respect at this point in the proceedings.
In again. He got a little tighter to the wicket that time. That was on the line of middle, played out to wide mid-on. And they come through for a single. And then Dussen moves along to 36. They have a little mid-wicket conference, not sure what about.
Whether they want a 99 with a flake or not, I expect. Next time. Mr. Whippy drives out onto the middle of the riverside.
To play green sleeves.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Composed by Henry VIII, allegedly. And that's a short pitch ball from Stokes, and Milan shapes but doesn't go through with his shot. Not a wide, so that's the end of the over. It's South Africa 102 for 1 at the end of the 18th.
The GC Radio Naked Fun porn bot has been aroused from his slumbers. I'm at a loss where to start with Jason needing a stepladder to get his dictaphone up to Craig Overton's mouth. I think that might be combining several different conversations that didn't necessarily happen at the same time, but I wasn't able to actually validate that particular claim. Roger Melly,
I think the heat's got to him, Tony.
Well, I remember I will do in a minute, yeah. Oh,
what,
some Oreo. My own Mrs. Whippy has just arrived with some chocolate Oreos, which I shall avail myself of at the end of this of my little session here. Roger Melly says, you were talking about Doctor Who monsters before. The best ones ever were the Weeping Angels.
Oh, yes, they were. Rashid, that's a horrible ball. Very wide down the leg side. That's a real wide. Would have been a wide, possibly, in Test match cricket.
I should clarify as well, by the way, if the Naked Radio porn bot is listening, I don't call her Mrs. Whippy for any other reason that she has ice creams in her hand.
That's more conventional leg spinner.
When in hold,
from Rashid, and just defended, no run. Can't remember what I was going to say. Oh yes, I know something funny about ice creams. Hang on, after this ball, Rashid. That one's floated up, almost a half volley, played down to long off. Roy does the fielding. Yes, no, I remember hearing someone saying that in order to stop their children going bonkers for ice cream when they heard Green Steves, they used to explain to them that the ice cream van only plays a song when they've run out of ice cream.
Oh, that's harsh.
Very cruel.
That's
Rashid
harsh,
in again.
man.
Very cruel. And that one's played wide of the man in the covers, and Roy probably comes round from long off, does the fielding. They come through for a single.
Friend of mine,
I don't think you'd get away with that for very long, would you? That particular wheeze, because surely a child would get old enough to work out that ice cream van
would work for perhaps a short while.
Wouldn't waste his time, making lots of noise about the fact that he doesn't have any ice cream to sell.
That's a very small chill. Rashid gets much tighter to the stumps that time, and that pitches on off and just keeps on going. No run. Let go through to Butler. This one seemed to have a bit of backspin on, perhaps. And Milan, yes, just bided his time. Played it wide of the man at mid-off. Comes through for a single. He moves to 44. Last ball of the over. Rashid, number 13, coming up for the end of his third. Failed to make a breakthrough so far. And that one is just pushed down again to the man at long off, and they're rather milking proceedings with the occasional boundary at the moment. South Africa 108 for 1. At the end of the 19th, we've got one over as a triumvirate left.
We do. Leah says Finland has class 3 pubs. They serve class 3 brackets full strength beer and class 3 sausages brackets that are allowed by law to contain up to 20% sawdust. Well, that's useful to know. Warren clarifies that Pesapalo is Finnish baseball. We were discussing on Discord earlier. Apparently there is a possibility of chasing the ball down a river.
Okay. Right.
It's sold up a river, but never chased a baseball down one. Yes, says Messages. Henry VIII wrote Greensleeves in the same sort of way that Queen Elizabeth II wrote the Rocky Horror Show. Okay, fair enough.
Not exactly the same sort.
No. Apparently not. Not quite sure how, why. Dave Wood reminds me of a kid when we were at school whose parents were in very difficult financial circumstances, so told him that Santa had died.
Oh, that's even worse.
Unbelievably harsh.
That's even worse.
And that is first ball of Cars, who's come back into the attack, over, and that is shovelled down to deep square leg, and they come back, I imagine, for 2 by Van den Dussen. He moves on to 40. And that is Livingston out there on the boundary.
That is Livingston, yes.
Does Cast remind you of he should be a policeman or a sergeant major wearing one of those peak caps right down just above his eye line?
It's very good. Ooh, and that was played very authoritatively by Van den Dussen, but straight to the man at cover. And just for a moment, one wondered whether it was aerial, but it clearly wasn't. No excitement in the field, no run either.
I think Stokes is struggling, isn't he?
He really is.
Well, he's going redder and redder. It's coming a bit of a worry, really.
I think he might have to go off. He won't want to in his final swan song. That's played by Van den Dussen, just dabbed down on the offside, and then hairs in despite the heat. And they take their run, and we're looking at Stokes. Not only has he got his hands on his knees, when he does manage to put one foot in front of the other, he seems to be almost limping. So this is not the farewell, it's fair to say.
Well, he did some damage to himself, didn't he, in the last ODI against India? I remember chasing a ball to the boundary. I wonder if he's fully recovered from that, to be honest.
That's a good point.
Well,
and that's just a dot ball. Yeah,
he did chase one to the boundary earlier on as well, which he didn't quite reach. So
might have exacerbated matters.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's down on one. He's down on one knee now. He's going to have to go off. I think this is no good. He's really grimacing, which, as we all know, with Ben Stokes, he doesn't like to show pain, and he'll more or less sort of go through a brick wall. So he must be really struggling out there.
I think he is.
Sad sight.
Indeed. Cars in again. That's pitched up. Slightly surprises Van den Dussen, who goes for an extravagant cover drive and only gets a thick inside edge to the man at short mid-wicket. Again, we go back to Ben Stokes, who's got his hand on his head and contemplating what's the best course of action. South Africa 110 for 1. We've got one more ball to go, guys, and then I'll certainly be shuffling off into the Melbourne night.
I'm off to go and get my Oreo. My Oreo Speedwagon.
Last ball for us from Cars. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding from Moeen. Should have cut that off at point. He doesn't. And they come back for a fairly leisurely 2. Milan moves to 44, Van den Dussen on 42. These two going along together very nicely at the end of the 20th over. South Africa are 112 for 1, and there'll be a change of commentary.
Indeed.
There are indeed. Hello, welcome back to Messi, and Tim is joining us.
How's it? How's it, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can hear you fine.
Good. Oh, good.
All good down there?
Yeah, all good. I would like to have what you guys are having in terms of weather, but otherwise all good.
I presume it gets to 40. I presume it gets to 40 degrees down there quite often, doesn't it?
Not so much in Cape Town. if you go north of the country, but not so much where I am in Cape Town.
Okay.
33, 34, yeah, but that's not quite that hot.
You're doing commentary, aren't you, Tim?
I am, yeah, I am. Okay, so we've had we have a single there, did we?
Yeah, single up to mid-on. Leading edge.
Single down to mid-on. And, yeah, so Dustin's on strike to Rashid, which will be a relief to Milan. Milan's struggling the last over with his Kuklis.
Yeah, Adil Rashid's bowled quite well here, and certainly seems to have caused more problems than anyone else. But that's kind of not surprising, I suppose.
Yeah, I think he's very much admired outside of England. He seems to be in some parts of England. It's not quite so admired. Comes in again. This one forward defence from Rossi, and no run.
I don't think it's that. I just think that when he was younger and they picked him for the Test side, he probably wasn't ready. Over to you.
This one is worked to the leg side. Lovely shot there from Russell, but Wilson goes all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I think, there was a lot of bad press about him when he was a bit younger, and he got picked a bit too early, I think, and they thought he was going to be the saviour of English spin bowling, as they often do when we get a spinner who can actually do something. Then he got dropped and was out of the picture for a while, and then he came back and kind of specialised in white ball cricket and became a very good white ball cricketer.
Yeah. I'll come back to you on that just now. And this one is short and wide by Rashid, and it's a wide delivery. Too short, too wide there from Rashid. Well left by Rossi. Okay, I'm actually gonna watch the screen. I'm watching my TV. It's slightly disconcerting.
Oh, is it? Is the TV over there behind us?
Just slightly, very slightly.
It does. You do get a little bit of a time lag going across continents, anyway, even on Zoom.
This one is worked to the leg side by Ganama Malan. It's the man on the square boundary. Go through for a single. Yeah, that's better.
And then he got picked, and then he went on a tour. Then he went to India and stuff. And in Test matches, he still drops. You can get away with dropping the odd one short. I don't think he would do that now, but now I think his shoulder's knackered. I think he is a kind of wiser, a lot better bowler the older they get. But that often happens with leggies.
Yeah, this one again a little bit too leg side from Rashid. Again, whipped off his hips by Russell Wilson. They go through for 2. Good piece of fielding at the boundary.
And Messi, give us some tweets.
Well, we've only got one tweet at the moment. It's from the Form Bot, which says to Tony Bishop, that's between you, me, and Mrs. Whippy, Tony Bishop.
Wow, yeah.
Dear. Over on YouTube, we've got a number of people joining us. Rather than go through the tweets, I'll just give a shout out to Pokey Bum Finger, the Fake Bear, Stephen Kelk, and Andrew Williamson, and the Postman. Welcome to you all. Good to have you along, and I hope you're keeping cool and hydrated today.
Well, yeah.
I've got the Tour de France on the TV as well, and I'm thinking those poor buggers riding 170 kilometres in this heat.
Yes.
Just imagine.
Imagine how fit you have to be to do that, and how much water you have to take on board as well. I mean, they must constantly be having to take on water and energy gels and shit. I noticed that Nestle's got to cycle 20 kilometres home in this. That's good on him at his age.
Self-inflicted.
Yeah, that's true. Over to you, Tim.
Cast comes in. This one is driven on the offside beautifully by Yanaman Malan. Go through for 2. Another good piece of fielding there on the boundary. Malan moves on to 48. Score 124 for 1.
Yeah, we had a chat. We had Empo on the podcast, and he reckoned that ODIs were your worst format. Would you concur with that?
Easily, by a mile.
But why is that? You've got some pretty decent players there. I mean, it's not a bad squad. I'll
come back to you. This one is a piece bowling from Cars, Dinkton short and not time bound Malan, no run. It's particularly because of the way we play. We do not push hard like most of the best sides in one-day cricket. We want to have wickets at the end, so we push hard to the last 10 instead of pushing hard in the first power play.
Well,
that's essentially why we're playing cricket that was 20 years old. This one is a short delivery by Cars and pulled to the leg side boundary. Quick piece of running there by Yanama Malan. Really good. He skates on. He moves on to 50 of 63 balls.
Well batted, sir. We'll give him a little jingle. Where's this one?
You know you lift me with your 50.
But I mean, that's not so dissimilar to her. I mean, even England, I mean, they go hard at the top, but I mean, A, if you lose wickets, that all goes out the window. But B, you know, after the first 10 overs, England try to rotate the strike and try and go 5 or 6 and over. But the modern game is to try and keep wickets, but you need to go hard for the last 20, not the last 10. You know, you've got to treat the last 20 overs basically as a T20, and if you've got 9 or 8 wickets left, you can pretty much do it.
This one's driven to the man on cover bar and covers, no run. Yeah, look, it's really quite simple. It's a slightly negative approach from South Africa, which is counting against them. It's another format where we're putting extra pressure on the bowlers, which is hampering us. So it's not that we don't have players. We do have the players. We're not utilising them in the correct manner. That's all. Another decent delivery by Cast and no run.
I think you're being a bit hard on them, Tim. I'd say maybe 10 years behind, not 20. 20 years ago, 100 off the first 30 overs was pretty well acceptable. Whereas, you know, these guys are going 6 and over, but they're going to need more than that. I think anything under 350.
Exactly that. I mean, they've lost 1 over now. These two get them through to 30 overs. You've got 20 overs and 9 wickets left. You treat it like a T20. You're on for 350 plus. We should be.
Should be. This one again into the covers by Malan, no run. Should be is the important part.
Well, so, Tim, are you telling me that the South African populace suffers from the same affliction that the English generally do, of never thinking it's good enough? Because I mean, Hendo's the classic of that. Bear isn't. Bear's an optimist.
I'm always an optimist.
No, we are essentially like that, I'm afraid. But just on this, what I like about this particular innings is Russell Dussin's innings. Russell Dussin tends to start slowly and build up. So if he gets out for 18, it's usually 18 of about 35. He's wasted 35 deliveries. In this innings, he scored more than 6 runs and over. So it's a very good thing that he's done that.
Yeah, but in an ODI, you can afford to do 18 or 36. You know, if someone gets
out... If you don't get out.
Even in an ODI, someone else can pull that back. I mean, that's the thing about an ODI. There are more ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
That's right. It's driven to the mid-off. And Rusty goes through for a leisurely single.
And he gets 52. Crikey. It's looking good for South Africa at the moment. They go on at this rate, and they're 180 odd for 1 after 30. Yeah, there should be 10 and over for the last 20, or 8 and over, another 160. Yeah, 320 to 350. What does the booking say?
I think anything under 350 is going to be below par on this pitch.
Well,
it's a very batting friendly pitch.
Ashley comes in, bowls a flatter delivery. This one is driven to the man on the mid-on boundary. Milan goes through for a single.
Well,
yeah, look, 320 should be the minimum. Definitely 320 from where we are. This one is worked to the leg side for another single by Van der Dussen.
Well, I've just gone over 322.5 at the bookies. I think
that's
you
a
should
good
get there. Yeah, I think that's a reasonably good call. Whether England will be able to chase it down, I mean, you've got a decent bowling attack as well, but the pitch doesn't look particularly helpful to anybody.
I think changes in pace are going to be the key.
Yeah.
Another single to Milan, drives for the offside.
And the problem England have got is that they haven't got anything like their first choice bowling attack. And they won't have pretty much the entire summer. Liam Plunkett going. I think Cass has made a decent effort at replacing Plunkett, but with no Wood. And I was just hearing when I went next door to get a drink, Wood's going to have another operation on his elbow. Apparently he's had 3 weeks of nets and played a game the other day, and now it's stiff again.
So, a bit of indecision there by the South Africans, and inside edge by Van der Dussen, trying to drive Rashid and score it on the leg side.
He didn't pick that at all. That was the googly again. I mean, that's the one thing. They don't pick Adil Rashid at all. Not a lot of people do. He's got a very fine googly.
Last delivery of the over. This one nicely bowled again by Rashid and defensively played by Van der Dussen. End of that over, South Africa are 130 for 1.
Mayank says, morning all, you're still alive. I thought you'd all have melted by now. Here it's going to be 34C, but we have the air conditioner blasting and it's nice and cool indoors. By the way, Adil Rashid looks like a Moeen Ali impersonator. I actually think he's bowling better than Moeen Ali has so far this summer. Warren says, Bears bet of under on the apocalypse is looking good. He quotes an article from the Independent saying, Dartford fire, houses are blazing, Kent is raging, wildfire spreads. Oh, God.
Yeah.
And Tony Bishop says that it's the pelvic thrust that really drive one insane in relation to Queen Elizabeth II riding the Rocky Horror Show. Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch for me, I'm afraid.
Yeah, where are you at? What's the queue for water at Durham? It's a bloody long queue.
There's some hectic queues there.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Well, yeah, the English and queuing. You don't want to be queuing in this heat. They're having extra drinks breaks, of course, in this match, so presumably there'll be 3 or 4. Although the bats having them now.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, the South Africans are taking the water break, and Cass standing at the bowlers waiting to bowl.
Yeah, well, and of course, Cass is a South African as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he is South African. Yeah,
and now another
against,
one.
Another bloody one. Yeah, he played against Rickleton at under 19 level in South Africa. Rickleton now with North Heads.
Well, and now he's playing for England. So we've had a few in the past.
Joss is looking a bit buggered behind the stumps, actually, isn't he?
Well, I just think it's just really bloody hot, isn't it? And Steve Harmison.
Yeah. It was a good toss to win, I think.
Yeah, nice to bat in this, especially if everyone's sitting on the balcony.
Nicely driven delivery there by Milan. Certain timing as well, but no single there.
And someone with a bottle of Moretti. Who's that? He's got a bit of a belly. I presume he's only in the backroom staff.
Yeah.
I presume Harmison as a Durham player. I don't know if he's on the board up there or involved in the backroom stuff, but one would presume so.
This one dipped and short once more by Cass, beautifully pulled away by Milan. It's sweeping his fielding on the square boundary there, but Milan is still able to take 2 runs.
And how do you think the Test series is going to pan out with New England?
Impossible to predict, purely on the basis of baseball. I I have no idea. No idea at all.
I don't think anybody does, you know. It's like the bubble's got to burst at some stage. When's it going to be?
A bit of aggro there by Cars. Driven by Milan. Straight to Cars. Cars picks it up. He fakes the throw. Milan dives, and then Cars throws. A little bit naughty there by Cars. But sure.
No, I think initially he thought he was just going to throw it and hit the batsman. Then he realised the batsman was so far down the track that actually he might have a go. But he missed the stumps anyway, so it doesn't matter. And Milan's injured himself. I think he's done his knee when he's dived back in there. He looks in a lot of pain. Oh, shit. Is that his knee coming out the side there? I think he... Oh, no, that was nasty. I think that's his kneecap round the side of his knee. Oh, that doesn't look good.
That does not look good, I must admit.
Oh, well, we're going to have another break here.
Yeah. So, I mean, talking some more about the Test series coming up, Simon, my sense is that South Africa as a team are actually looking to come together really well. 12 months ago I would never have said this, but the last 6 months for South Africa have started to look really good, and it's as if they've really got their act together and they're working as a coherent unit. Does that come across to you?
Definitely. We do seem to be going in one direction, which isn't the case in this particular format. We do seem it's the one format where we know we want to go, we know our best 11, and we know the sort of brand of cricket that we want to play. Definite positives. If it wasn't for baseball, I would say South Africa would be slight favourites. But I said baseball won't last against Bolt. I said baseball won't last against Siraj Company. Wrong on both accounts.
Well,
so,
we keep. I'm waiting for it to go horribly wrong. Don't worry, and it will go horribly wrong at some point.
Well, bound to. Do you know what I think will kill baseball? Is when it starts raining in England.
Well, I mean, this year has been quite an odd summer in England. That has to be said, Tim. I mean, we've had pitches that and we've had weather conditions that aren't really conducive to spin. I mean, swing most of the time.
Swing.
I mean, normally, whenever we get to the Test matches, you usually have 2 or 3 days where it's kind of overcast, humid, not particularly hot, and the ball's been swinging around. And this summer, it's generally when they've actually played cricket, it's been pretty sunny and hot, and therefore you don't really get those conducive conditions. And then the pitches have been pretty. There's not a lot of seam movement because it's been reasonably dry. And then the ball has just disintegrated. I mean, the amount of ball changes we've been having this summer is insane. I mean, in those Test matches, the ball was getting changed 3-4 times before it got to sort of 35 overs. Everyone complaining about it. So it's a very odd year in England in terms of bowling conditions. None of us are entirely sure whether it's on purpose, because which would seem a bit weird, because obviously when you have home conditions you should utilise them to your maximum effect. But I suppose there's a lot of bowlers around the world now who are pretty damn good swing bowlers and nip it off the seam as well, and are quicker than English bowlers. So maybe it's seen as maybe a little bit more of a disadvantage. Jimmy's getting old and Broady's not so old, but a lot of people looking for the end of his career as well. So who knows? Who knows?
Simon, you're getting some fan mail on YouTube.
Tim
Easy Ollie says, Tim, I'm sorry. Easy Ollie says the Safa's accent is great. And Scott Harrison says, yeah, love that accent. We also got, the postman says the South African batsmen have the best porn names ever. And Van der Dusen is one of the elite one-day and T20 batsmen at the moment for me, says the fake bear.
The fake bear.
Actually he was touting for beers to be sent to Gorilla Tars the other day when you weren't on.
Well, exactly, and I had to I concur with his sentiment. I did say someone was telling him off and saying he was the fake bear, but I had to say that I agree with his sentiment. I think beers should be sent to Gorilla Towers. It's only Brian who sends them, and Brian does it often, so I'm not having a go. I see that Scott Harris says Bazball won't win you the Ashes. Need to adapt. A bit of Bazball might be useful. The thing about Bazball is that everyone's gone totally, I think,
over the top.
A bit over the top with it. I mean, what they have done. I mean, I guess it all came out after the sort of blitz that Johnny Bairstow did against New Zealand after tea. Was it in the second test or the third? I can't remember which test it was. When he came out and we scored 60 in 5 overs or something, and everyone's put that down as the model. But actually, when you look at the other 2 games, when they've chased, there's been a bit of that, and Johnny Bairstow's been aggressive, but everyone else has just. They've not necessarily gone for the big shots, the big sixes. They've looked for the gaps in the field, and they've just gone to put pressure back on the bowlers. And both bowling attacks and both captains on the fielding side have immediately kind of crumpled to the fact that we're on the attack, and rather than keep people in the slips and in the positions that could cut off the runs, even if they're hit hard, or create chances, they've immediately kind of gone to spread the field. But then you look at it like an ODI, especially if the ball's getting soft and you're 30 overs in. You've got 80 overs. You've got 50 overs till a new ball. Why wouldn't you? I mean, if you've got the batsmen like Root and Bairstow who can knock it about pretty freely and score at sort of 4-5 and over, you might as well try and put pressure on the bats back on the fielding side. And a lot of Test cricket over the years and throughout time, people have not really done that. They've looked to consolidate a position and then try to move on. And England have just gone, well, fuck it. We might as well immediately try and put pressure on the bowlers and get ourselves in a position where they have to be defensive. Back to the cricket.
Yeah.
Back to the cricket. This one that's driven by Malan, the man on the point boundary, and he goes through for a single, so he seems to be fighting fit. Malan coming on, right?
Can you just pop a kneecap back in? Does it work like that?
You can. I mean, I sometimes dislocate my knee completely, and it's really painful at the time, but after about 5 minutes it's okay.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, you can do that.
This one's driven again by Russell Patterson. Beautifully timed. More work for the man on the boundary to do, but they're going through for 2. The other thing, the other thing that people don't realise is Bairstow's innings. Look what he does.
Yeah.
Look what he does to get to 30. He works very hard to get to 30.
Yeah.
Once he gets to 30 and 40, and the ball's soft, and the field is tired, then he can take a bit more risk.
Yeah, of course.
But he doesn't in that first period.
But even in that first third, he stopped trying to bat like a Test batsman. He was really bad at that.
Yes.
He's just batting like an ODI batsman now. Jay Grover's, we've set him up. He said, I were about to convulse in spastic rage at the use of the word Bazball on guerrilla cricket. Then I realised it's too darn hot. And then he said, all right, that's the 5th time. They're really fucking pushing it now.
Well, you know. It's a phrase du jour, Jay.
I mean, I did notice us using it, and it's because we're talking about an idiom that people understand. It's not a description I like, but
this is it. I mean, I kind of take the piss out of it at the same time. I don't think it's. This is it. I don't think it's. In a sense, it's amazing because people have decided, we're going to play an innings of Test match cricket like an ODI. But I'm sure there's points in the last 10 years where you've got a big total to chase, or you're in trouble anyway and the pitch is doing stuff. You might as well try and put pressure back on the bowlers. It's just they've gone full in on it this time, and they've decided, we're going to bat the whole innings like it.
Yeah.
And if it comes off, it looks great, and it has 4 out of 4 so far. As I said, it will fail.
Yeah, we just had a dot ball there. Yeah, solid defence by Yadaman Malan. Actually, was still bowling.
I can tell you that the match at Taunton between Somerset and Yorkshire has been delayed by rain.
Really?
Believe it or not.
Oh my goodness. And Malan drives that to the mid-off boundary for a single.
People everywhere in the rest of the country going, can't believe it.
No, well, we may get some rain here in about an hour and a half.
Really? Doesn't look like it now.
Yeah, not a huge amount, but a few showers may come up. They're coming up out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah.
This one getting tossed up, trying to entice the drive with Rashid. And Rossi obliges, more through to the extra cover region. Go through for a single.
And actually, they've gone up nearly 6 and over against Rashid, even though they've looked like they've struggled against him.
Yeah.
This is a sweep shot by Malan. Covers the spin. Go through for another single.
Of course, you've got your own left hand leggy, haven't you, Tabriz Shamsi?
Yes.
Interested to see how he goes.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a full toss there by Rashid, and dispatched, sustained by Russell for the distance to the boundary.
4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So what's going on with GCSA down in South Africa?
You'd have to speak to Simon Paul. I'm not entirely sure. We have been doing the women's series.
Okay.
South Africa and England. We have been doing that. Other people have been doing that. That's been our focus at the moment. But in terms of test series, I'm not sure what's going to happen yet.
No, I got an email from Otto saying you weren't going to be doing it. They're going to take our feed, which is cool. You're a journalist, isn't that, by trade, aren't you?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
I like to say more of a writer than a journalist. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Roger Melly says, "What is that word or phrase you guys are using? Sounds like baseball."
Yeah, that'll be the one.
All right. Yeah, we've been banged to rights. Crazy cricket is the other word for it, Roger. It was really interesting watching some of the white ball cricket between India and England. It was as if the white ball was actually much more exciting than the test cricket was much more exciting than
it
the
was.
white ball.
So moment early into the attack, so we had a single there by Rossi. Ball down the leg side, Rossi just flicked off his hips. The score is now 144 for 1.
So I'd be interested in your line in relation to the South African T20 series in a minute. Tim?
Not a fan. Not a fan at all.
And what's the impact of all that money likely to be?
Well, we won't know till year 3, 4 or 5. I think it's a dangerous step. This one is dispatched to the man on the leg side boundary, and Gunman Malan is dismissed for 57. Didn't quite get to the pitch to that delivery. Through the kitchen sink, didn't quite tire it either. Nicely caught on the boundary. Goes 57.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent.
Yeah, Livingston didn't have to move an inch.
No, and that's what I've noticed actually between the T20s and the ODIs. It's nice that, like in the T20s, that shot goes for 6, doesn't it? They brought the boundaries in an extra 10-15 yards, and it actually clears the boundary. In ODI, you keep going, oh, it's going to go for 6, and then you realise that the boundaries are full length, and you go, oh no, he's out. He hasn't hit it quite well enough, which is a good thing, I think.
I also suspect that Milan's knee was still playing up, and he thought, I'm going to hit out or get out, because running would probably be a bit tough at the moment.
Yeah, so Messi, let me just get back to your query about what I said about the T20 league. Right, so my alarm bells are ringing like on alert like crazy. I can't get over the fact that the teams have gone with the highest bidder. They've got somebody with lots and lots of money. Look, Cricket South Africa needs the money. 100%. It needs the money. The previous two formats didn't work. But that doesn't mean you have to go with the highest bidder. There were other bids that weren't as high. I'm very worried. I think long term it could be very damaging. It could work, I hope it will, but long term I think it could be very, very damaging. We'll have to wait and see.
Sorry, back to the cricket.
Back to the cricket, yeah.
There's a quick single there by Russell Patterson.
They've all been bought by Indians, haven't they? All the teams, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
By
IPL teams. Yeah.
Is there a jingle from Markram there?
Yeah, I do have a jingle from Markram. It's quite a good one as well, if I remember rightly. Carry on though, whilst I line it up.
For defence from Markram. Certainly an important innings this for Markram. Hasn't quite established himself in the one-day format. Still averaging under 30. And a little bit fortunate to be playing in this 11, if I'm totally honest.
Fair enough. Looks a bit like Virat Kohli, but whiter underneath the helmet. Right, he has a jingle that goes like this.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs. Woo! Woo!
That's a long jingle.
Yeah.
Just driven on the offside by Russell Patterson. No run. The start of Rashid's new over. Into his 7th now. This run nicely driven again on the offside by Russell Patterson. Nicely timed to go through for a single. It messages also the fact that Cricket South Africa have a majority stake in the tournament is a good thing. I worry that down the line that's no longer going to be the case. So the owners are going to get the final say, not Cricket South Africa. That's my concern.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the TV rights as well. Is there traditionally a bidding war for TV rights in South Africa?
No, not really.
That's what Empo was saying. Basically, Supersport buy it and no one else competes.
It's a monopoly.
Well, I reckon the Indians will be keen on showing it in India as a subset of the IPL, won't they?
Yes, no, of course. It's essentially a mini IPL. Of course. So it'll be shown out there. No, there's no problem with that. I just worry that it's not going to help to South African cricket in the long run. Still another single from Markram on the offside. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I mean the IPL, but didn't they invest loads of money in the Caribbean Premier League as well, haven't they? I mean they seem to love investing in these seats. Are they going to let Indian players play in the South African League though?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think they desperately want the South Africans that are playing for Mumbai Indians and etc. to play for the South African sides.
Yeah.
That's what they want. So it's certainly going to be interesting to see what happens going forward. I liked the previous version. It had a South African touch to it. The problem was the lack of money. That was the problem.
Yeah.
The lack of money.
Well, this is a hell of a lot of money, isn't it? Brian says, I can confirm it's bloody hot at the county ground where Northampton are 134 for 5. Rickerton the last man out for 22 runs, and he sent us a couple of photos from there.
Pushed through the offside by Rossi for a single. Score South Africa move on to 150 and 52.
See if England can slow them down with that wicket, eh?
Yeah.
And pushed on the offside by Madison, just wide of Bairstow, so we go through for another single.
Mowing, finally we're going for a ball change in white ball cricket here. He's getting the handcuffs out.
I'll read a couple of tweets then. As a bowling attack, does 141 for 1 sound good to you? For fuck's sake, says Neymar Butlins. Leah says, if Markram looks like a whiter Coley now, just force feed him McDonald's meals 3 times a day for a month and see if he looks like a whiter Rohit. Oh dear. That's a bit mean.
No, it's just probably the facial hair, and under a helmet everyone looks quite similar. Lots of people trying to find shade. Sensible old man there with a big hat on.
Thus, if he steps away, exposes his stumps, tries to cut the ball on the offside, but is fielding by Bairstow, no run.
More fan mail for you. Diana Patterson says, I'm somewhat saddened that other listeners are unfamiliar with Tim as a commentator. Oh, it's cut off, sorry.
This one a bit flatter and full backward defence by Rossi.
Is this on Supersport in South Africa?
Yes. Absolutely. This one down the leg side. Poor ball from Bowen and easy single there. South Africa move on to 153 for 2. Look, Supersport is the best sports package in the world. It's the best sports package in the world. We can watch everything for just over £100 a month. And I mean everything.
Well, I know. I mean, when I was in Kenya, it was great. I mean, I could watch all the Saturday afternoon Premier League games that you never get to see. You have to wait for match of the day here, you know. So I mean, they're all broadcast on SuperSport, so you can watch anything you like. It's great in that sense.
Everything.
And I presume it covers the entirety of the African continent, doesn't it? SuperSport.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. It will be slightly different in the different countries.
£100 is a lot though. Yeah, $25 a month for Foxtel here, which covers everything except the Premier League, basically. Diana says Tim is a regular on Guerrilla South Africa, a great service and well worth listening to when England are not playing. And Dave Wood's got a challenge for Morgul Perko to the tune of Elton John's sad songs. Bazball, they say. Bazball, they say. Bazball, they say. Bazball, they say too much.
Livingston into the attack, short and wide out of the off stump, and Rossi gets to cut this on the offside for a single.
Let's give him a little jingle. You can talk over it if he bowls again.
I am Livingston, I play for the Lightning.
Livingston short and wide again, another poor delivery, too much width. Markram again cuts away, and they go through for 2 that time. Been placed there by Markram.
Yeah, this looks like a pretty easy wicket to score runs on, it has to be said.
Yeah, it does.
Nicely paced, not a lot in it for the bowlers, and a nice hot sunny day. And run the field around. Oh, it hit the stump straight on.
Neymar Button says, now that I'm visiting the East Coast... Oh, sorry, I'll wait.
This one is driven, I think it's outside edge for Markram. Slight indecision, but they can take that single.
And Van der Lissen's batting well, 66 or 64, he's looking good.
my screen's
Then out to the off stump, comes forward and drives it. The man on the mid-off boundary, Stokes. Now the single, just going through the motion, South Africa, building this new partnership.
Yeah, well, I think we're officially in the boring middle overs, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
we are.
Well, let's just start picking up again in a couple. If they really want to get a big score, anyway.
I think this is the part of the game that will change the most over the next few years. Is, you know, this lull that both sides seem to be happy with is a real opportunity to score a lot more runs.
Well, it is and it isn't. It's
15
also an
and 30.
it's also an opportunity to lose wickets if you go at it like a T20. And I think that was what kind of England were a little bit guilty of in the ODIs. I mean, I think sometimes they just carried on biffing when, you know, having got 10 off the first 3 balls of an over, just look to milk the other 2 for a couple of singles and carry on the next over, you know. And I particularly think of Livingston getting out in that last ODI. He just hit, was it Siraj? He just hooked for 2 sixes in a row and then went for a third. I mean,
it was a bit silly.
It was a bit silly considering where the state of the game was, and there was still enough time to be able to catch it up later. Just, you know. But I think that's lack of ODIs for a while.
This one, Moen in the new over, driven, thicked out to the edge, over the head of bowler, go through for a single. Bit of impetus there shown by Markham, not quite timing it.
He hits a long ball, Markham, when he gets going as well, doesn't he?
Yeah. This one, too much width from Moen and cut away square in front of square on the offside by Nicholson, and that would go all the way to the boundary.
4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Neymar Butland says, now I'm visiting the East Coast. We have Brian Barish and Neymar as 2 gorillas on one coast, leaving the left coast unguarded by gorillas, vulnerable to alien invasions. Well, you've also got Mayank and Warren, both in New York State, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's it.
Plenty of you there, Neymar.
This one is back for length and driven on the next side, but there's no run. 2 balls to go in the 30th over. This one is driven hard to the man on the mid-on boundary route. Go through for a single.
Right, I have to oblige a man on YouTube. He wants a Craig Brathwaite jingle and he's paid us a tenner, so
that seems fair enough to me.
Last ball of the over, worked to the left side by Markham, no run, 167 for 2 after 30.
We're going to have a change. John Batham is going to come back in, and you're going to be joined by James, who had a meeting this morning, so he's back for now. Whilst you're getting yourselves in position, Stephen Kelk said, shameless out of context request to hear a Craig Brathwaite jingle based on a song by Seabound, and as he has given it to us a tenner on YouTube, he's going to get it.
Spelling ain't strong. Can you tell me if I spelled your name all wrong? I wrote it down with a C before. Now is it 2 G's? I wanna be sure. Craig Brathwaite is hard to spell, it's true, but now I've got it right. Yeah, Craig Brathwaite is.
Well, back at the game, that was Livingston's first ball, which was driven up to mid-off for a single. He's in again, and this is played out just backward of square for no run. Afternoon, James. England looking down the barrel of a mighty score here, I fear.
Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, it's a funny one, isn't it? It's almost like going back to the future a little bit. This feels like a one-day match from a fair few years ago, doesn't it?
That's a big swing from Markram, but again it goes to the man backward of square and makes a good tumbling stop and prevents possibly a boundary there. I'm not entirely sure why Livingston is bowling in this context, but perhaps someone can enlighten me. Anyway, he's in, and that's down the leg side and worked down to short fine, where I think that's Rashid on duty, and he lobs it back in. That's another single. Takes Van der Dussen to 74. 170 for 2.
I'd love to say I know why he's bowling, but I don't, I'm afraid.
Yeah, yeah. I quite often don't really understand why Livingston is bowling, but perhaps that's just me. Anyway, he's coming in to complete what's not been an awful over so far. This one is tossed up a bit more, and he gets a hand on it, and it rolls just past the stumps, and he runs back to fetch it, grabs his cap from the umpire. 170 for 2 after 31.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a little bit of, just because Rashid has bowled pretty well, he's been the most likely. Are they thinking just throw on another leggy?
Yeah, there's quite a cavernous gap between
just
Adil
a little
Rashid
bit
and Liam Livingston, isn't it? That's a bit sort of,
It's like comparing a Chihuahua and an Alsatian and both calling them dogs, admittedly, but
yeah.
I could get the lack of pace working, but you got Curran for that. Bring Curran on.
Yes, he hasn't bowled since the new ball, has he? Anyway, this is Moeen Ali coming in for his 6th over, bowling to Van der Dussen, who just pushes that one back to the bowler. And we've talked a bit about the fact that South Africa are still playing in a much more conventional sort of style. Here's Moeen again, and this is driven past the man at mid-wicket down to mid-on for a single. 171 for 2. I also get the impression that life under Butler is a little bit less proactive than it was under Morgan. I don't know whether that's fair.
A little less fluid, isn't it? It does seem to be slightly more robotic in his decisions. Like, this is the bit where I play spinners, must play spinners.
It's a bit, yeah. Here's Moeen again, anyway, and this is pushed to the man at cover, and there's no run. I mean, yeah, South Africa are kind of obviously holding back for the last 10, as Tim was telling us earlier. Here's Moeen again. This is worked again past the man at mid-wicket down to long on for another single. I think that's Joe Root down on duty down there. But yeah, equally, England seemed to be waiting for something to happen, whereas in the days of Morgan, I think we were attempting to make something happen, and I think that's the difference. Here's Moeen again, and this is reversed, and there was almost half an appeal from Butler, but the ball appears to be running down to the third man boundary, and I think they've scampered back for 3. That was well run.
That was certainly one of the things Butler used to say about why he preferred batting in white ball cricket to red ball cricket, wasn't it? Was that it's all laid out before you, it's very structured, and you know what you have to do at every single moment. Obviously in captaincy, that isn't the case. You've got to be a little bit more fluid than that.
Yeah, it's not quite as intuitive, I don't think, but then not many people are. Moeen again into Markram, who again forces this ball from the back foot down to Root, who throws it back in to Moeen. That's a quickly bowled and fairly tidy over, really. 176 for 2 off 32.
Fancy a head. Oh, sorry, go on. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to make a prediction. If England continue with the lack of pace, without Livingston, but the general lack of pace against Markram won't make 30. He is frustrated as hell at the moment, and he's not in form, particularly in this format. I'm very, very worried about him in general sense. Rossi, fantastic, but I think Markram is about to go, and it'll either go 6 or out, I think.
Well, here's Livingston again anyway. Butler persisting with Livingston. And Markram goes back and he cuts this beautifully away in front of square. And that's all the way to the cover fence.
Reverse psychology. Worked perfectly.
Well, again, it's a drag down from Livingston, really. It's too short. And he had loads of time to play it and just picked his spot and picked it really well. Here's Livingston again. This one's much fuller, but it's driven out into the same area, but much closer to the fielder, who comes round and throws it back in. It's just one more. 181 for 2. Markram's now 19. Yeah, it's all a little bit sort of unintuitive and formulaic, this. Driven again up to mid-off this time, where Stokes comes in and does the fielding. Seems to have managed to stay out there from whatever was ailing him earlier on. We were thinking he was going to have to beat a retreat to pavilion, but he didn't. Here's Livingston again, and he really opens his shoulders and launches that one over cover. That's a super shot, and that's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Well, I hope I'm not the only person thinking I hope this is the last of Livingston, because this clearly isn't working. But he's in again, and this is keeps a bit low, and he just squeezes it out to the man at extra, and there's no run. One more ball of this 33rd over to go, an expensive one for England, and now even more expensive because that's short and thrashed away through the covers for the 3rd boundary of the over.
Oh, goodness.
The number of the day. Ask for more. The number of the day is 4.
Fancy some tweets to hear some from the
because we don't seem to have heard any for a while.
So first, my yank, of course, is saying, "Excuse me, messages. I'm not from New York. I'm from Delaware, Philadelphia. Please do not insult me like that again." Leah has got no problem with Rowett being bulky, and likes my openers like I like my left arm spinners, chunky. So that's good to know. And then Spicy Golden Duck is saying, "I've read some pundits predicting the one-day game changing to 40 overs. Do you have any thoughts? Perhaps it would reduce the boring middle overs." So what do we think? Do you think that might be a way forward?
Well, I know Elizabeth Ammon was advocating that this morning. I'm not sure what I think about that, really.
I suppose if you start passing it down, if you start shaving off 10 overs here and there, you end up at T20.
Well, at a time when people are discussing too much that there's too much cricket and too much in the schedule, just replacing a 50 with a 40, I'm not sure it solves a great deal of issue, really. But there we are.
I would certainly play less 50 over internationals. That I would certainly be doing that. So instead of having a series of 5, have a series of 3, that sort of thing.
Is Moen into Rassi van der Dussen, and he puts this one out to mid-wicket on the boundary. It's thrown back in, and it's just a single. 191 for 2.
Maybe South Africa agree with you. Maybe that's why they cancelled their series with Australia.
Oh, that was all about money, my friend.
Absolutely.
Here's Moen again, and he beats the man at sort of short mid-on, and long on comes in to field again. Ball seems to be following Joe Root around at the moment, or constantly going to long on, perhaps. But I guess Moen won't mind if he's just giving away 1. He's in again. Van der Dussen tries to drive that back to the bowler again. That looked like it kept a fraction low. That might not be great news for England if they're batting second on this. Moen in again, and this one just to the other side of the stumps by Rassi, and another single takes him to 81. 193 for 2. We've certainly got a launch pad here if they want one.
As I said, it won't happen for another few overs. We tend to leave it late.
Oh, that's a lovely reverse sweep shot. It's a little bit too full from Moen, and he's reverse swept it out to the fence for 4. Beautiful timing. And unlike 40, I'll make sure I say that it bisected the fielders rather than dissected them, if you were listening earlier. This is again driven in the direction of Joe Root, who throws it back in. It's another single. We're just 2 short of the 200 now. 198 for 2 at the end of the 34th.
There's a nice discussion going on YouTube around overs, asking about, well, Lockie 6 is saying runs are the same if you score them in the early overs, the boring middle overs, or the death. Waiting to have a go is pure muppetry. But then we get into the specifics. So Scott Harrison asked, did one day internationals used to be 60 overs? Teams would get 200 and be happy. Then I remember 55 overs. The old Sunday League was 40 overs. A lot of club cricket is 45 overs. And by the way, Stephen Kelk is asking, isn't there a boring middle overs jingle, by the way?
Something else for Gorilla to think about.
And also, by the way, he says the Craig Brathwaite song we played was the wrong one.
Right, okay. Well, that's very slack, especially if you paid a especially if the person paid a tenner for it. That's even worse. Paying a tenner and getting the wrong song. Well, we were advocating, if we wanted pace off the ball, for the return of Sam Curran, and here is little Sammy Curran back into the attack with his bleached hair. He's in and he bowls, and this is played to... Oh, there's a shot at the stumps. It was played to mid-on. There was a shot at the stumps. I think they would have been home anyway. And it's 1 to the total. Takes Markram to 34. Let's have a look at that again on the replay. There was a shy at the stumps. Yeah, he was comfortably home. He'd run well. It actually hit his bat, I think, and knocked it out of his hand. Here is Sam Curran again. Round the wicket. Well, this is short, and it's pulled out towards mid-wicket. Fielder races round. That's Johnny Bairstow. He does well, keeps them down to 1. But that's the 200 up for South Africa.
What did you guys think of the England series with India? I watched bits and pieces, but not enough to really give an opinion. What were your thoughts?
I thought our batting was pretty dreadful and our bowling was almost worse, but there you go. This is Sammy Curran. He's in, and again they're taking a run to mid-off this time. There's another shy at the stumps. Again, I think they would have been home. So in which case, that's good running.
Yeah, the bowling kind of looked like 8th string, didn't it? Which is, I guess, with all the injuries, what it actually is. The batting sort of, looked like that too, but unfortunately everyone was a first pick, which was interesting. But I do think it is interesting. When you create any change, there is a sort of destabilising moment, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Curran again. He's in, and this is edged wide of Butler, and that's gone very fine. Can the fielder get round? There's a big dive, but it's beaten him and gone into the boundary for 4. That was a very skinny edge, that one. Just enough to get it wide of Butler. And I think it's Joe Root down there, isn't it? He was just too wide coming round. Couldn't cut it off. 205 for 2. Here's Van der Dussen again. This is short, pulled away. Just backward of square to long leg. Thrown back in. It's another run. Van der Dussen's gone to 87 now. This is a pretty big stand already, isn't it? I'm trying to remember when the second wicket fell. But they seem to be piling up the runs. Markram briefly stands away from the stumps. I think there's been a field change. Mid-on's going back onto the boundary fence. Mid-off still in the circle. Here is Curran, he's in, he bowls, and this is driven to that man that's gone back on the boundary at mid-on. And it's another single, 207 for 2. That's the end of the 35th.
In terms of overs and how many overs these matches should be, Lucky Six is suggesting on YouTube that we bring on the 1 over World Cup. 6-6 is the future. Just cut to the super over.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
And Dara Azizi is saying this is the worst test team I have seen in a while. Is that England or South Africa?
Yes, let's tell us which one. Just now look at the partnership. Partnership is 62.
Yeah, I thought it was growing rapidly.
And it's inside 10 overs as well, so it's a good pace.
I don't like the idea of a super over competition. That's a lofted drive. That's a beautiful shot. Just one bounce, 4 to mid off.
Batters won't get caught. Retain defensive shots. Baby, it's the boring middle overs. No one swings the bat. Not much to look at. Baby, it's the boring middle overs.
There we are. There's our jingle for the boring middle overs that we were talking about. But, here's Moen again to Markram, who gives himself a little bit of room and drills it out on the offside. Stokes comes in and sort of slings the return back in. Just a single, 212 for 2. No, I think the idea of a super over only tournament, I hope Annie Chave isn't listening if that's being talked about. She won't like that idea at all. If she is listening, keep getting well, Annie. She's pushed back to mid-on, where there's a sort of sprawling stop, which prevents a single.
At the end of the over, we can tell you about a new format someone's come up with for the World Cup that could be interesting.
Yet another one. Here we go. Here is Moen. He's in again, and this is just pushed out gently on the leg side. Mid-wicket has to make a few yards to his right to field, and it's one more run. 213 for 2. Van der Dussen to 88 now. We're seeing a replay of an earlier shot. I'm not quite sure why. Well, this is spooned up, and it's beaten the fielder. It's beaten short third. It was a reverse sweep, and they've scampered back for 2. I'm not sure that quite went to plan for Markram.
No, his innings generally hasn't gone to plan, but he's making it count at the moment.
There is Moen again, and Van der Dussen goes, and Markram goes back and plays that out on the leg side. No run. Almost seemed to kind of stumble forward in playing that shot, but that's the end of the 36. Anyway, 215 for 2.
Do you want to hear this idea?
Yeah,
so this is
hit us
from
with it, Jake.
Diego de Silly Pants. I think World Cup should be like snooker. Each round increase overs. 20s in round robin, 40 quarterfinals, 75 semi-finals, 99 final. Test every team's mettle.
I love that.
It would go on forever, wouldn't it? It would literally just go on forever and ever.
I love that format. It's awesome.
Perpetual World Cup, just. Oh dear.
I mean, we got a money thing here. A £5 for Jason to say, "I hate you, Butler," like Blakey from On the Bosses.
Very bizarre. Very bizarre. I think there's probably only two people on this call at the moment that would know who that was. Isn't it? Oh dear, this is slipped out of Curran's hand. I think that's going to be a no ball. That's going to be a no ball for above waist height, I think.
I think surely Blakey is. I know Blakey is. That's a kind of a comedy icon, right? From
absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
A different age.
Yeah, I think that's a no ball.
It's one of those ones where it's mighty close, isn't it? It's 50-50.
Are they still deciding? No, they've obviously decided it's not a no ball. He got away with that one, I think. Here's Curran again, and this is hoiked down to long on, where I think that's Bryden Cass out there, isn't it? He's thrown that back in. It's just one run. That was a fairly ugly looking shot, but kept the scoreboard ticking anyway.
I think Leah's cracked the World Cup thing. Just do a coin tossing World Cup, all done in one afternoon.
Dear, please, please, enough already. Here's Curran, and this is quite short and pulled away through mid wicket. Is Bairstow going to get across? Yes, he is. That's really well done by Bairstow. But then he fumbles it, trying to throw it back in, and I think that might allow them to get back for 3. Did it not? That little fumble. Oh, maybe not. Maybe just 2. But he certainly did well to stop the 4 anyway. We've got a slight delay while Markram does up his bootlace, which seems to have come adrift. It's a right palaver if your shoelace comes adrift, isn't it? Because you have to take all your gloves off. All that paraphernalia. But we're ready again, I think. In comes the bleach-haired Curran, and this is driven back at him, and he fields it and throws it back at the stumps. That might have been quite interesting had it been accurate, but it wasn't. But Butler applauds it anyway. But it's a dot ball, which is enough of a rarity these days.
Something the English bowlers need to get a lot more of. They need to somehow stem the flow of runs.
They do, but this is short from Curran, and it's pulled away and brings Bairstow into action again, and again he does well, and he keeps them down to 1. He's certainly brisk around that boundary. Is Johnny B, and he's done well.
But there is a sense, isn't there? A little bit more pressure's been put onto the accelerator, hasn't there, in the past couple of overs?
Definitely. They've pushed a little bit earlier than I expected.
Yeah.
Definitely have, which is good from a South African point of view. I thought they would wait a bit longer.
They heard you earlier, Tim, and they were determined to prove you wrong. Well, that's actually a slow full toss down the leg side, which they don't take full toll of. It's just pushed out to sort of short fine leg for a single, and we've got all the 2s up. 2 for 2 at the end of the over.
They've scored 52 of the last 6 overs. That's nearly 9 and over.
Yeah, it's looking very good if you're of a South African persuasion. It has to be said.
I tell you one thing we could do is reinvent the World Cup again. Dave Wood's got a suggestion this time, which is we could do a reverse World Cup where only the top 8 ranked teams play in the prelims for the right to meet the lesser teams in the group stages.
Oh my word!
Kind of
like the top 8 teams would agree to that thought.
I could see India and England and Australia being all over that.
Can you see the BCCI saying, yes, let me stick my hand up for that?
Sounds great.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen, I'm afraid. But what can you do? I think there must be a drinks interval.
There is a drinks break.
Happening.
Yeah.
Which is not surprising given the heat. But, so we have a small pause on.
What do you think South Africa want to get now? What do you think they'll be thinking that they can get?
350.
Yeah.
I was thinking 320 about an hour ago. It's now 350.
Oh yeah, they've got to push for that. I mean, that's what 10 and over from here.
If you look at the games we played against England today, in that first game, the reason why we lost is because we didn't score 350, 360. We scored 318. We left 50 runs in the dressing room, 100%. We definitely went through the motions far too much. It's been a noticeable difference in this approach of batting. Very noticeable. They realised that, as Bear was saying, it's a hot summer. Pitches have been good all summer. They've been good for batting. Let's make hay. Let's get to 350, 360 plus.
And I suppose Van der Dusen is the kind of guy who can do that. He's, he can set the platform, but then kick on.
He is fantastic at that. He goes through the parameters, the 8s, 9s, 10s, easily. He's very good at that.
Yeah, he seems to have a good pace clock in his head, very much so. And they'll be looking to him to steer this latter stage of the innings, obviously. But England look pretty toothless, it has to be said, albeit on a wicket that's not offering them anything.
Well, I'm very interested to see how South Africa go. Nokia looked toothless against England Day. He looked like he was going through the motions. He's just come back from a very serious injury. Shamsi struggled in that first game as well with his rhythm, trying to find right lines, right lengths. So it's going to be very interesting to see how South Africa's bowlers go. Both quality bowlers, but at the moment, not quite finding their best at the moment.
Yeah. And of course, no Kagisa in this format. So
no Rabada. It's gonna play a part. Definitely.
Who is one hell of a bowler in my view. Looking forward to seeing him in the Test match. I'll be interested to see if England can play their aggressive brand of Test cricket against him. I think that might be very interesting to see. I'm not sure they'll succeed with that.
Talking of the Tests, Easy Ollie on YouTube says that Van der Dusen's going to go full Daryl Mitchell in the Tests.
He could do. He could well do. Anyway, we're back playing, and it's Brighton Cast who's into the attack, and this one is played to wide third man. They've scampered back for 2. They've done very well there. Van der Dusen now 95 with a century beckoning. It'll be a very worthy century should he get there. He's played this very well today. Here's Cast again, and this is on his pads, and he plays it out to deep square, where I think that's Mr. Livingston, I presume, who's thrown it in. And one more run.
Do you want a bleak vision of the future from Jay Grover? There will be no internationals, World Cups or Champions Cups, just the IPL, like a boot stamping on a human face forever.
Oh, I know it's hot today, but that's just far too morbid. That's too morbid even for me. Here's Cast again, and this is played back down the pitch. It bounced on him a little bit, and Cast fills off his own bowling. I think Bear would tell you, because I don't think we've met before, guys. I think Bear would tell you I'm one of the more pessimistic members of the Guerrilla Cricket Brigade. I'm possibly even more pessimistic than Hendo, but not even I'm going down the road of only the IPL. I refuse to take that less travelled road. So here's Cars again. He's in, and this is mistimed by Markram, and just goes out on the leg side, and there's no run.
I thought maybe Jay Grover had gone full Minority Report precog there, and in 25 years we'll look back on this tweet and go, he knew. God, he knew.
He better not. He better not. I want something better than that to watch in my dotage, it has to be said. Here is Cars again. He's in, and this is he attempts to pull this Markram, but I think it's on him quicker than he thought it would be, and it just kind of spoons behind the wicket and drops short of Butler. This is a pretty good effort ball actually by Cars. Yeah, he just didn't get hold of that at all. In fairness, it was probably there to hit, but he just didn't get onto it. Here's Cars again. He's in and bowls, and this one he does pull away through the mid-wicket area, and there's no one out there, and it's going to go all the way for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That takes Markram to within 1 of 50.
Does Cars not know that South Africans are good on the short ball?
Well, he better learn quick if he doesn't know that, because yeah.
They're his countrymen, or former countrymen.
And there's a suggestion here about how we can get ratings through the roof from Lucky 6. If it gets any hotter, everyone should just nude up. Ratings would go through the roof. I don't know if you mean crowd or batsman. I hope you don't mean batsman. Leg before wicket's going to take on a whole new meaning.
I thought for a minute he meant us. I was going to say that's definitely not a good idea.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mean us. Let's keep the fingers crossed for that.
Yeah. That's another road I'm not going down, let me tell you. But there we are. Well, 12 overs to go in this innings now. 12 overs left, and it's Sammy Curran again. He's in and bowls, and this is played out to cover, no run. My pictures seem to have gone into slow motion again, chaps.
So have mine. It's not just you.
So it's not just me. That's a relief. I think they're coming back again now. Here's Sammy Curran. He's in and he bowls, and this is that's badly directed. That's on outside leg stump, and it's just flicked around the corner for 4 runs, and that takes Van der Dussen to 100. Well batted, sir.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,
100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
It's third 100 in 36 ODIs, apparently. And a very good one it was.
He's insanely good at white ball cricket, Russell Van der Dussen. It is quite remarkable. Played 10 years of first class cricket before playing for South Africa. Remarkable stuff.
He's waiting again as Curran comes in, and this is short and pulled away. And this might, that's a good sliding stop actually, and relayed off to, I think that's Rashid, and they've come back to 2. I was going to say, when you're on 96, that's certainly the sort of ball you want, isn't it? You want a nice little half volley on leg stump that you can go, let me just tickle that round the corner for 4. And Sammy Curran obliged him. He bowled well early on, Sam Curran, but he hasn't bowled particularly well since he came back. Anyway, he's in again and bowls, and Van der Dussen's across his stumps and getting it out into the leg side, and they're going to scoot back for 2 more again. And these runs are coming very quickly now. 237 for 2.
Felt like at the start of the match he adapted very quickly, didn't he, Curran? He understood the sort of pitch that it was almost straight away in the way that Potts didn't. But he seems to have lost that now.
He seems to have forgotten that after a couple of hours in the outfield. He's probably got brain fry, I should think, in this heat. But this one is played up to mid-off, no run. 237 for 2. 1 to come in the 39th over. And South Africa continue to forge on towards a pretty large score here. Van der Dussen waits again, lifts his bat in anticipation. Curran's in, and this is pushed out on the offside. I think this time it will just be 1, and it will. 238 for 2, Van der Dussen 105, 11 overs to go.
Good thing for England is they've had a good summer of chasing. Might be a different format, but they know how to chase good totals.
I don't know about chasing. They've had a good summer of chastening in white ball cricket, where they've not been terribly clever. But there we go.
On that pessimistic note, should we go over to the tweets that explore pessimism a bit more? So Josie, okay, it was saying pessimistic. Call that pessimistic. I believe that we could go further with it. And then Jay Grover has put forward his future-looking pessimism of Orwell versus Philip K. Dick. Neither jolly. So I don't know if that's a choice that we have to take.
Oh my goodness.
That's not much of a choice, I would say, but hey ho. Anyway, Brian Pass has bowled another one which is played down to fine leg for a single, or long leg perhaps.
I was going to say that Sam Curran does look suspiciously like Rutger Hauer had a Bring Your Son to Work day on Blade Runner. So maybe it's Philip K. Dick is more appropriate for this.
He's always looked ridiculously young, Sammy Curran. He looks like his mum should have made him a packed lunch before she sent him to play cricket. Doesn't he really? But anyway, here's Cars again to Markram, who needs 1 for 50. He's in and bowls, and he tries to play that one, but it's actually down the leg side, and it's signalled wide by the umpire. My favourite jingle for a wide, that is. 240 for 2. So that's another ball that England have to bowl. And Markram still needing 1 for 50. Here's Cars. He's in, and that will be 50. He's just played that out on the leg side. And Bairstow comes in off the boundary, I think. And it's the single that he needed. 50 and 47 balls. It's 450 and 39 ODIs. 241 for 2.
Much needed runs from Aidan Markram. He knows that he hasn't delivered in this format for South Africa. Hugely important context of his future.
Here is Cars, runs in and bowls a short one, which Van der Dussen decides not to have anything to do with, and lets it go through. Seeing lots of pictures of water bottles being handed out by stewards to spectators. Ice cubes and all sorts. And a loud yellow umbrella as Cars comes in again, and this is played out on the leg side. And 1 run again. 243 for 2.
On YouTube, there's a discussion going on about the lack of fast bowlers at the moment. Andrew Williamson saying Mark Wood's injured again. He played for his club on Saturday and has suffered because of it. He needs more surgery now. Who'd be an English fast bowler? Doomed. Stephen Kelk sighs to that. England doesn't have any fast bowlers, Lockie 6 says.
misses are out today, aren't they? Cast is in and bowls, and this is played up to Stokes at mid-on, and they run through for another single. But yeah, there seems to be a lot of elbow stuff going on, doesn't there? Because this is Joffre's issue, or it certainly was. If he might have a different issue now, but yeah, there's certainly a lot of fast bowling injuries right now. But, Cast is in again and bowls, and this is driven out through cover, and the fielder has to scamper around, and they get back for 2. 244 for 2. I think we're about to have another switcheroo. I think Mr. Bishop is coming in, and I'm going to bid you farewell until the second innings.
Thank you very much, John. Beautifully done. And Tim, take care. Lovely to have South African voices with us.
Congratulations on your first date with Twitter, James.
Oh, well, I actually have done it before, but I obviously didn't do it very memorably.
I'm sorry.
no, sorry. Or maybe I did it memorably in the wrong direction.
Memorably in the wrong direction. Fabulous effort. This 100-run partnership, of course, is up for Rassie van der Dusen and Aidan Markram. Third wicket, isn't it? Am I right? Gonna have to go some. Well, Riverside. Yes. It's 140 not out. Is the record? Would you believe it? By Jayawardene and Sangakkara together. That was against England in 2006. England have played 15 here times at the Riverside. 1-9, I think. It's going to be Adil Rashid, who's going to continue over the wicket. Van der Dusen whips him away into the onside. That should be fielded. That looked like, was that Phil Salt? Did I see in a blur there? I believe it was. We'll just get a single. Van der Dusen will back on strike. Oh, they must have taken 2. I'll take it back. Kept a little bit low, that, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, yeah.
You did. Can I just check with you, James, which was the last tweet that got read?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hold on 1 second. I think it was... Hold on. Bear with me.
Whilst you have a look for that, Rashid has been stopped in his tracks because Rassie van der Dusen wasn't quite ready. He is ready now. That was a leg break thrown up well wide of leg stump. And van der Dusen does help it down to Salt, who's at deep backward square, and there is just a single. 247 for 2. We had 2 balls of Rashid's 8th over. In he skips again. Pulled beautifully away square, and I think that is going to be just about intercepted. And we've got... Now, I didn't think David Willey was playing, therefore he is on as a sub-fielder for Ben Stokes, do we assume?
That would be the guess, wouldn't it? Yeah.
We were, of course, deprived cruelly of Willie bowling to de Kock, which was, really would have been, had the pawn bot, probably blowing a fuse or 2.
Talking of de Kock's and Willie's, the last tweet was about Philip K. Dick.
Oh, fair enough. Thank you. That's good.
Rashid
I just didn't want to miss out on Hendo's one.
And just played away defensively. Rashid fields off his own bowling. Now, in the World Cup, the average first innings score, only 3 games really, but the average first innings score was 282. Now that's going to be comfortably beaten. In 2018 it was 310, which is the highest it's ever been at the Riverside in ODIs, but that's not really good stat because only 1 ODI was played that year, and it's by England against Australia. I think Markram was thinking about sweeping there. It was a little bit straighter, a little bit fuller, and in the end he just kind of toe ends it away backward a square and gets a single.
And we can see Bairstow's actually off the field, isn't he?
I hate to be gingerist, however.
You have been gingerist.
Possibly a hot weather and theme developing here as we wait for Rashid. That's on middle stump. It's a little bit uppish with one hand off the bat by Van der Dusen away towards mid wicket. In comes Salt, who then batters into Cast. you would forgive any fielding side for being a tad ragged today, I would imagine. And
That
Salt
comment
Pass
was-
there seemed to have made a bit of a comedy act of that.
That comment of yours was almost in the "I'm not racist, but" category.
Some of my best friends are ginger.
Well,
are you going to say that
that's
next?
right.
No, I'm not going to say it, although it is actually true.
Oh dear. Brian tells us Matt Parkinson's bowling against Northampton isn't helping him get back into the England team. 5 overs, no maidens, 39 runs. Dave Wood says your pictures aren't in slow motion. That's just how the pace Sam Curran bowls at. Madan Mohan Sharma said, had Kohli been leading India would have finished last. He seldom wins a toss. And Hendo says, Rassie van der Dusen showing you don't have to marmalise the ball to score 100 and better than run a ball on a slow pitch.
Yeah, he's absolutely not wrong, is he? It's been a gorgeous innings. Made 93 and 80 on his first 2 ODIs, did Rassie, both against Pakistan at St George's and Kingsmead in 2019.
He really seems to have just read the wicket perfectly, doesn't he? I mean, it's astonishing, and there's plenty of time now for him to kind of loosen his shoulders a little bit.
Yeah, he's absolutely a class act, the
Yeah,
33-year-old
very
from Pretoria. I remember him batting at the Oval in the World Cup. I think he made a 50 there before Jofra Archer, remember him, removed him. And although they rather subsided, South Africa, while he was making that 50, I seem to think that the game was very much in the balance. Ben Stokes is going to be back into the attack.
I thought he could hardly walk.
Well, this is the thing about Ben Stokes, isn't it?
Yeah.
One does think that, and yet here he is.
I think he heard your ginger comment. As soon as he heard that, the hat came off the head. Give me full song, he said.
We'll show that, Bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Indeed he will. I noticed that Diana Patterson has commented on me being a rather ghostly figure on my background. Yeah, I am not in my usual commentary station by any manner of means today. Stokes, in he bounds, right arm over, and is pulled by Markram out to deep mid-wicket, where the floppy-hatted David Willey is ready to field, so it will just be a single. In some ways he hit that too well, because it only gave him time to run the one. Moves him on to 112 though.
You do look slightly, for the benefit of people not watching on YouTube, as though you're being interviewed for a documentary and we're trying to protect your identity. I feel like we have to robotise your voice as well.
Well, I'm either an ex-criminal underworld king, or worse still, goodness knows what I might be. 253 for 2. I'll tell you what Rassie van der Dusen is. He's a top-class act, and he's 112 off the 100 balls he has faced. I was just looking to see what his 129, I think, his highest ODI score, which he got in Pal this year against India. I think Bavuma got 100 in that game as well. South Africa, I recall, won. He averages 71 in his ODI.
Yeah, phenomenal.
It's not a bad effort, is it?
I've just worked out Tony's actually Supergrass.
In comes Stokes. This is driven straight to extra cover. Will get a single. South Africa 254 for 2. We're into the final 10, and one does assume. Where do we end up on the GPL today, Messrs? I would think
there were only
reasonably
5
high.
entries.
Yeah.
I think I had the highest one of 613, probably something like that.
So you'd have to be looking at a score. Oh, I think that's not enough. We'll wait for Stokes, who is in. This one is hauled away quite high. Has it got enough? Oh, has it ever? Way over deep mid wicket. A couple of bounces into the fence, and it's one of these. Which I assume is either playing or played.
4.
Yeah, there it is. It has now played. No, or umpire says. I think it's Mike Burns and is it the Richard Kettleborough, the other one? I wasn't quite sure. Pretty sure one was Mike Burns.
I should tell you, mate.
Who was doing signalling there. In comes Stokes again, wide of off stump, and this one is crunched away through cover by Markram. It's going to beat the man out there. It's a second consecutive 4 conceded by a rather hot unbothered and generally below par looking Ben Stokes. Straight onto leg, got the treatment one side. Straight onto off, got the treatment the other side.
Do you think it's been impressive how this has been a controlled innings? Even now, when they're opening up, there's no improvisations or funky shots. This is just them slowly going up through the gears.
No, it has been absolutely superb. It's been a terrific partnership. 118 of shade over 16 overs since these two came together. And it's been quality stuff. Stokes in, whipped away again, away down through towards mid-wicket. This time just a single.
He hasn't got his radar right here, has he, Stokes?
No, he hasn't. Well, Markram's going tidily as well. 64 off 50 for him.
Yeah,
obviously 113. Yeah, he has indeed. He's been going along extremely well indeed. Poor old Ben Stokes is huffing, puffing, walking quite carefully. I did nearly say gingerly and stop myself in my track. Walking quite carefully. He turns. He's going to be over the wicket. That's pulled off his hip quite brilliantly. Backward of square. A misfield, I'm afraid, by Liam Livingstone. Means they can take a fairly comfortable 2. I think you've just got to be a little bit forgiving of the odd misfield. It's hard work out there. I mean, I went to go out in the garden and used to put some various water bowls around for small animals to come and sup from. I had to put on a strong pair of shoes because I couldn't walk across my terrace. It was that.
Yeah, no, it's like Dudley Moore in 10. You remember him in 10? Dudley Moore in 10 when he was on the beach.
Of course. Yes.
Running down the beach.
That's a regular occurrence in Australia in summer. Jade says, Rutger Hauer, bring your son to work days. It's cheered me up, however briefly.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a lovely image.
Leah says, Karen looks like his great-grandfather had to immigrate to Argentina. How many other ways can you say that, Leah? You don't miss that.
Yeah. Rashid will continue. Reverse swept, very fine. Off goes Joe Root in pursuit. He will haul it in, and it'll be 2 more to the score. Markram moves on to 67. South Africa march relentlessly on at 267 for 2. I'm not even sure, James, that was premeditated. Do you think that was premeditated? I think he played that as he saw it. At the time
I agree with you. I think that was he's in the zone now, right?
Rashid again looking for the leg break. Down the track comes Markram, nudges towards mid-on, takes a single.
It feels like they're both at that moment where they feel like they can do anything that they want to do, but actually they're being kind of restrained with that power.
Yeah, I think they need to do everything they can to push it along as much as they can, because they're only 2 wickets down. They've got 7 overs left.
This one's pulled again by Van der Dusen. Again, it's going to beat deep mid-wicket. And again, and I think that's Johnny Bairstow back, it's going to be 4 more. Yeah, that was just slightly short, and it seemed like Van der Dusen just had all the time he could possibly want to dispatch that, which he duly did. 272 for 2, 3 balls left of this Rashid over. High this time. Has he got enough? No, it's dropped. He's got enough, or he's managed to get not enough to find Johnny Bairstow out at deep mid-wicket. We'll get him 2 more.
But they heard you, Messi. I mean, they heard you, and they do need to do this now, don't they? It's all very good being correct. Now they just need to go a bit crazy.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps they should. Aidan Markram, of course, played a season for Durham, didn't he? I think in 2018, before he moved to Hampshire. Don't know whether that was white ball or some red ball. I can't recall, but he'll be familiar enough with the Riverside. As in comes Rashid, swept high. Taken, dropped by Bairstow. In he came. I think that was into his hands. It was one of those really difficult forward diving catches. Bairstow's pretty safe pair of hands, particularly out on the boundary, but I just think he either didn't quite get there. We'll have a look for you now. It was a sort of a pull, high pull. I think he did get there.
Yeah,
as he fell, out it popped.
I think he'll be disappointed with that.
Really good shot.
It would have been a great catch, I think, but Bairstow is a guy who's capable of pulling those off. But it seemed like almost he was going the wrong way to start with. He seemed to wrong foot himself and then move in the right direction.
Yes.
I think that cost him.
Yeah.
That last will be defended by Van der Dusen, who will take that life, I think. And they are looking to chance their arm, are they not? And
yeah,
why not with a platform that they've created? Messers.
Mayank's concerned for the bear. He's seen all these fires on news in London and hoping that Sydenham isn't in danger. Roger Melly says, have you heard about the latest James Bond movie? He starts as a man and transitions to a woman. It's called Coctopussy. I'll pay that one, Rog. I'll pay that. And Mayank responding to previous abuse in relation to his being from Roger, in fact, about being a Man U fan, said, rather be criminally insane as a Man U fan than support Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal. Said, you're picking a lot of enemies there, Mayank. Dave Wood said you should overdub Tony's voice with that of Jerry Adams.
Stokes in, flicked again off his legs to deep backward square.
Do you remember that time before
they get a single?
The peace process where even Jerry Adams' voice couldn't be heard? So you would be in your silhouette there as Jerry Adams, and then they'd have to have an actor, a Northern Irish actor, doing his voice. Because his voice by itself was too dangerous.
It was. We're going to have another look at that Johnny Bairstow drop. He kind of starts. He almost runs in a circle to it. Yeah, he sort of ran in sort of elliptically towards it, which didn't help him. As this one's pulled to deep backward square, fielded by Liam Livingston, who is at the station out there. Poor old Johnny Bairstow. I mean, it was a tough one. It's a hot day. I mean, you should take them at an international level. He did get to it. He did get both hands to it. He was tumbling to his right, and you expect to see them taken. But I'm in a forgiving mood.
He's still sighing. Of course, he beats himself up about it.
Tough competitor, isn't he?
Yeah.
He, of course, is sporting a very floppy sun hat.
I wouldn't want to be in close proximity to him when he goes off the field.
Yeah.
No, Stokes, in he comes. Smashed, but not really got hold of, actually, by Markram. We'll find Phil Salt out on the deep cover boundary, just a single.
God, Stokes looks knackered. He looks like he's just got off a boat party in Ibiza after being out all day in the sun and drinking all these lagers. I mean, he just looks...
He sounds like the voice of experience to me, Joan.
Or he's been caught in a pot and he's about to be served for somebody's dinner. First time I ever went night diving, I literally genuinely surprised to see that lobsters were actually blue. As onto the back foot goes Van der Dusen, guides this away quite carefully, away to Joe Root, who's now at extra cover. Just a single. Markram back onto strike. 2 balls left of the 44th over, being bowled by Test captain Ben Stokes.
I agree it's so wrong, Tony, but what I don't understand is why that suddenly came out of nowhere.
Why what came out of nowhere, sorry?
You seeing lobsters at night?
Well, because I'd said he looks like something that had come out of a pot.
Oh, sorry.
Which is what lobsters are sort of farmed in, aren't they?
Yeah.
As this one is down on the 45, work around the corner. And Sam Curran puts his hand up and genuinely looks like he can barely walk the extra 2 or 3 yards to go and pick it up again.
I know, these young'uns, they shouldn't be out in heat like this. No. I don't want to see his mum bring in a nice towel for him at the end of the...
What if his hair dye all starts running?
That is a real concern. He'll go off the field a brunette.
He might. I was going to say he might start off one colour and then turn into something completely different.
Like a lobster. He's doing his own lobster.
He's doing the reverse lobster. He's going from cooked.
His own Giuliani moment.
Yes, exactly.
He did do one speech, didn't he, where you could literally see it.
Yeah.
Dripping down. Is the hair dye dripping? I think that may be a no ball from Ben Stokes. I think it was. Now, on a day like this, what is the one thing you really do not want to be doing? Well, several things.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
One is you don't want to be giving away a free hit. 2. You really don't want to be bowling an extra ball you don't have to bowl. In he comes anyway.
You're allowed to you lose the Zimmer frame.
Elbows pumping. This one's pulled high by Van der Dusen. Dropped short of Liam Livingstone, who's out there at deep square. And actually, I suspect they will only get the 1 run for it. They will. So not so costly for England, probably a bit more costly for Ben Stokes' energy reserve. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely. But it's interesting, isn't it? They're not quite middling it at the moment. That moment of acceleration where they've got to go all guns blazing, they haven't quite found it. There's a lot of plugging just before the boundary rope, isn't there?
There is. As we wait for Stokes, who thinks of his bowling from the Lumley end, and he's in. It strays onto leg. It's pulled high. It's pulled handsomely. It's pulled through mid wicket, and it's pulled for 4. None for 44 off 5 for Ben Stokes. Van der Dusen and Markram have a mid-wicket conference and a chance for a bit of a cool down, which gives us, with the score on 283 for 2, 7 overs left, the chance to get some messages off Messi Jez.
The Jersey jingle. Excuse me. It says Ben Stokes not bowling because he's hurt. Not likely. He's like the Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Come on and fight, you bastard. It's just a flesh
wound. Chris TV says was similarly hot when Rassi got his top score in PAL. Maybe Rassi's performance correlate with temperatures.
By the way, sorry, Mrs. They have doomed, I suspect. They have got the highest third wicket partnership at Durham, so that 140 from what Jaya Wardner in Sangakkara in 2006 has been passed by Rassi Van der Dusen and Aidan Markram. I had a feeling they would get there when I started my commentary stint, and they have indeed. What are you chuckling about? Something's got you chuckling, Message.
Leah's accepted my challenge to find different ways of describing Karen as the same thing. He says he looks like part of a Gregory Pep plan that is thwarted by Laurence Olivier.
This was the dentist. What's the one with the dentist? What film am I thinking of?
The Marathon Man.
Marathon
Man.
Warren says is Tony Bishop commentating incognito? And
it is me.
Jay Grover says,
and I'm in Claygate, not Cognito. As we wait, Rashid is pulled again out towards deep mid wicket. Johnny Bairstow Fields, just a single.
Too short again from Rashid.
Yeah,
but England are doing well to keep the pace off the ball.
Yeah, agree.
I think that's they're just finding it hard to hit away.
Comes Rashid. That was looking for the googly. He probably got it. It was top edged by Markram. Moeen Ali is the man now stationed on the 45. I mean, someone has to. Maybe there's a requirement to have a quite a longish beard if you're on the 45. Because when Adil Rashid's not there, it's Moeen Ali. But it dropped short of him. In comes Rashid, who's bowling. That seemed to keep a little bit low. It was pushed through, and Van der Dusen had a real swing and a miss, but was misfielded at kind of ankle height by Joss Butler, but it was a precious dot ball. Previous
Grove has a description of the bear with sunburn. Lobster farmed in pot.
It's true. Pulled again out towards deep mid wicket, fielded by Cass, who's really sort of come round from some deep mid on.
I think that's going to be really interesting, actually, when South Africa bowl. That point you were making, Messi, about the pace off, because I think Curran got that within a couple of balls. He was bowling cutters, wasn't he? I feel like we haven't seen enough of that from England.
Oh, that's a extraordinary ball, short and well wide of the leg stump of Markram, and he doesn't really get on it as much as he wanted, and just gets a single for what was an almighty smear in an attempt to haul it away over mid wicket.
I don't like it.
What is the this is? That was rather better by Van der Dusen, but it ends up in the same place, fielded by Bryden Cass, who is out there. What was that jingle?
I think Van der Dusen is cooked myself. I really do.
Well, he was bending over. We saw him just bending over, exhausted. His shirt is basically a puddle of sweat, sort of sticking to his back.
Yeah, we haven't seen. I was expecting today we'd see a moment of someone taking their helmet off and then pouring water out of it. Pouring sweat out of it like you used to see. I feel a bit let down actually.
Well, no, you're probably. We've certainly seen a lot of people getting water in the crowd, and handing out ice cubes and all sorts.
Yeah, I just want to check something with the bear. I don't know if you got the message that the sponsored Craig Brathwaite jingle that he played was the wrong one. It wasn't the one that Stephen was looking for. Bear, is there another one available?
He's a determined fella, and I just gotta tell you, he could bet on endlessly. All those balls faced by Craigie Brathwaite, you know he can bet eternally.
Well, it's Liam Livingston time, who starts with a leg break, which Van der Dusen again, rather wristily in a way, carts out to long on where Jason Roy fields.
To be fair to Butler, we've been giving him a bit of stick, but I imagine it wasn't in his plan today to have Livingston bowling at this moment. But it does feel like he's read what's happening. He's understood that pace off is working.
You mean he's read the game, or he's literally read a message? As that one's a shout for LBW. And they're going to have to hurry. It was all sorts going on there. Livingston seems to be enjoying it.
Do we know what the codes are for the different bowlers?
Well, I saw one which said E4. Now I don't know whether the letters actually equate to a number, and I don't know. No is the answer.
I wonder if that was just what they were going to watch on TV later. E4. I see.
Yes.
Maybe Butler's more of a more-for guy. I don't know. But
Livingston pulls out of that next delivery, which he was bowling to Van der Dusen. I suspect that might have been keeping Markram honest, who was possibly looking to back up a little too far. In skips Livingston. This one is top edged as he almost fell off his feet. After it goes Moeen Ali coming round from short fine leg, and it all ends up with one run, which Van der Dusen clearly looks like he probably wished he hadn't run in a hurry.
Oh my God, yeah.
Because he is now at the point where you slightly genuinely worry for him. Both of these South African batsmen, remember, they've just got the highest third wicket partnership for South Africa. They've got the highest third wicket partnership ever at the Riverside. It's moved on to what has it moved on to?
Decision reviewed.
Oh, it's reviewed, was it? Let's have a look. It was a sweep. It was, I think it missed everything.
It hit the inside of his thigh, didn't it? His right thigh.
Did it catch the right thigh on the way through?
Think so.
If it did, I'm not sure that part of his right thigh is in line.
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
does
it hit the very top of his thigh.
It did hit the top of his thigh. So if you imagine looking at the stump, if he's in a kneeling position, and the little bird and the Royal London logo is on the front of the stump, you can see the R and the O, the rest of his leg, of his upper thigh, covering the rest of the words Royal London. But I think he's surely, unless they're looking for an ultra edge, which they have. Now that would suggest there's some bat on that.
Yeah, it looked like there was a tickle there, didn't there? At faintest of disturbances.
Which means if it went through to Butler, they're actually appealing for a catch behind. Let's have another look. He does possibly thigh. It's missing the wickets. The review is lost.
Yeah.
But he definitely got something on that. So if Butler must not have taken that cleanly.
No, Bear's suggesting we've got it completely wrong.
Okay.
They're suggesting there wasn't anything on the bat, even though there was a tiny trickle, and they were going for LBW, and it wasn't out.
Ah, well, to me, there was a tickle, yes. This one is powered away by Markram and taken by Bairstow on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Had he not taken it, it would have been 6, but it just dropped. He didn't have to run or fall or tumble. He simply had to stand there, took it smartly, and do you know what? I'm not entirely sure Markram's going to be that upset.
Top edge,
he's going to...
for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out.
It was
excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
Bairstow has a little look round at the crowd. So there you go, I told you I could do it. He judged that beautifully, didn't he, James?
He made it look so simple. It just you could just imagine that he was just in the backyard and someone had just thrown it to him from 3 yards. It just plopped into his hands. No undue celebration. I mean, the complete opposite of the other one, where he ended up spread-eagled, looking like a fool. But it's fantastic. And I think it goes back to this thing that I think this might be a pitch where to go supersonic is quite difficult. That you do find that you have to kind of accumulate a little bit, and you can get your foot on the accelerator a bit, but you can't just slam it down from ball one. They've struggled a bit, I think, to find those ropes, haven't they?
Yeah, it has been maybe just a little bit on the sticky side, the pitch.
Look, I just want to mention something, Tony, while we've got a break.
Yeah.
That jingle that the Bear just played was as a result directly of Stephen Kelp, lovely Stephen Kelp, contributing 10 quid to us through that button on the YouTube channel. And that's an option open to any one of you who has a particular jingle you might like. If you're happy to make a contribution to us, we're happy to dig out any jingle we have, even really shit ones. But basically,
I think there's one jingle we might draw the line at.
No, I don't know.
But we don't want to start that discussion.
But if there's money involved, we're flexible. So we're up for sale. Basically, we need the money, and if you've got money, we'll take it from you. Either that way, or you could go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket and become one of our patrons and get a whole lot of lovely stuff.
Livingstone is in
as well.
Van der Dusen reverse sweeps, a bit top edgy, but he gets it over point and is able to come back for 297 for 3 South Africa. 1 ball left of the 46 over, so if they were to go at 10 and over from here, they'd only be actually then about 340 odd, wouldn't they? Which is rather below where, with that number of wickets falling, they might be spin bowled. Van der Dusen, well, he was honestly most of the way to Sunderland. I reckon he'd stepped back so far outside of his off stump, his leg stump. He had a swing, he had a miss. It was reasonably straight by Livingstone, and it's pegged back his stump. And that partnership, which was the record for South Africa in all ODIs, was the record for the 3rd wicket at Durham, has been broken, and both contributors are both gone.
I have to change my name. That was a junk wicket.
Well, it was. I mean, look at the state of the game. Look at the fact that Rassie van der Dusen can barely walk off. He's that exhausted. He's getting a huge round of applause from the crowd, those whose arses aren't actually stuck to their seats have managed to stand up, and quite rightly too. Seem to be quite a few South Africans in the crowd.
Magnificent innings from him, though. He just ran out of steam, didn't he? I mean, he could barely drag himself off the field.
Yeah, I think that's right. And it might be a good thing. I mean, Cole Miller can certainly hit the ball. If he's got 4 overs left, he could hit 40 in 4 overs easily. And if he's got somebody else hitting a few, they could get to that 350, 360 quite easily.
Which Klassen carded next, but I'm wondering if they might send Miller.
Miller's in.
Miller
came
already in.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he just hasn't faced yet. But I think this is. Yeah. It's almost like you don't mind that wicket going down, because if Miller can get going here, this is Miller time.
What's his famous phrase? If it's in the arc, it's out the park.
Next is a real life wife. David Miller gets to say, suffer for five, suffer five. He will bat left, ball right, and score runs all day. Oh, David Miller gets to say, is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran time.
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
Sam Curran is going to bowl the first ball that will be faced by David Miller, the man from Pietermaritzburg. That spells with Glamorgan and Yorkshire over here, and he gets an inside edge which so nearly topples his off stump. It doesn't. It actually nets him 4 incredibly streaky runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And poor old Sam Curran puts his head in his hands. Oh, I love those close-up of Sam Curran.
He looks crestfallen, doesn't he? He looks like that he's just been told to run out of juice boxes on the school trip. I mean, he just looks devastated.
It was well, I'm not quite sure what you call that shot. It's a harrow cut, maybe, but it was. It's 4 to the score for South Africa. It was. Oh, I mean, you literally couldn't put a sheet of paper between the stump and the ball there.
So
How
lucky.
has he possibly survived?
No, the ball hit the stump.
Oh, it grazed the stumps on the way through.
Yeah.
That one is worked into the onside, no run. So my point is still valid. You wouldn't have been able to get a sheet of paper between the ball and the stump.
Quite true.
There you are then. So I'm technically correct. 301. The 300 up for South Africa. 301 for 4 for them. The run rate 6.5. It was okay against the Lions, was Miller. 22 and 55 not out. He got it. Where was the first one? Was it Worcester and Taunton? Left arm over comes Curran. Back foot. Punched away towards cover by Miller. They take 1. In comes Livingston. They should come back for 2. They don't. So you got 2 new men at the crease. Miller's already moved on to 5 from 3, which sounds impressive until you realise that it was an incredibly streaky shot that got him 4 of that 5. Heinrich Klassen from Pretoria. He's going to be the next man in. He was a bit of a bit part player in the IPL this year, wasn't he? Both in 2018 and 2019. This year he only played 3. 1 did not bat and made 3 and 6 in that order. So I suppose you could argue he was gradually progressing, but nothing to write home about in any way, shape or form for his IPL season with the RCBs. Around the wicket comes Curran to the right-handed Klassen, guides him away towards mid-on, gets a single.
It's a good moment this for Sam Curran as well, isn't it? Because he bowled so well up front, and then he got clattered a bit when he came back. Didn't look at the races at all, and you get the sense with them casting around for who will be the finishers, with all bowlers in England injured. It's a good time for him to put down a marker, I think.
Well, no, that is absolutely right. It's 303 for 4. Curran is bowling to David Miller, who plays the same shot again, or indeed lack of a shot. It's the same inside edge. I don't think that one troubled the stump quite as much. A little bit. You could have got maybe a thin paperback between the ball and the off stump, but it's got him 4 more. So out of 9 scored so far, 8 of them have been seriously streaky.
Yeah, over the top of the stumps this time, wasn't it? Probably a bonk buster could go over the top of that one.
Bonk buster, is that
that's a big
genre of
thick,
literature, is it?
Yeah, big thick airport book.
That's a sort of a, what's her name, Jilly Cooper special, is it?
Yeah, maybe Riders.
I was thinking of Riders. I was automatically seeing that sort of.
Yeah, it's Riders for sure. It has to be
whip thing with the.
Yeah, it's like someone asking name a vegetable, carrot. Yeah.
Yes, 307 for 4. I've never read it, I have to point out. Full driven, but it'll be driven straight towards mid-on. It'll be just a single. So he should keep the strike.
Unlucky for Curran.
The scorecard will eventually work out. It's 308 for 4 for South Africa. They've got 3 overs left. England actually doing a decent job here of keeping the lid on what could be an explosion, but it hasn't really exploded. It's fizzled without exploding.
No, absolutely.
I have something really special here. You may recall that earlier you mentioned that Henry VIII supposedly wrote Greensleeves.
Greensleeves, yes.
And I tweeted that he wrote Greensleeves in the same sort of way that the Queen Elizabeth II wrote the Rocky Horror Show. and you responded, but it's the pelvic thrust that really drives one insane. Well, in response to that, Jeff Perkins has written a whole new version of the Time Warp called The Overlord, with all 6 verses and the chorus. The end line of which is, instead of let's do the Time Warp again, it's overthrow the overlords again. I would strongly recommend to people that they have a read of that. It is a superb.
Have you retweeted it for everyone's delight?
Yes, I'm just about to do so. Yes.
Fantastic. 308 for 4. The thought of the Queen writing the Rocky Horror Show just tickled me
Yeah,
a bit when I read
thought
that.
it right. Jay says, how much money would I have to pay to replace Dame Pete jingle for every jingle? And I said he'd have to win the lottery first.
Oh, and then some more besides. Your cryptocurrency would have to go through the roof. 308 for 4. Cast back into the attack. Slapped. He's off stump by the left-handed Miller. Joe Root with 66 on his back, of course. Fields at mid-wicket.
Is this a difficult pitch to come in and get going on, do you think? I mean, we don't really know because not many people have come in, but it seems that they haven't been able to come in and just throw the bat immediately.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I mean,
I think
it
that's
hasn't
true.
seemed that hard either. I mean, it's weird.
Well, Brydon Cast, of course, was born in South Africa, wasn't he? Born in Port Elizabeth. His dad, James, played county cricket for Northants in the 80s. And he's got his residency qualification here in 2019. This one's short and turned off his hip down towards fine leg, where it is fielded by Adil Rashid, they take a single. So they're rotating the strike. But yes, both chaps, it seems to me that there's a lot of muscling and meaty pulling and effort. It hasn't travelled quite so sweetly. They're having to work the ball rather than necessarily coming off the bat sweetly. Van der Dusen, on the other hand, seemed to be a case of really letting the ball do the work. But since he went, less so. This one is, though, driven back and hits his fellow batsman, I think, at the non-striker's end. It was either him or Carsey's foot. And it means they just get a single for something they might have hoped to get more for. They move on to 311. The run rate 6.5.
It's almost a sadistic pitch for this kind of weather, isn't it? You don't want a pitch where you're having to put in maximum effort for minimum reward.
No, I would definitely agree with that. South Africa have only played here at Durham once, and that was in 2019 World Cup, where they beat Sri Lanka by 9 wickets. But other than that, it's the one and only. Well, it's the one and only ODI here. Cast in short, pulled by Klassen again. Doesn't quite get hold of it. I think he's deliberately. It'll be out to Livingstone at mid wicket. Another single. I think he's pushing it into the ground because that's itself taking pace off the ball.
Yeah, I think. Well, Pollock was talking about that earlier. Sean Pollock was talking about the fact that you need to pull your length back a bit on this pitch and take advantage of the fact that it's coming on slowly.
Yep, bowling a heavy ball into a slightly spongy pitch. Be interesting to see how England go when you have players like Roy who like to go after the ball. This one is pulled by the left-handed Miller off his off stump. Down to Ben Stokes at wide, long off, just gets a single. So 13 off 8 for David Miller from Peter Maritzburg. Kind of cut his fingers across that ball, didn't he?
Definitely. He's definitely taking pace off as much as he can.
Yeah, well, that seems to be doing the trick.
Yeah.
I mean, the wickets falling have been at a premium for England, but the run rate has never really been allowed to fully escape, as this one's hauled away backward of square. Johnny Bairstow Fields. It's another single, still dealing in the ones and twos. It ends that Cast over. None for 40 for him. Off his 8 overs bowled so far is 314 for 4 for South Africa. Run rate of just over 6.5. Messers.
Jay Grover says, is Owen Morgan standing on the roof getting sunstroke while doing frantic semaphore? John Alford says, hi guys from Madrid, where it's been 40 degrees plus for the last 2 weeks and projected for the next 10 days. Incidentally, once a certain temperature is reached, 30 C I think, then working outside is suspended or working hours are adjusted to 6:30 to 2:30, which makes sense.
Well, that's why John lives in a country where people, go to sleep for a couple of hours in the afternoon.
Yeah. Well, it often happens
stay in the shade.
In the northwest of Australia, people will start work at 5:30 in the morning, so that they're finished by 2 o'clock. Dave Wood said, imagine if all 13,000 of your YouTube subscribers gave a £1 each. That would be nice. We could actually do something useful with that.
Oh, couldn't we just?
And Diana Patterson says, just a thought for future donors. I'm open to correction, of course, and I'll get Bear to tell me if this is true. She says, if you donate through Patreon, the service takes 10%. If you donate through YouTube, Google
Curran
takes
in!
10%.
And Klassen plays it onto his toes as he looks to work it away into the onside. They scamper a quick single. Sorry, Messrs, to finish that thought.
She said, if you donate through YouTube, Google takes 50%. I don't think that's actually right, Diana. I put 10 quid or something through YouTube recently, and I don't think there was anything like that much. Do you know, Bear? Oh, he's not listening.
Yes, he is. He's got his headphones on. You in the studio, you can have your headphones off, and you can still hear plenty of through them, by and large, which is I tend to do, particularly on a hot day. 315 for 4. David Miller will be on strike. The demon boy child Sam Curran, his left arm over the wicket. It's full, and it's
good again
to the ground.
He's come back well here, Curran, hasn't he?
He has.
He's doing himself a lot of favour. He'll get a pack of Skittles from Mum on his way home. He's done exceptionally well, much improved.
Oh, you're cruel.
Well, I think
I like Skittles.
Both Currans are going to be sort of in their 50s, aren't they? Playing senior cricket for a club somewhere, and everyone's still going to be saying that about them. You just have a feel that their genes to be, as you know, Bob Dylan famously sang, "Forever Young."
I'm just watching for the drips of dye.
Oh dear! That is swept high off a full toss, and will go all the way into the purple sponge. The sponge here being white and purple alternately for the Royal London, and that was one of the purple ones, and it's 4 runs.
That was down to you, James.
Yeah, Kirsten.
That was afraid a bit of a curse. It wasn't the best ball.
Yeah,
he was looking for the Yorker, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's too slow, too much on the legs. Needed to pitch it down a bit. Yeah,
well,
didn't get that right.
He does.
Yeah,
know that.
he does.
So I'm afraid he's gone for 4. Klassen's moved on to 9. Curran in, short, pulled again. But Small doesn't really get hold of it. Phil Salt gets in a throw, and I have to say, Klassen had to hurry back for the second. It was one of those where I think he thought he was safe enough, and he was kind of in sort of gentle jog mode, as anyone, even that would be a fair amount of effort for most of us on a day like today. Then suddenly realised, oh crikey, I'd better go into an extra gear here. But he was safe enough. He added 2 to his score. He's moved on to 11. He's moved South Africa on to 322 with just those 4 wickets down. Curran will bowl again to the right-hander. Down the track he comes. That was a good ball. They will get a single, as it was a meaty drive, but straight to mid-off.
It's
the amount coming and dropped it slightly short.
Yeah, it's the amount of effort you're having to put in for every shot, though, isn't it? I mean, it is really cruel on a day like this. I mean, look, every shot they play, it looks as though they're hoiking it into Durham Cathedral, but it's going, for a single.
Lumley Castle.
Yeah.
Disturbing the ghost of Lumley Castle.
Yeah, it's just hard work, isn't it?
323 for South Africa. Curran, his hair standing on end. That's a fine edge. Not what Miller wanted. It's 4 more streaky runs, so 3 4s of 12. He moves on to 18, 12 of which have been not necessarily at any point what he meant, but nonetheless, he is on 18. It's the end of that over. It's 327 for 4.
Brian says, weird or what? Both South Africa and Northampton lost the wicket at the same time. I thought you were commentating on this game. England with 301 and Northampton with 201. Jay Grover says what is definitely true. He says Perko is just a fucking genius.
He is.
Mayank says England are going to be all out for under 100, aren't they? Leah says cryptocurrency doesn't go through the roof, it goes to the moon, because crypto bros are weird neckbeards with an unhealthy obsession with Elon Musk. I think that's true.
Okay.
And Jay says now Bill Gates is donating all his money. Maybe a gigantic siren playing Dane Pete on perpetual loop would be a wise investment. Also, Cars has the coordinates of the PE hospital where he was born tattooed on his arms, which seems a wee bit simplistic. Is that really true?
Does he? Well, he's got quite a sleeve of tattoos on his right arm. I can't really see what he's got on his left arm.
It wasn't simplistic, it was solipsistic.
Oh, right. I was going to say simplistic. That's an attempted reverse sweep. I almost thought, hang on, that's a wide, but then it wasn't wide. It was just the fact he was reverse sweeping, and it didn't put anything on it. It's a vital dot ball, given we're now in the last over.
Yeah, very good.
Once
very good.
again, pace taken off, fingers cut across the ball. It gets to Josh Butler on, I think, about the second bounce.
That's the key, isn't it? Maybe he's got those coordinates mapped on his arm in case he gets lost. I mean, it's somewhere they know him.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I used to occasionally go to a party and make sure I got my address written in my pocket just in case I had to show it to a taxi driver. Oh, down the track comes Klassen.
Oh,
and he's going to be caught. He is going to be caught by Jason Roy. Fingers up at long on. Takes it comfortably enough. Klassen has to go. He was really going for the hoik. It didn't work for him. He's been taken. It's 3:27 for 5. It crucially is actually better for England really than the wicket. Is another dot ball. It's a dot ball with a wicket attack.
They've just found it really difficult to get going, haven't they?
They have. One thing I think worth thinking about might be for England, given the intensity of the heat and the clear fact that one or two players are finding it really hard going out there, that saps an awful lot out of you when you're going to have to go in and bat later. You know, Josh Butler, if he has to bat early, possibly if Josh Butler's been thinking smartly, he will have been really hiding Roy in the outfield, which he pretty much has been. Hiding some of his players, Roy and Bairstow, under Sandhats, out in the deep, where they're not going to have to do an awful lot of running about. And I think England have certainly done that. You can't do that with all of them if there's a collapse at the top.
I thought you were going to say that they should protect the gingers. But
in this occasion, I was thinking more of just the batting order and where you place a field to actually protect those who have got to go in first. This one is pulled from slightly outside of leg by Miller. And it's misfielded horribly. It's Felaqueo, by the way, who's the new man at the crease.
Straight into an ice bath afterwards, isn't it? I mean, like even if it's a 5-minute, man. I mean, it's just going to be exhausting.
Yeah. He's going to be a hockey player, wasn't he, Felaqueo? Changed gear in his career.
Andy Ward says, I'll be on guerrilla cricket for the second innings if my laptop doesn't spontaneously combust.
I've got my my fan very close to my laptop, quite deliberately. Cast is going to be thundering in. That's a full toss, and it's hoiked back over his head by Miller.
Oh dear.
And it will beat poor old Ben Stokes, who has collapsed on the ground. It looks like he doesn't really want to get up again. And it is 4 runs for Miller. Not a pretty shot, but an effective one.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
He was at one point when he tried to field that, he did end up face down. It looked like he was chewing grass. Like he just thought that could be a way forward.
He's thinking, this is not how my swan song should go. That's a good ball by Cast. Miller was looking to pull it over deep square, and it was hurried through, and he got an under edge, and it's again a crucial dot ball. 3:33 for 5. There should be, barring no balls or other disasters, just the 1 ball left of this South Africa innings, which is less than it might be, but better than they might have hoped.
Wrong's wondering about the odds. I'll tell you that CricViz has England at 39%, South Africa at 59%, and the tie at 2%, if you don't mind.
That's optimistic for the tie. Cast in, that's pace off, kept low, swung at and missed by Miller. Fine finish from Bryden Cast, 1 for 46 at the end of his 9th over. So 50 complete for South Africa. 333 for 5 is where they finish. I think that sets up an interesting contest, gentlemen.
No, I agree absolutely, and I think your summation before is spot on. South Africa probably pleased. I think England a little bit pleased after the way it could have gone, but it's going to be fascinating to see what England do, because it doesn't, on the basis of that, look like it's a biffer pitch. It doesn't look like it's 4s and 6s all the way. But whether England are good enough to take that out of the equation, we'll see. But I think this could be harder than we think.
I think you might be right. Even so, I think South Africa are 20 runs short.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that, if Butler and Bairstow actually get their eyes in, it doesn't matter what sort of pitch it is.
Yes, agree.
Well, do we have any more social media messages there?
Just a couple. Brian says the technical training school where I worked in Saudi Arabia, the working hours changed quite often as the weather changed. In summer we had 30 start for a 1 p.m. finish. Ramadan in summer brought other changes. Jay sent us a photo of the tattoo on Brighton Castle's arm of those coordinates. And he says, I'm now trying to find the coordinates of some ditch in Roehampton. So that's it. And that's it for me, because it's just about my bedtime. And I shall catch up with you. When's the next ODI, Tony?
Friday.
And it's the same time?
I think it is. I know I'm only doing
the
Bear's nodding.
It is.
Sorry?
The Bear is
I'll
nodding.
catch you the first innings of that as well.
I'm sure the Bear would want to go to the kitchen very soon and stick his head in the fridge for a while and pull out a beer while he's doing it.
So I had a lot of fun with you. Thank you very much.
Well, it's always fun with you.
I'll see you then.
333 for 5. Van der Dusen, the Star Act, 133 for him. 77 for Markram, 24 for Miller, 12 for Heinrich Klaassen, 57 for Janneman Milan, 19 for Quentin de Kock. He was bowled as de Kock by Sam Curran. Number 33 for Potts, 1 for 47 for Moeen Ali, 1 for 46 for Bryden Cast, 2 for 29 or 4 for Liam Livingstone. So 334 is what South Africa will need, and we shall. What are we going to play, Bear?
We're going back to the semi-final of the Dick Weller Broad Trophy, and
who was in that?
It was the Fat Lot Youth 11 versus the Beardy Bastards.
Oh, okay.
Fat Lot Youth are 160 for 8, and still a way to go. This will go on for the entire series, but we'll see you shortly. All right, bye.
See you in a bit.
Yes, Alzat giveth and Alzat taketh away. Old Ian Botham picks up his, in fact, young Ian Botham picks up his third wicket, 357 off 2.4 overs, so continuing to be expensive, but continuing to be a wicket taker. 160 for 8 after 8.4 overs, and joining old Ian Botham is a man who made himself a hero in a World Cup in one of the biggest defeats in World Cup history.
He did. The man who springs to his right to take catches one-handed. He scored 77 against the How the Fuck Did They Play for England 11 in a fantastic partnership with Ian Austin. But can he fare better than Ian Austin, who has just gone? It's Dwayne Leverock. Is there any balls to go in this over?
2
balls to go. Dwayne Leverock facing up to the young Ian Botham, who is in, and Dwayne Leverock, he was in good nick against the How the Fuck 11, and he smashed that one. He offered it up outside off stump. He's leant into it. He's brought through a big bat with big forearms and smacked it over mid off for 4 for 6.
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you sexy thing.
Well over half the runs Ian Botham has conceded have been in sixes. He's been hit for 6 sixes, and he's still got 1 ball left of his third over.
Yeah, well, he's very expensive on one of his other games, wasn't it? None for 70 off 3, I believe, in one of his earlier games. Well, he's coming in to bowl the final ball of the over to Dwayne Leverock, and all sorts of strange things going on there with the frame capture, but it's ended up being a single. Dwayne Leverock has just turned it off his thigh pad into the onside. It's easy one, and that is the end of the over. What's the score, Knuckle?
So, after 9 overs having been put into bat, the Fat Lot of Use 11 are 167 for 8. Dwayne Leverock, who will not be facing, is 7 off 2. Ian Botham...
No, will be Dwayne Leverock facing.
Sorry, it will be Dwayne Leverock facing 7 off 2. Ian Botham 30 off 9. And beardy Ian Botham continues to be expensive. But wicket takery, much more in the spirit actually of old Ian Botham. Linux Lear says, I'm sure there is such fanfic, but it's mostly very explicit sex between Martin McFly and other assorted characters. But none of them women, of course, though, because we can't have that filth. Would point out, aren't most of the women in Back to the Future related to Martin McFly?
Ooh, that sounds dodgy.
In fact, that was sort of the plot of the first film, where he has to
rescue his dad.
Well, he has to get far closer than he should be to his own mother.
Yes, that's
oh well, we don't want to go there. So who's going to be bowling? Is it going to be Mike Hendricks continuing, or Mike?
No, Gillespie is coming back into the attack. Although we don't need to hear his jingle because, like you said, it was a bit trippy.
No spin today so far. I'm a bit disappointed. It's all been pace, hasn't it? All been pace.
All sort of fast medium bowlers bowling wicket to wicket. It's working.
It is working, I suppose. Well, I don't think the Fat Boys will be happy unless they can get past 200. 167 for 8 it is. In comes Hendrick. Gillespie even bowls to Dwayne Leverock. And Dwayne Leverock has a horrible hike at that, but he's aiming it over mid-wicket. It ends up going down to third man, and he picks up 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good start for Leverock. In comes Gillespie again, and he's going to pick up 6 this time. He's dropped short. He's tried to pull. He's got a horrible top edge. It's gone way, way high into the Nottinghamshire sky, and it's dropped down the other side of the boundary. 6 runs to Leverock.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Good stuff from Dwayne down the order. Important runs these for the Fat Boys. In comes Gillespie again. Bowls, and it's going to be 2 runs there, rather edgy 2 runs. He was swinging that away, a bit of an inside edge onto pad. They're going to hurry back for a second run, which Leverock keeps the strike. Both of them doing good running for him. Ball, Leverock leans into this one, picks it up off his toes, up and over mid-wicket. It flies for another glorious maximum.
6.
Well, Dwayne Leverock, 3 sixes since he got to the crease. Amazing stuff from him. Final ball of the over, I think it is.
No, still 2 to come.
Oh, it's 2 to come. And it doesn't matter. They're all coming alike to Dwayne Leverock at the moment. And this is extraordinary as Gillespie drops short once again. He was really riled up by that previous 6. He dropped this one in short. And Dwayne Leverock has just thrown everything at that. And it's gone, well, it's been carted back over mid-on and all the way down for 6.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 6.
Now the final ball of the over.
Final ball of the over from Gillespie. Bowls, and I think that's 2, is it? I can't quite see that 2. On the is it 2 runs? 2 runs come hurrying back. Good stuff from Dwayne Leverock. That's the end of the over. We're going to have another over of both of them, be both from action. But what is the score now?
Well, after that dramatic and expensive 10 overs, 10th over, where Jason Gillespie got absolutely levered, the Fat Lot of Use 11 are 193 for 8, 26 off that over, but in his previous 2 overs combined, Jason Gillespie had only gone 426.
Well, I don't know, maybe Al will be regretting that, bringing Gillespie back, because Hendrick was bowling pretty well, I thought. But there you go. These things do games change?
Possibly more both of them action. And on
there will be no more both of them.
Well, Ian Smith says on both of them action. Christ, as long as it's not that picture from his private gallery again.
Oh no, please not.
Oh God, no. The next over will be bowled by Moin Ali.
Oh, bit of spin. Oh, at last.
Shouldn't touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally. It's Moin Ali.
It is indeed the first sign of off-break bowling of the day. Otherwise, it's been up and down, medium or quick stuff. In he comes to bowl to Ian Botham, the elder. And there's an appeal immediately. He's trying to sweep that one. He could be in trouble here. No, it's just going down the leg side. Moin Ali thought he'd struck with his first ball. The first ball has spin in this game, but no, it's given not out. Thankfully for the Fat Boys. He's in again. He bowls and Botham tickles this away, grins as he runs up the other end and past Moeen Ali, grins as he runs back, and he's happy to back in his crease with 2 more to his name. In comes Moeen Ali once more, bowls to Botham. Botham just pushes into the offside. There's plenty of time to get through for one there. Dwayne Leverock comes down to face.
Yeah, both batters on 33, but Ian Botham has taken 50% longer to do so.
Well, there you go. Interesting little stat there for you. In he comes again, bowls, and this time Leverock is going to pick up 3. He swung that again right across the line. Didn't get all of it, but it's going to trickle towards the boundary. Can't quite get there. But the next delivery's been absolutely lamped by Ian Botham, the elder, and has gone over, flying over deep long on for one of these.
200 up.
It must be
200 up, 205 for 8 with 1 ball left of the 11th over.
Moeen Ali in again to bowl to Botham, and he's going to pick up 2 more runs here. He just opened the face, ran it down to the man at backward point, having to chase after that just a little way, and he ends the over with another couple.
Yeah, 207 for 8 after 11 overs. Dwayne Leverock will be on strike on 36 off 9. Ian Botham, the fatter, is 41 off 15. Off 14. And Lennox Lear is continuing to go on about Martin McFly fanfic, which you can check out at your own leisure.
Don't do it on the works computer. Stay safe, kids.
Incognito mode only. Who's bowling the 12th?
Gillespie to continue.
Well, he's keeping faith with Gillespie. It's going to be Gillespie to Dwayne Leverock. He comes in, he bowls to Leverock, and Leverock is in fantastic form. That was too far outside the off stump. And, well, it's a kind of cut off the front foot play by Leverock there. It's gone flying over cover, and he's picked up another of these.
50 partnership for the 9th wicket, the first 50 partnership of the innings, 53 off 15, 1 4 and 6 sixes, 5 of which have been hit by Leverock.
In comes Gillespie again to bowl to the Bermudian. He's in, he bowls. He's going to take a single this time and just relax, just drops it down into the offside. Botham is quickly through. He was looking for that single from the outset, really, and they pick up 1 more. Brings Botham down to face, and well, it was a bit of an appeal there, rather curtailed because he must have got an inside edge. He's going to pick up 2 runs there and survive. So this 9th wicket pair doing a job at the moment. In comes Gillespie again. It's going to be a single this time for Botham, I think it is, and bringing Leverock back down to face.
Yep, Botham overtakes Leverock to move to 44, but off 5 balls more than Leverock has managed for 43.
He comes to Leverock, and Leverock has slammed that again. He's holding nothing back. It's not always pretty, but it is effective, and he's picked up 4 more to mid-off.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Leverock to 49, 1 ball to come.
He's coming in bowling to Dwayne Leverock, and Dwayne Leverock goes to 50. What a wonderful performance he's been there. He's carved that over cover point. He's picking up 4 more runs. It's his second 50 of the tournament. What a man this Bermudian is.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
It's just acknowledging all the applause around the ground with my pencil.
Dwayne Leverock, 53 off 13, 2 4s and 6 sixes. This partnership worth 67 off 20, with Ian Botham's other 6 the only other boundary. And after 12 overs, 227 for 8. Much more respectable.
Well, I just want to say an important thing about this innings from Dwayne Leverock is it will bring great succour to the denizens of the small island in the Atlantic, because unfortunately this week they had to call off Cup match, which is, as you know, is a celebration of black emancipation in Bermuda. But because of the COVID-19 situation, they've had to abandon the game for this year, which was due right at the beginning of August.
I mean, and that's the highlight of the social and sporting calendar in Bermuda.
Absolutely, it's very, very, and it's been was it 108 years or 118 years it's been going, and it's extraordinary. But what other things couldn't prevent it, but the COVID outbreak unfortunately has.
Yeah, Lennox Lear bringing some much-needed physics to the matter. Well, Leverock surely has the mash to put into that shot, and since F equals M times A, that performance totally makes sense.
I think you're right. I don't know what it means, but you're probably right.
Times
force equals mass times acceleration.
Well, it's going to be Ian Botham to face. Who's going to be bowling? Is it going to be Moeen Ali?
Moeen Ali will continue.
Moeen Ali will continue bowling to Ian Botham, looking for his own 50. He bowls and he smacked that for 4. He's just stood there, stood up straight and proud, and banged it back over his head for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
On 48 now, Fat Ian Botham.
Can Fatty and Botham follow Fat Dwayne Leverock to half centuries in bowls, and he's hit 3. I think that is it, isn't it? That's taken him to his 50 as he's swept that away into the onside. It's being chased by W.G. Grace, the younger. He has got that. It finally throws it in. He's a good fielder, he was when he was younger, was W.G. Grace, but he can't prevent the 3, and 50 for Ian Botham.
When you're 50, sometimes you drink till you pass out on the floor. Now your liver's destroyed and you got hemorrhoids, and you can barely get it up anymore.
Considerably slower Ian Botham's 50, 51 of 18 balls as opposed to the 12 with which Leverock got there, or the 13 rather. 2 4s and 3 6s for Ian Botham. 234 for 8, 4 balls to come in the 13th over.
He's rotated the strike pretty well as well, hasn't he, Ian Botham? He's waiting now for... No, it's Leverock to face now as Moeen Ali is in. He throws this one up, giving that a lot of air. He's got after it. Oh, now, did he get an edge through to the keeper there? There's a big appeal, and it's been taken by Jack Blackham for the first time. We have a catch in this game, and it's the end of Dwayne Leverock after a wonderful 50. Jack Blackham, the aged Australian wicketkeeper, has grabbed him. He just got a little inside edge as he flayed at that one, and Leverock has gone.
Fine work by the only cop who is not a bastard, Dwayne Leverock. 53 off 14, 2 4s and 6 6s. Magnificent work by him, and a fine partnership between he and Fat Ian Botham. How much was that partnership worth? 34 plus 74 that partnership was worth for the 9th wicket.
Pretty good going.
I think that has typified this tournament, hasn't it? A lot of really good partnerships down the order in this particular tournament, and that was yet another one. Anyway, it's going to be the new batsman is this Australian.
Which Australian?
Merv Hughes, Bear.
The only one left.
Mr. Hughes, thanks for joining us. Can you tell me what you think of Mike Atherton? Arsewine. Eddie Hemmings? Arsewine. Martin Moxon? Who? Ian Botham? Fucking arsewine. Devon Malcolm? No, pretty good one.
Well, it's interesting running between these two.
Well, I have to say that. I mean, he's got to survive. Is it just the one ball?
No, three in the over.
Oh, he's got to survive at least 3 balls to get Ian Botham. See if Ian Botham can add a few more runs in this final stand.
234 for 9.
Not actually great respecters of each other. This is going to be smacked though by Hughes. He doesn't think about singles. He doesn't think about 3s. He's just blasted that out of the middle off the back foot over extra cover. 4 runs. 2 balls remaining from Moeen Ali's over. He's in again to Merv Hughes, and Merv Hughes has smacked that one. He got a little bit offline, and he's followed through with a big slog sweep, and it's soaring over the boundary for another of these. So good start from Merv Hughes. What can he do with this final ball? He's got to stay there. He's got to stay with both of them, and he does. But he got a little bit lucky there. He went back to play the late cut, and he played it even later than he anticipated. It's gone very fine indeed, and it's 4 more.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
There was that wicket for Moeen Ali, but he still went for 21 in the over, being hit for 6 once and 4 3 times. Merv Hughes has pushed the total on to 248 for 9 with his 14 off 3. Ian Botham on 51 off 18. 248 for 9 after 13 overs. Durban Oak getting the 5G conspiracy theories out there. Is anyone else thinking if Hendo gets to the final, then there has been some match fixing? I mean, they do sometimes say that if you're, it's a little bit like if you're being accused of bias by both sides, then you're probably doing something right.
I think I'm doing something right. Not sure what it is, but I'm sure I'm doing something right. A lot of things
you're
wrong.
doing something wrong. You're
a lot of things wrong.
We're going to introduce Ian Terence Botham Young into the attack again.
Oh, this is exciting stuff. 1 wicket required and another 52 runs needed for the 300. Will Ian Terence Botham the elder be able to take on Ian Terence Botham the younger? Well, he does here. He picks up 3 runs through mid-wicket. They're coming back now. It means that Merv Hughes will be exposed to a man he refers to as arsewipe. And in comes the arsewipe. Bowls to Merv Hughes. Merv Hughes clatters the arsewipe through cover point all the way to the boundary for another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, what a contest this is. In comes Ian Botham the younger. Bowls to Merv Hughes the fatter. And Merv Hughes the fatter is... Oh, it's given... Was that on the leg? What was that? No, in fact, Jack Blackham has crawled to his knees and seems to have just knocked off the bails. And Hughes apparently has just left his crease, and that is going to be a stumping, and that's going to be the end of the innings. Extraordinary stuff, and what an incredible way to end.
After you've gone.
Yeah, seriously impressive from Jack Blackham, who's continuing his superb work. An absolute bunny with the bat, but a fine gloveman. Stumped to Merv Hughes for 18 off 5 off the bowling of Beardy Ian Botham, who finishes with 4 for 71 off his 3.3 overs, and his fatter counterpart Ian Botham ends with 54 not out of 19 balls, 2 fours and 3 sixes. So I think that Fat Botham has beaten Beardy Botham in the Battle of the Bothams.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? 54 not out and 4 for 71. It's probably the best innings played by Botham in his career, isn't it? To actually get all that into one innings, 4 for 71 and 54 not out. Amazing stuff.
True all-round performance. And Beardy and Fat as well, so we can do 4. So 255 all out after 13.3 overs. It's a tricky-ish chase for the Beardy Bastards. Need 256 to win. I'll run you through the scorecard. Mark Cosgrove was first to go for 7 off 3, bowled by LBW to Jason Gillespie, just the one boundary in that 7. Mohammad Shahzad was sprightly, but another start for him. Bowled by Malcolm Marshall for 29 off 12, and then WG Grace was 12 LBW to Jason Gillespie, 6 and out, 12 off 3. Magnificent stuff from WG, the great entertainer. Arjuna Ranatunga didn't last very long, just 2 balls. He was bowled for 3 again by Jason Gillespie. Warwick the Big Ship Armstrong, a decent performance by the Fat Lot captain, 28 off 11, 1 4 and 1 6, not scoring at any great pace. Sumit Patel entertained with a big 6, but didn't last too much longer. 12 off 4, LBW to Ian Botham. There was a partnership of sorts until Raheem Cornwall was gone for 36 off 10, LBW to Mike Hendrick. There was some crash bang wallopry from Botham, but then Ian Austin got to face and was then bowled by Botham. Stick with us for a golden duck. Dwayne Leverock, absolutely magnificent, the top scorer, 53 off 14 balls with 2 4s and 6 sixes, caught by Jack Blackham off the bowling of Moeen Ali. And then Merv Hughes was stumped by Jack Blackham off the bowling of arsewipe Ian Botham for 18 off 5, with arsewipe Ian Botham knocked out at the other end, 54 off 19. There were 3 no balls. The bowling figures: Malcolm Marshall, 2 overs, 1 for 39 with 1 no ball. Jason Gillespie started his spell superbly, but his second spell wasn't very good. 3 for 72 off his 4 overs. Ian Botham, even more expensive, 3.5 overs for 71, but those full wickets and a no ball. Mike Hendrick, 2 overs, 1 for 38 with a no ball. And Moeen Ali, 2 overs, 1 for 35. So 256 to win and go through to the final for the Beardy Bastards.
Well, I have to say, I mean, at one point I didn't think we were going to get anywhere near 255. Just getting to 200 was important, but we've given ourselves a little bit of a chance here, haven't we?
Certainly have. It's going to be a cracker on our hands, I think. Linux Theo says, "Wow, never see the Botham of all people make Rohit look hurried with that late cut."
Indeed. I think the bear may have gone for a break because the dice are just sitting in the middle of the plate, and I can hear nothing from him. So maybe we should just allow you all to gather your thoughts for a little bit. They're back. Once the fat thumbs come back, everything's all right with the world. Well, it's all over to Al Hodge now for commentary for the second innings as the Beardies go in pursuit of 256 to win.
History awaits for either team. The place in the inaugural Dick Weller Broad Trophy final. Spirited comeback in the second half of the innings there by Hendo's Fatlog at 11. 255 all out, 256 needed. And yeah, we can just see them coming out of the dressing room now. Brearley and Grace making their way forward. It's going to be Brearley. I think he's going to take the first ball.
Okay.
So I think we're just going to jingle up Mike Brearley and WG Grace.
Who's bowling, Hendo?
Well, it's an interesting one. WG Grace has come out to open. I'm just going to hold back WG Grace for now. May come on and bowl some of his medium pace stuff a little bit later, but I'm going to open the bowling with none other than the man who is holding this fat team together by the skin of its gut. It is indeed going to be Dwayne Leverott, left arm round.
I'm just registering you at that mental image.
You feel the earth move under your feet when Twain comes tumbling down. You feel the stand start to trembling when Twain Leverott goes down.
Well, there's method in my madness because, of course, when Dwayne Leverott got 77 in his in one of the previous games, he then came out and took 3 for 27. So let's see if that batting performance has inspired him to do something great with the ball as well. Over to you, Al.
Okay, thank you very much, Hendo. Good luck in the second innings, and it's Brearley who's going to take strike, and he is going to drive that ball straight past Leverott. And there's a man down there at long leg, and they're going to take 3 runs off that first ball. A good start to the innings there for Brearley, bringing Grace onto strike. So Leverott comes in for the second ball, and Grace is easily just going to work that ball just to the left-hand side of mid-wicket and just jog through for an easy single, bringing Brearley back onto strike. Leverott getting through his over pretty quickly, and Brearley's rocked back and cut that behind square, and it's 4 runs, first 4 of the innings. Oh, and it looked for a moment as if there might be something in the offering there for Leverott, but it's just been chipped ever gently back over Leverott's head, and they'll take an easy 2, and Brearley moves on to 9. More of the same, quick running between the wickets, good communication between Grace calling through Brearley for that second run, for that ball just pushed through to square. Boundary Rider's throw, not able to cut that off in time, and it's another 2. Brearley moves on to 11, last ball of the over. Oh, and Leverott's gone up. Oh, he's out! He's out. Brearley has played all around a straight. We played for turn that just simply wasn't there, and Leverott has swooped in to strike with the last ball of the first over. Disaster there for the Beardy Bastards, and that's the fall of the first wicket with 12 runs on the board.
Yes, indeed. Mike Brearley gone for 11 off 5 with 1-4 after 1 over. The Beardy Bastards 12 for 1 in reply to the Beardy Bastards 255.
Well, taking pace off the ball seems to be maybe the way to go. Although there was a lot of pace bowling in the first innings. I'm going to turn to the man to bowl to WG Grace. It's going to be none other. I'm not going to mess around at all. It's going to be WG Grace.
Oh yeah.
And
who covers 2 spots?
had Botham on Botham. We have Grace on Grace. Who's at the non-strikers end, by the way? Al, who's your number 3?
The non-striker who will probably tingle up when he comes to face his first ball is going to be Moen Ali.
We'll do him now.
Good now.
Touch. Move over, AMLO. I like it too much. Move over, AMLO. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Linux Leo says, specialist captain playing a specialist captain's knock.
True enough, he did get a century in his last inning, so a bit disappointing there from Braley, but it's fat WG Grace coming into bowl to thin WG Grace. And it's been punched away by thin WG Grace. Fat WG Grace not really troubling him at all with that ball, and he's driven that ball through cover point, and it's 4 runs.
I will say that WG Grace bowling to WG Grace is the game that WG Grace dreamed of.
It certainly is, and thin WG Grace is having the time of his life as he just rocks back gently in his crease, and he pulls this away, and it is high, and it is hard, and it is 20 rows deep in the crowd. 6 runs. Oh, and with an almost identical delivery, thin Grace almost teasing fat Grace there, just dropping the ball short, and Ali is as quick as a jackrabbit, and he'll take strike, but Grace has moved on to 12. What a return by WG Grace! He's not. Umpire strikes back, has turned round and said that is not out for fat WG Grace, who seems bemused that anyone has ever said no to him in his life, but nevertheless, Ali remains, having avoided the golden duck, and he turns around, and after a short run up, Grace comes in short of a length outside of stump. Rank nonsense from fat WG Grace, and Ali cuts that away for 4 runs.
One to come.
Last ball of the over. And Ali has driven that ball through the sort of extra cover region. Seems that it's not going to quite get there. Good fielding there by Merv Hughes on the boundary, and he's sent that in. It's 3 runs. Ali will retain strike on 7, and WG Grace thin on 12.
Yeah, 7 off 3 and 12 off 4. 30 for 1, the Beardy Bastards, after 2 overs. Need 226 more to win. Craig Nutley asked the question we are all asking: what the fuck?
Absolutely.
Yes.
The fair question at any time, particularly these times.
Indeed. Well, I mean, you would have been great if you'd been supporting the How the Fuck. Did they play for England 11 back earlier in the tournament if you'd joined us? But what the fuck will do?
Indeed.
Right, well, it's going to be Dwayne Leverock to continue. Left arm round the wicket.
Moen Ali will face.
Oh! How was that?
And he's bowled him!
Yes, he didn't even... I thought he
him.
Oh!
Not even offering a shot, Ali. A categoric, terrible choice. Why on earth would he have left that straight one alone? And Leverock has bowled him. Disaster for the Beardy Bastards.
Why indeed, Moeen Ali, categorically and statistically the greatest hitter of spin bowling in modern T20 cricket over a very long period of time. Shouldering arms and bowled by Dwayne Leverock, the demon non-turner, beloved of the likes of Rangana Herath. Moeen Ali gone for 7 off 4 with 1 for 30 for 2 after 2.1 overs, and this brings another lusciously bearded, lusciously elegant batter to the middle.
It certainly does.
Was it Mohammed? And we're back. And I'm joined by Empo, and I'm supposed to be joined by Andy, but he doesn't appear to be in the back room yet. So, Tone, if you're still there, you can jump on until Andy comes back. I don't know. Hello, Empo. How are you, mate? You're on mute. Bloody mute.
Oh, sorry about that. How are you guys doing?
We're good. England got pumped there for 333.
I think it might just be a little bit short.
Yeah, well, that's what Messi was saying. I mean, potentially this England side, yeah, should chase us down. The wicket doesn't look particularly bad. Scoreboard pressure is a funny thing. If you guys get a couple of early wickets, it'll certainly slow us down. If we get off to a start, yeah, it could seem like clearly not enough. Let's get some jingles in for the batsmen who are out there. This man.
Duckworth Lewis loves you. The clouds part for you. Nothing stands in your way when you're a Roy.
Who seems to be opening the bowling for you boys? Okay, Shav. He's going to open the bowling.
There's a bowler there from South Africa.
He's around the wicket to Roy, and he just plays it back to him, and there's no run. We all know what this strategy is about. Roy can't play spinners at the top of the order when he's new. This has been trying a lot to him, and it's been quite successful, to be fair. See how it goes. On the back foot, he forces down out to cover, and there is no run.
South Africa with that feeling out over, where they bowl that spinner to see if conditions are suiting.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of turn. It's quite a slow wicket. That one doesn't do much. Don't go straight on, and Jason Roy just defends it. Perhaps a bowler, and there's no run. He's had a pretty poor time of it so far. This ODI white ball series time. Jason Roy got 40 in the last game, but generally hadn't been very good before that. Flicks that one down to the man short, and the 45 looks like Lungi and Gidi down there. There is no run.
It's also going to be quite interesting to see how this team plays without Kagiso Rabada. I think it's going to be quite important.
Well, yeah. I mean, I looked at the bowling attack and thought it's not too bad, actually. Maharaj is in again. It's driven by Roy. Can't beat cover, extra cover. And there'll be no run. One ball left in the over. I mean, yeah, it looked like a reasonably decent bowling attack you got there. You got Nortje and Gidi, Acquire. That's played back to him. There's no run. Keshav and Tabrez Shamsi. Has anyone else bowled a few balls?
Aidan Markram's going to bowl because he's in the side as a sixth bowler. I'm being taken down by people on Twitter because I feel as though he hasn't done well with the bat throughout his career in ODIs, and so wanted cover in it to play, but we're not going to see him.
And just as we say that, Andy has arrived. I'll let him get into his spot.
Effectively, the debate was, no, Aiden's our sixth bowler. So an guy who averages 27, scored 3 half centuries in ODI cricket. I think today might be his 4th. Is in the side batting at 4 as a sixth bowler.
Well, always handy to have a sixth bowler. Right, from the other end, opening the bowling is this guy.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Gidi. Let's play Lungi and Gidi. Are you down for Lungi and Gidi?
I'll do that, Paul. Played up to mid on no run. But you're going to take over for me, Andy, because that's what you're supposed to be doing. Is that okay?
Good. Yep. Oh, it's a no ball.
Oh, is it a no ball? It is, and you're really thin. Where's your sound? Doesn't sound like it's coming out from your headphones.
Oh, I've got my new microphone. Is it shit?
Yeah, it sounds really thin.
Just bring it closer to your face.
I'll have to hold it like this.
There we go.
Is this actually better?
Well, it is, but it's an extraordinary thin sounding microphone.
Oh, I guess it's just a pile of cheap crap then, probably.
Yeah, where'd you get it from, Amazon?
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very good, I have to say.
Okay, I may go back to my old one. Bairstow is on strike and gets rather tied up by that one. I guess that was a free hit, but it was a good ball by Ngidi. Yeah, is this any better?
Oh, no, that's terrible.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
Yeah.
How about now?
That's even worse. It's
okay, give me this line for a night and I'll see if I can go back to the old one. Ngidi is coming in. It's getting slower and slower in his run up, which I'm sure is not him.
No, that's
actually
it's a
slow
replay.
mo.
Yeah.
That explains that.
not super confident I'm going to get through this. My laptop's already crashed once today.
As a
And I tried to bring up my old... Yeah, I think so. I tried to bring up the old one, and it just said nope. It's like a turtle not coming out of its shell. Bairstow clips that one airily through the leg side out to deep square leg. He'll get through for one, but yeah, a little bit of risk in that one from Bairstow. And England, having played out a maiden for the first over, are 2 without loss. And Fo, what do you think of South Africa's target?
I was hoping to get to 350. I kind of felt that we slowed down a little bit in those middle overs, trying to consolidate. Great partnership though, but I feel as though this is like a pass score for any team in T20 in ODI cricket. You should be able to chase down 330, even on most conditions.
It's certainly in good conditions, which is what we seem to have here. And Geedy comes in to Jason Roy. Full, clipped into the leg side, mid-wicket picks it up. South Africa hit no sixes in that innings. Is this a huge ground, or did they really just not show that intent?
Clearly they didn't show that intent. I don't think it's that huge. A couple got caught on the boundaries, but yeah, I did think that. They hit a lot of fours.
The other thing is the type of cricket our top... Well, look, I would have obviously expected Quinton and Yanaman to score a few more sixes and be more aggressive, but it's the type of cricket we've mostly played. But yeah, and that's my worry.
Yeah, Roy defends that one, dribbles into the offside, and there's no run. I do feel that if you bat most of the innings 2 down, they batted 46 overs, 2 down basically. You've got to be boasting a winning total, or you just haven't used your resources.
Well, exactly that. I mean, that's why 350 should have been. I mean, I went over 322 and a half, and it looked like they were going to get 350. And in the end, they got it comfortably, but you'd have expected more from there. England certainly would have gone earlier, I think, and bigger probably.
Yeah.
Well, England just off some batting issues in the previous series. Roy could maybe have let that one go for a wide, but he clips it down to deep square leg instead, and they'll pick up a single. Maybe that's harsh. It might have flipped off his pad.
Nah, it's definitely off the bat.
Yeah.
No, I mean if he'd left it, it might have flipped off his pad and not been a wide, yeah. No, I don't think he's padded the ball out to deep square leg.
I was going to say, that's good timing off the pad, or a very springy pad.
I know they have these bouncy pads, yeah.
I used to have a pair of them, they used to be really springy, the ones with the square panels on the front.
Not ideal when you edge the ball onto them, it flies up to cover. Bairstow to face the last ball of the over. And he defends as well. Back to the bowler. If you want to do tweets and stuff, I'll see if I can switch my microphone.
Okay, I'm going to do some tweets. Paul Marshall is in back after tea. He says South Africa's run rate 6.66, perfect. Avi Satanas, we are doomed, he says. Jay Grover says Mint Empo, but Empo on mute. Such a thing is not possible. Yeah, well.
Technology.
He's there. I've let in. And Jay Grover says Andy buys cheap Amazon shit because he's lost all his money on crypto speculation. Dumbass. I don't think that's necessarily true. Oh, that sounds better.
Yeah, that good?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, it's just this one is a leg has fallen off because it's a pile of cheap shit from Amazon, but at least it works. Oh, here's something. Maharaj is going to bowl. I guess he bowled the first over. I wasn't here. That one is played out to point, and there's no run.
We needed a headset with one of these ones, you know.
Yeah, I used to have, and then the end fell off. We're picking up a theme here.
Yeah.
I just got a sip. That was it. Bairstow plays it up to mid-wicket. Yeah, left-arm spinners to the 2 right-handers. Not a bad tactic to start, I think.
No, well, I mean, Roy is famously a little bit skittish against left-armers first up, isn't he? I mean, didn't South Africa get him in the T20 World Cup, the first ball that they played against him?
Imran Tahir in the 50 over World Cup, but he swept that one away, swept it way over mid-wicket. That must be 6. There you go. Took England 14 balls to do what South Africa couldn't do in 50 overs.
Well, there you go. Oh, I meant to go over for the first wicket. I think this wicket is not easy to take wickets on. I mean, obviously, scoreboard pressure is a thing, but in terms of everything else, I think it's quite easy to stay there.
And into the leg side, that one goes a bit of an inside edge, but it worked out well because it's just gone up to deep square for a single. Yeah, and England's top order maybe with a bit of a point to prove after a disappointing series against India. They got that one win, but the top order really didn't fire in that series.
No, not at all.
And Bairstow comes on to strike, and I think he's facing up to Maharaj for the first time. Slip is in place. It's 10 for no wicket. Maharaj bounces in, full onto the leg stump, and clipped into that square leg gap again. Comfortable single.
The thing is, Maharaj needs to get a little, looking to get a little bit of turn, or get the ball to straighten a little bit to cause any problems. If it's just always arm balls, you're going to probably get the same punishment that he got from Jason Roy.
You would think so. That one's just flapped, I would say, away by Roy. It's almost a little helicopter cover drive. Very risky. Goes up to long off for a single. That's the end of the over. It's 12 for naught after 3.
And no one else is in on tweets, I don't think. Oh, no, there's one. It's Jay, but then I was just refreshing it to see if there was anything there. Let's see on YouTube. Who's with us on YouTube? Jason Lanky's with us. Sri Lanka playing well, and South Africa in full form. Good for cricket. Yeah, Sri Lanka, although Pakistan have come back, then they're 3 down at the end of the day, needed about 100 and something. Maybe they can try a bit of baseball.
That's the thing.
They've got 2 days of cricket left.
Huh?
There's about 2 days of cricket left. There's no need for baseball.
Yeah, but you might as well get there as quick as
Score the
possible,
runs
Empo.
before you get out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a real ball.
Here comes Ngidi again. And always gone. It's gone down to fine leg for 4.
It has indeed.
Gone down to fine leg
can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Just rather fortunate with the inside edge. Flashes past
Now you're gone like you're underwater. The joys of technology. Are you there? I think you've crashed now. Are you there, Andy?
I think he's crashed.
I think he's crashed. That one's worked out.
Oh, he's in?
Yeah, no. I think he's crashed. Now you're on mute. But you're not on mute. I don't know what's going on. That's gone into the leg side. There's no run. It doesn't show you're on mute here, Andy, but we can't hear you.
Yeah. Someone can find Andy under the water, please let him know.
This heat is. I'm surprised actually the studio has stood up so well.
You guys like complaining a lot, guys. It's man.
No. I don't mean. No, I'm doing all right. I mean, it's okay. It's just that the heat doesn't do the tech any good. The computers don't like heat at all. Geedy is coming in to Bairstow, just knocks it up to mid. Oh wow! Now that would have been close if that had hit. Big dive from Bairstow. It didn't hit. I'd like to have seen what had happened if it had. It's a backhanded throw.
Good effort there.
He wasn't even in the frame. That would have been clearly out.
Yeah, David Miller with the backhand throw off his right to that non-striker's end. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were saying earlier. I mean, you guys have 40 degrees. Everyone has 40 degrees apart from. I mean, we're Northern Europe. We're not used to it. It's defended out into the covers by Jason Roy, and there's no run. But there's plenty of places that are. And exactly that, they tell us to stop complaining. We don't have aircon, I suppose, is the one thing knocking about a lot of it anyway.
Oh yes, yeah, that's true. Because the rest of the world has aircon for these moments.
Well, places that are hot, you have aircon, don't you? I mean, supposedly, I've never been to Dubai, but all I hear from people in Dubai is basically you don't go outside anyway. You just stay in air-conditioned fat hotels or, air-conditioned cab between places. That's defended square on the offside, and there's no run.
Well, ask Simon how long this heat wave is going to last. Hopefully it's not going to last too long.
Oh no, it's going to change tomorrow. It's going to be back down to 25, 26 tomorrow, which is pleasant.
It's bearable.
Yeah, it's very bearable. That's nice here. That's a good temperature. Other people would say that's cold, but for us that's perfectly good.
Yes, I think for some people in Africa, 25 is like the middle of winter.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been to. I think the latest I've been to Kenya, it got down to about 14 degrees, and it was fine for me. And everyone's going, "It's fucking freezing," you know. It's just like, no, it's not. That's
I'd love a 14-degree day.
well, exactly. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. Are you in Joburg?
Yes, I am.
So what does that get to in the middle of winter?
Down to about the harshest days are about single digits, so probably might even get a -2
Oh, right, you okay? You can get down there. You're quite high up in Joburg, though, aren't you?
Yes. About 1,800 kilometers above sea level.
Kilometers? You'd be in space, mate.
Oh,
you mean
meters, sorry, not kilometers, meters. Yeah. Helps for the flight of the golf ball, but outside of that...
Yeah, well... Well, big
or any ball for that matter.
Well, exactly. Big scores, yeah. So they always say every time we play an ODI there. Well, it's up in there. At altitude, ball goes further. There's an appeal. That's going down leg side. There's no turn. As Maharaj starts a new over at Bairstow.
A little bit of quad practice for the South Africans.
Yeah. Pointless, though.
I still can't believe that we didn't score a 6 in that 333.
Sorry? That's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. You're... Say that again?
No, I can't believe that we couldn't score a single 6 in that 333.
It's true. I hadn't thought of it like that, but it was true. I don't think I played the 6 jingle once. That is played up to mid-off. Bairstow will get another single. As England move on to 19 for none in the 5th over. Target's 3-3-4. GPL, if England win, no one wins the GPL. England would have to fall 20 runs short for the Messengers to get a win on 613. 30 runs short of getting a win on 30 and 40 runs short.
Is it closed?
Yeah, it's closed. Closed after an hour and 15, so about 16, 17 overs. Maharaj is in. And it's worked out to leg side by Jason Roy. It goes to, well, wide mid on. And there is one run.
I must say this is anticlimactic for a South African who's expecting England to go very crazy early on in this innings.
Well, no, I think that's partly why they brought on Maharaj, isn't it? Because it's kind of stopped England from doing that, as unless they really want to go at him. I don't think they will necessarily. Most batsmen like pace on the ball with the new balls. That's played up to mid-off again for no run. However, it does give them a chance to face some balls, get the pace of the wicket. When the quicker boys come on, they might go reasonably quickly. Bairstow chops that into leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. It'll just be the one run.
Yeah, I think the other thing is you're weighing that up against getting wickets. So there's a few overs of Nortje with the new ball, tempting the English batters to try and. Well, obviously you only got 2 fielders outside the ring, so that's going to be a little bit tough. But trying to look for something instead of necessarily holding back with some of those overs.
Well, exactly that, and the new ball doesn't do a lot for very long either. So if you waste it with Maharaj, then maybe you don't get anything out of it later. Are you back and you good, Andy?
Well, I'll give it another go. I've changed rooms. It might be a little bit cooler in here.
Okay.
Yeah, an interesting point. Maybe South Africa don't have quite the swing options at the top of the innings, so they don't feel they're missing too much by bowling a spinner up there. I think they left out their best swing bowler, in my opinion, David Willey. Anyway, Ngidi is coming in. It's 21 for naught off 5. A lovely straight drive from Bairstow. That's going to beat everybody. That's definitely 4. That one's scorching hot.
Yeah, that's. Did it hit his foot?
And he's going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
I hope it didn't hit his foot, because that would be probably a broken toe there.
No, yeah, he kicked it. I think it hit the back of his heel.
Hit the umpire's foot.
Hit his foot too, and then
yes,
the umpire's
back of that ankle.
Would have been out if he'd hit the stumps, definitely. He didn't miss them by much.
No. Actually, I thought it was going to hit the stumps at the other end. Ah well, Well,
lovely shot by Bairstow.
Yeah, beautiful straight drive.
Yeah. Laser straight. That's more of a length, and Bairstow just chops it down, and that one just dropped past the leg stump. Wicketkeeper was round quickly to pick it up, and there's no run, just Bairstow didn't know where it had gone for a second.
So close. So close. Second one that's chopped behind in between the batter and the stumps.
Yeah, Bairstow with his bat a long way from his body there.
Yeah,
he's literally meeting the ball while his back foot's in the air. Or just about to leave.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I know he scored a zillion runs in Test cricket in the last couple of months, but he's maybe still not the perfect technician.
No, never has been.
Nope. See what he can do here. He's on 9. England 25 for no wicket. Ngidi is in again, and that one is back to Ngidi, who rather lets it through somehow, but mid-off is alive and picks it up, and there's no run.
That was an interesting ball. Ngidi pitched that up, but Jason Roy was, I think, stuck in two minds. He wanted to come down the wicket. He wanted to stay. He chose to stay, but it felt like it was a little bit late, and he just ended up just playing it back to the bowler.
Yeah, I know I haven't seen all of it, but I think South Africa will be reasonably happy with this start. The only thing missing is a wicket.
I think in this game you need wickets. Like as you guys were saying, the amount of wickets in hand South Africa had, that total should have been higher. And I think against this England side, that's what you need.
It's full again, but Bairstow again. I felt he might have driven that one, but he's just coated up back to the bowler.
That was a slower ball, wasn't it? Yeah, 75 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I say Ngidi looks in good shape.
We haven't seen him a lot. Didn't play a lot in the IPL. Also didn't play a lot in that India series, but he looks very, very good.
He was coming back from injury, wasn't he, when he went to the IPL? Is that right? I can't remember.
Not really. He just didn't get a lot of game time. Like, Lungi's the second crop of international players that will sit on the bench, and if one international player goes out, he'll come in. It's been really tough for him in the IPL the last couple of years.
Yep. 25 for no wicket. Ngidi is in again. It's a pretty standard field. Certainly a deep square, maybe a long on. That one's clipped a bit. Wicket's a quickish run, but they get there fairly comfortably. We've had a whole innings. Have we talked about South Africa forfeiting those ODIs against Australia?
We might have we might have touched on it with Tim, I think. But it is a bit of an odd decision. But we covered this in the...
Well, the bones of it is South Africa felt they wanted their players to play in the new T20 league, which they're still, I think this is the third iteration of that they're trying to get off the ground. They wanted their best players involved. So they have forfeited those ODIs, which do count towards World Cup qualification, and now a serious chance South Africa won't qualify automatically. They probably feel they'll just get through the first stage anyway. That was a quickish run to wide cover. The ball came back off the stumps from the throw, but didn't go for any more over the throw. So good piece of fielding. End of the over, end of the 6th.
Yeah, it's me. I'm doing tweets, sorry. Matthew Cullen says, "Hi lads, been in my research lab, well air conditioned, and I'm now gone to the library, well air conditioned. Not looking forward to going home later. Surfer to the sun-esque. Hope all is well, gorillas, everyone, and surviving the heat. My doorbell's just gone. I'm hoping that's a beer delivery, but it could be someone unexpectedly coming over. So you guys carry on, and I'm just going to go and answer the door."
Okay. Well, we shouldn't overdo it. I mean, it's very hot in England. Even Scotland is okay at the moment, but a lot of our listeners deal with this kind of thing almost on a daily basis. So we're very fortunate that 2 days of 35 degrees in England has just knocked everybody out.
Look, it's a normal day in Africa.
Good extreme weather. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know how you managed it.
I was listening to you guys on my drive back home, and I was just laughing at the complaints about the heat wave. But everyone's complaining about the heat wave, so...
I bet. Yeah. I'd just like to reassure all the listeners that I am.
Oh, you've gone underwater again. This man's going to bowl. I'll give him a jingle.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride,
I think I've got your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's unreal. It's unreal, okay.
Coming in. No, he's not.
That was played out on the offside and there's no run. Yeah, you've gone underwater again. Andy. Andy, you've basically gone in slow-mo on our screens. Nortje is in. There's a big appeal.
Ooh, there it is.
Nah,
Come on.
That's going down leg, Empo. And now you've frozen on us. As Roy tried to work that into the leg side and there's no run. Yeah, I think Andy's frozen again. The heat is not doing good things for his computer.
That's a leg cutter from Nokia. Interesting ball there from him. We're going to see a lot of those, but yeah, going down leg.
Well, exactly. It was wide of the crease and then angled in, wasn't it? Runs in like a pterodactyl, a bit like Morkel. And it's driven out to the covers and there's no run. You know, it's like the dinosaur, there's little legs out front, like a T-Rex. It's true, man. That's what Morkel used to do.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Not taken away from their bowling, it's just funny, you know, you got to describe it somehow.
But Morkel actually held the ball right in front of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Have that swing that Nokia has, but very pterodactyl-like.
Yeah.
Or dinosaur-like.
Attempted pull or paddle around the corner from Roy, and he doesn't get anything on it apart from his thigh pad, and it goes down to the man on 45, and they'll get themselves a leg bye and move on to 28 for none. England will be happy that they haven't lost a wicket. Not going along any great shakes at all, but plenty of time to catch up. It is kind of weird watching ODIs after such a long period of watching endless T20s as Nortje is in. That's full and smashed back over his head. It's Johnny B. And he smashed that straight back down the ground for 4 runs.
There's not one board for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
If anybody watches golf, that shot was Scotty Scheffler like with the leg sticking out the back. The back leg, really good shot there.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. I kind of think in the T20s, as Nortje is in and chopped into the leg side with fat into. Well, maybe he turned the face to the back because it was quite timed to mid wicket and there's no run. But certainly his bat wasn't straight. I think England have been a bit guilty of playing too much T20 and not thinking about the ODIs, the pace of an innings. I think everyone went too hard against India at times when there needs to throttle back a bit because you've always got time to catch up, which you just don't in a T20. You just get it's full bore, isn't it, from start to finish? But in an ODI, there are times where you can throttle back and then re-pick up the pace. There's time to do those sorts of things.
Yeah, look, I think it's just getting that tempo back, and not necessarily being too aggressive. I think that's been their problem, especially coming out of the test with all the momentum that they got.
Exactly. I mean, it's difficult to say how much these mean to the cricketers, really. There's no points on any of these games, are there? There wasn't any points against India. There's no points against South Africa. That's full floaty, driven hard by Roy, but only as far as cover. He does a good stop, and then, well, probably the throw wasn't so good because Jason Roy was thinking about getting a single. There isn't one. Ended up being a dot.
It's funny. One thing about South Africa is that they'll always rock up for games that don't matter. So if it doesn't have Super League points, they're going to probably win it.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Well, you know, maybe they can't handle the pressure, Emperor.
Yeah, we just took the pressure of the World Cup and we brought it into bilateral ODIs. ICC really hates it.
Mind you, speaking of rugby, I mean, Ireland beat bloody All Blacks. I mean, the amount of shit their coaches getting, I can imagine. And Geedy Attempted pull by Jason Roy, gets an under edge into his thigh, and it bobbles out on the offside. They'll get through for a single.
It's funny because when the All Blacks play South Africa, they'll probably beat South Africa and he'll keep his job.
Well, possibly. How did you do against Wales? Because they won the second one, didn't they? It was 1-1, and then...
Yeah, we won the third one against Wales.
Yeah. South Africa, oof. I mean, the way you destroyed us in that World Cup that couple of years back. It's just hard.
I think it's going to be the same. I think
I think so as well. I think really physical side, South Africa. Always have been, I suppose, but they really put it on you.
But it was a really good win for Wales. They were very happy in that second test.
Yeah, and Geedy in, Bairstow just clips that into the leg side. Klassen's there at mid-wicket, throws at the stump, thought they were home, and there's no run. I don't know if Andy's going to bother coming back.
The man who lives underwater.
Yeah. I don't know. Everywhere he lives, he seems to have really poor Wi-Fi. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just he has a bad computer. Don't say anything. Who knows?
Yeah, luckily for us this side, our rolling blackouts seem to come down to a very, very slow stop. So we're happy.
Oh, that's cool. That's good. Roy is going to face up. Fourth ball of Ngidi's over.
That
driven
is
nicely. Straight back down. Long on is back. Is that bad?
Wait,
There's a single.
You're in the power play and you're saving boundaries.
Well, you got two people out, haven't you?
Yeah, but long on's one of them. At least I have like
if you're going to bowl, well, it's not such a bad position. I mean, if you're going to try and bowl full and on the stumps, it's the on drive is on or the clip to leg, isn't it? So it's mid wicket and long on probably, or someone behind square on leg side. And mid wicket depends how full you're going to bowl, but it's not a bad one to have, I guess, if you're going to try and bowl full and straight. And again, that is full and straight, and it's hoiked down towards that long on. Mistimed by Bairstow, but he'll get himself a single. 16 off 20, Roy 19 off 28, England 36, coming up to the 8th over.
If I'm England, I wouldn't be too worried about this.
No, I don't think they will be at all. It'd be good for them not to lose wickets going later into the game. I mean, Joss Buttler, I think, has been in pretty much before the 20th over twice at least. I think maybe all 3 times, and shortly after the 20th over. And he's a finisher. You don't really want Buttler coming in until the 30th over, ideally. And Geedy is in, and Roy clips that to the leg side. Poor bit of fielding. It's by Klassen at mid wicket. Doesn't he get a single anyway though? As he recovers, and that ends the over. I suppose I'm on social duty as well, so I better get onto that too. Jay says, "What do you mean it's Jay with such contemptuous resignation done?" Calm down, Jay. Jojo says Durban gets to 40 degrees, but Joburg doesn't. Isn't normal to have air. It isn't normal to have aircon in Joburg. Glad to see that.
Really.
Guru South Africa is just showing us how to do proper commentary. Thanks, Josie. Empo lives 1,000 kilometres above sea level. This explains so much, says Jay.
I live in the stars, yes.
Andy says he can try again. You can try again. Yeah, always welcome. Serious comment. Very good interview with Ngidi in last week's Observer. He seems an impressive man. Yeah, I read that. And I thought it was really, he was talking about the taking the knee stuff and all that. And, he does seem like a very impressive young man.
The only problem is that they don't. This in South Africa gets a lot of disrespect because of his cricket. People are thinking that he should be dropped from this format. Even in the Test side, they want him outside. They don't think he's top 3 bowlers in the country, which I disagree with.
He's there or thereabouts, isn't it? I mean, he's in the mix.
Look, if you have Ngidi as your third bowler after Noken Rabada, you're a pretty good bowling attack.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, I've always thought he was pretty good. That one is attempted to work into the leg side by Roy, gets a fat inside edge onto his pad, and it goes out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he got a scholarship, didn't he, to a prestigious school. Can't imagine.
To Hilton.
Yeah, can't imagine that was easy as a young black man in Australia. Even though you're out of apartheid, then you know.
It's never easy. Even in 2022, it's never easy.
So that's flicked out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah.
It's going to be quite interesting, I think. The question is, when will Maharaj try see if he can't get a wicket out of somewhere here? Because, look, it's nice lines and lengths, very tight. Just, it's kind of like forcing England's like, who's going to blink first, essentially. It's a staring contest.
That's down leg side. Should be a wide. Wide? Yeah, I think the score went up by 1 there. That.
Wide.
What? Leah says, yeah, ether is not that pleasant, and the hangover is amongst the worst things ever. Ether's like, you put it over people's faces and put them to sleep, don't you?
Russie's been in the changing room for a while now.
He's probably with massive dehydration, yeah, you'd have thought. Chopped into the offside by Roy. Looks at the toe of his bat, shaking his head. There's no run as it goes to cover. Yeah, it can't be pleasant running around in these temperatures for 30, for, you know, pretty much 50 overs. Nearly 4 hours out there. Haven't said that they must do that at home all the time.
Well, the last time Rusty scored a century was in Paarl, and then that day was 40 degrees against India. And so he knows how to score big runs in heat.
Big heat. Down the track comes Jason Roy. I think that meant to go back over the bowler's head. It's ended up going out through mid-wicket. He's got enough of it to get us the boundary, but it wasn't massively convincing, it has to be said. That's 4 runs though.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Yeah, Nokia cranked that up and he bowled it short. It's easy for Jason Roy, even though he mishit it. But yeah, not the best ball you could bowl.
No, and there's enough pace on it, even if you miss it with these bats these days. And the outfield's quick, and the squares go a long way across that. Down the track he comes again. Bottom hand comes off once more. Mistimes that wide and mid on. There's no run. He's itching to get on with it. Can't get any of his time right. Hopefully they're getting a run of what the pitch is like though. And
yeah,
you know,
it feels like they want to do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Time in the middle. Get how the pitch is playing, and then see what you can do.
Yeah, and if Nokia and Ngidi are not taking wickets, you've only got one other option. That's probably Shamsi and maybe Pehluwayo. So it's going to be quite interesting to see who they go to next.
Bairstow clips that to mid-wicket, virtually straight to him. He has to move about a pace to his right. Going quite quick, and he didn't field it properly. And they get through for a single. Right, where are we? Jay says, would it be easier for Andy's broadcast from underwater off Scandinavia? Might get a wee bit lonely now, but there's plenty of plankton. Sorry guys, he's going to give it one more try for 21 to 30. It may be a little cooler by then, he says. And if you're on our Discord channel on Patreon, Jeff Perkins has put up the jingle on the Jingle Jungle channel. There you go. If you're a patron, you get access to our Patreon channel. Otherwise, you'll never hear it. Dave Wood says, at what stage do we rename Andy SpongeBob? So he's getting a load of grief here. Neymar Butlins, what is the panel's view on Jason Roy? Can he make it in the test team again? We need openers.
No.
Get out of here, Neymar. Never. I mean, I know we've got this new way of playing, but no, not Jason Roy. He was a disaster.
You still need a technique. You still need to be able to defend the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
On or outside of stuff. Here you don't, because you can literally flat bat it to point all the time.
Yeah. And there's hardly any slips to worry about. No, there's no slips in the 10th over. Driven by Bairstow. Is he going to beat mid-off? No, he's not. He's on the edge of the circle and gets across. It's Miller there. Obviously 1 run.
I think South Africa's gone into run-saving mode. Not seeing a lot of attacking fielders there. No one close in.
Well, that's it. Do they think that there's not a lot in this wicket even for the bowlers, and therefore runs on the ball. We got to just protect the runs, and we'll get there in the end. I always think that's a pretty bad way of looking at it. You got to try and get wickets.
It feels like it.
Yeah. And Geedy is in again, and Jason Roy trying to work into the leg side. Gets an inside edge onto his pad once more. Just dribbles back towards the bowler, and there's no run. And so we're going to have a switcheroo. You're going to take over ball by ball. You good with that?
Sure.
Yeah, cool.
100%.
Steve is going to come in here. He's going to do you some socials, and John Batham is supposed to be joining back up as well. Is he on that? He's on the back end still, so he'll be joining you to take you through from 11 to 20.
It's the non-power play overs, or the second power play overs.
Yes. The boring middle overs. That is again attempted cut by Roy. Mistimes it once more, out to cover, and there's no run. He's always shaking his head, Jason Roy. And when he might, he's not really timed a lot so far, but he's got to 25 off 36. And he'll be looking to get, he nearly got a 50 the other day. We're looking to get his first 50 in international cricket this summer. Maybe a few people saying that his time is over, especially up until now, but he seems to have taken a little time getting going. He seems to finally be getting going, getting up to speed with the game. And Geedy in, pulled hard by Jason Roy. There is a square leg out there. Is that the quail? And he overthrows the keeper by some margin. It's a big throw. Fortunately it's backed up, and they'll just be the single. 146 after 9.4. Target's 334. Another off cutter. Yeah.
A lot of those, and that's why pitch require is going to be so important, because I think if the way we saw how Brandon Cost bowled, he bowled really well in the last over. A lot of that.
Indeed. John's here a little bit early. We'll let him in, considering Andy's not. All right, John.
Afternoon, chaps.
Yeah. And Geedy in. Oh, now trying to turn it into the leg side. I think that was top pads of Bairstow, but way too high. That's no appeal. Maybe not. Maybe squared up and came off the outside edge. Have a look on the replay. One ball left until we're out of power play one. Roy on 26, Bairstow on 18. Geedy's gone for 22 and is what will be 4 balls, 4 overs and 5 balls. Yeah. And here it is, last ball, and Geedy in. Oh no, chips, going to be out. Oh, just too high for Miller. Stuck up a hand, periscope style on the jump. Maybe he timed his jumps better, maybe he gets it. Wasn't particularly well hit by Best. I think it's trying to work it in the leg side. Big leading edge, definitely not enough on it. Gets away with it.
If he didn't walk in with the bowler,
yeah, well, everyone has to walk in, Empo.
Great goalkeeping save. But
yeah,
no,
would have dropped in the net behind him now, unfortunately. Anyway, that's me done.
Sure.
Steve is going to take over for me in the studio, and John is going to join Empo in the ether.
Ooh.
I'll see you soon.
Awesome. Yeah, hi John, how's it going?
Hi Empo, good. Yeah, good. I must admit, I'm a little bit worried about the form of Jason Roy. He looks like a man who's in no touch, no feel, no anything really.
But it's a chase like this that brings you back. Look, Ed Mark.
It could do. He could hit a couple in the middle, and all of a sudden it's there. But it doesn't look like it.
Anuf Nokia in first ball of the 11th over down the leg side. Ooh, our first sighting of Shamsi, which is awesome. Always awesome. Single taken there. Look, South Africa went with Aiden Markram, and he averages 27, only scored 3 half centuries, and he scored a really lovely 76 today. So maybe today's the day for redemption for Jason Roy as well.
Yeah, I mean it's possible, Empo. I mean, it's just that this is the kind of scratchiness we've seen from him all season. So, he hasn't found it yet. That's part of the problem, I think.
Yes, Besto swatting this one for 4. Oh my word, it's a short ball, and he just swatted that one like a mosquito to deep mid wicket.
Eins, zwei, drei, vier.
Hi guys. That was pretty dismissive, that wasn't it? Really.
Hi Steve, how are you doing?
Hello Empo, nice to meet you. Haven't been on before with you, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys too.
Hi John, how are you?
Long time, Mr. Steve.
Indeed. You're looking very well.
Oh, we try.
Good.
Love the long hair and the beard. Down the leg side, single taken there.
Well, apparently people that tweet in Empo, I'm either Jesus or Rasputin. I'm not quite sure which is preferable. But there we go.
You will tell me which one is preferable, but I think for this, the weather you guys are having, that's a hairstyle you probably need to have. Ball down the leg side, will be called wide.
I admire that you can wear all that, John, in this heat, I have to say.
Hey. But it's usually in my ponytail, but it didn't quite happen today.
Is this heat wave across the entire continent that you guys call England and Scotland and Wales?
It's been right across Europe, so it's come up from Portugal, Spain, through France, Greece, and it's even up into Scotland now. England and Wales are very warm.
Okay. Short ball in from Nokia, quick punch down the ground by Jason Roy, who's trying to fight his way back in. It's 27 of 38, which is uncharacteristic of him, but he's hanging in there.
Almost around the ball though. So.
See, the other thing about this is that he's certainly had the lion's share of the strike as well, and Bairstow's in better touch. So they might want to try and rectify that a bit.
The first 6 of the game. Next ball in down the leg side. The South Africans are up, thinking that is a wicket, but Johnny Bairstow will let us all know that he did not get any bat onto that. Still 56 without loss, 1 ball left in the 11th over.
And not giving us a wide either, off his pad.
Well, it came off something.
It just clipped his pad, yeah.
It's a pretty good stop, actually, by Quinton de Kock. Yeah, it came off the pad. It's a very good stop.
We missed Quinton in Test match cricket for those. Oh, that's full driven straight to that fielder at mid on. No run there. End of the 11th over, 56 without loss. Do you have any tweets?
Yeah, we do. Picking up from where Bear left off, Farong writes in, well, back again. Just hope that was my scheduled load shedding for the day. If not, I'll have to put up with another hour without the electricity. Good start for England, but we all know that a collapse is just around the corner. Neymar Butlins. What is the panel's view on Jason Roy? Can he make it in the test team again? We need openers, ...
Yeah, that's why we don't need Jason Roy in the test team, because we need openers.
Please bring Jason Roy in, please.
No, I mean, that's a suggestion bordering on the ridiculous, frankly.
Asking for trouble.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. Utter nonsense.
So we're going to get a sighting of South Africa's best ODI bowler best ODI bowler, and also the number 1 T20 bowler in the world. Well, it might have changed.
Shamsi is coming.
What does Shamsi throw down?
Left arm wrist spin. So
right.
Previously known as the Chinaman. I don't know what the term is now, but it's left arm wrist spin.
From a pretty low trajectory, generally speaking.
He can flat it up. His googly is actually it goes up a little bit, but it's a way for people to pick it up. So that low trajectory is his stock ball all the way through.
Yeah. It's a very interesting action, actually.
He's got a leg slip to Jason Roy. Also got a 3 fielders in the ring on the offside catching. Third man is up. So we want to see what's going to happen there. Leg side got boundary riders. Reverse sweep comes out from Jason Roy. Still can't find the gap. Finds Ngidi at short third man, no run.
Here comes his jingle.
Down the leg side this time with the second ball. It's pulled to a square leg. It'll be easy pickings for Petluguayo. Shamsi, Roy, another single there. Just can't find that gap that gets him that boundary that he's been looking for since that last 6 that he hit.
He just looks out of sorts. I mean, even the reverse sweep first ball, you don't even take a look. You just frenetically kind of reverse sweep it. It doesn't.
Well, between him and Joe Root, it's like chalk and cheese right now. Shamsi getting a ball to pitch on off into the right-handed Besto, pushed it out to the catching extra cover, no run.
But then, to be fair, Root's an all formats player, isn't he?
He is. Oh, next ball from Tabrace, pitching on middle, hitting Besto just on leg, probably missing. No LBW appeal from the South Africans, no run taken there. But it's actually quite interesting because you've got Liam Livingston, you've got Josh Butler, you've got Ben Stokes, you've got Root. This is power packed.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of power there.
But it doesn't have a lot of runs. Oh, Edge this time on the floor, rolling to that short third man. Quinton thought South Africa had something, but as I always say, just emptying out his lungs like a choir member. Johnny B, 26 of 32. A little bit of a breaks on this English innings that comes with that second power play. Next one coming down the leg side. There's a misfield from Aiden Markram, nicknamed Pretty Privileged by me. Next one was a single taken, 2 taken there. 59 without loss.
That didn't look terribly good, did it? He kind of swooped down effortlessly and then didn't take the ball with him. So it made it look like it was really sloppy. Whereas
it looked very good until that very last bit, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It was like swoop down, pick the ball up. Oh, I didn't pick the ball.
Let me do some tweets. Jeff Perkins, apparently he's on Discord Jingle Jungle channel. He's got something written there, but it's so small I can't read it. Andy Ward, sorry guys, I'll give it one more try for 21 to 30. It may be a little cooler by then. Jay Grover suggests, would it be easier if Andy broadcast from underwater, off Scandinavia? He might get a wee bit lonely now those plankton anymore mind. All right.
Yeah, he certainly sounded like he needed a snorkel earlier on.
Underwater Andy.
He was in snorkel territory, wasn't he? It was like disappeared altogether. But, hey ho. It's the man you've been calling for, Empo.
Yes. Petluguayo, Andile. I think this pitch is gonna suit him quite a lot. So really excited to have him.
Here's his jingle.
And the first ball from Andile nearly cuts Jason Roy in half. Both are surprised. I was really, really surprised by that. It was a cutter. Ooh. Really, really good ball.
More
there.
like it.
And that's what you're gonna get from Mandile. Just a lot of cutters. A lot of cutters. 60 without loss. 2 balls into this 13th over.
It's a pretty placid old track, this one, isn't it?
Very, very placid.
Hard work for the bowlers.
Yeah. And I think here wickets are going to be your currency as much as possible. To give you some sort of a platform to attack this 334 in the back end.
They were referring to the fact that Van der Dusen has been taken off and they're monitoring his hydration levels, so that That big innings of his is obviously taking its toll. He didn't look well when they showed a picture of him, Paula.
Look, I think that was a monumental innings for a guy who averaged like 77 in international in ODI cricket. Really, really good. Single taken off the next one. Just easy pickings for Johnny Bairstow. He looks a lot more comfortable than Jason Roy, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how Roy does.
Oh, well fielded.
Ooh, hello.
No, I think he's okay.
Just about, I think.
Yeah.
That's probably the best shot that Roy's played. Well, other than the 6, it's probably the only shot that Roy's played. But
yeah, no, I don't think he touched it.
Yeah, he got rid of it. He did well.
There's 2 runs down the leg side. Good fielding from Markram there. And yeah, safe. Really, really safe there.
Good awareness of where he was.
Very good fielder, Ed Markram, and I think the South African team needs to improve on their fielder. I think they've let it go down a little bit, especially in that India T20 series. Next one down the leg side. That's what you're going to get with Andile and that angle of that wrist. He kind of lets it go, and you're going to get a ball that goes down the leg side, and they're going to run through for 2 now again. And essentially when he bowls that cutter, that's what gets that shape, and so. Yeah, I think it makes it easier for batters, even though the pace is being taken off the ball.
He might even bowl Roy back into form with this sort of stuff.
Look, the longer Jason Roy is in there, I don't know who it benefits.
Well, at the moment, it benefits South Africa because he's not scoring quick enough.
But the danger always looms as the next one is driven with a straight bat down the ground to that fielder long on. For a single. End of their over, 66 without loss after 13. Traditional one-day cricket for a dying game that we're seeing here in Durham.
Let me catch up on Twitter. Farong picks up on the opener conversation, saying Crawley will stay in the team for his catching abilities. I think fairly true. MX Grand Theft Auto. It was the hottest night ever in Wales last night. At least that is what she told me after. Congratulations. Ravinair. The ever reliable John Jesus Rasputin Batham. You know what? You know that with him you'll get told everything that every player is doing wrong.
Ravi, my nemesis is engaging. Yes.
Mayank. Jason Roy only got 5 tests and everyone's decided he shouldn't come back. But Lees and Crawley are still in the side, consistently failing every innings.
That's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. Crawley is on borrowed time. I think. I think Mr. Lees deserves a little bit more latitude.
Yeah, I think he's
grounds that he hasn't been in that long.
Yeah, I think he's earned his stay at the moment. Neymar Butlin sends us a weather forecast from New York. Weather is in the high 30 degrees Celsius, very comfortable. Sorry you lot are dying on a barbecue. And then Leah, replying to... Can't see who she's replying to, but obviously, route to spearhead the spin attack with Leach on the bench, shopping for firearms on the dark web. We're up to date.
Okay. So, but that was my question around Zach Crawley and the type of cricket that Baz wants to play in that test side. Isn't there someone else in county cricket that is more of a traditional opener that you're looking for outside of Leeds?
I think the problem that we've got is that there are some coming through who maybe aren't quite ready yet. I think both the openers at Sussex are good players. I think Orr's a good player. I think Haynes is a good player. But it may be a little bit soon to throw them in. The problem with this conversation always, Empo, is that the people that you hear talking about it tend to be national journalists and broadcasters, most of whom don't watch county cricket. So when it comes to who else can we bring in, the answer is nobody, because they don't know anybody, because they've not seen anybody.
And they also think the level of county cricket is bad.
Well, that's what they say, but then they say that, but then they don't watch it. So the problem is, it's an argument from silence. But
I'm not sure that's necessarily true about county cricket. And at the end of the day, it is the only area in which anyone who wants to play in
can
Test
progress
cricket
through.
can
Absolutely
get
right.
the experience. So you can't keep slagging it.
No, absolutely not. That's the problem. Grief! If Ravi thinks I'm negative, he should hear national journalists talking about county cricket. Then he'd know what pessimism is.
A quick.
We caught wind of that of that franchise argument from KP.
Yeah.
So that's been the one that they were all just surprised by. But I think we always knew that all domestic cricket's a level below Test cricket. As we see Shamsi come in. Just waiting for his first ball. He's coming through. No single taken off that first ball.
Yeah, I don't think there's much stomach for franchise cricket here at Gorilla Cricket.
No, there isn't. There is not.
Well, I just think, and I've said this in social media to KP, that my problem is a lot of the other issues that you're trying to address would go backwards under franchise cricket.
Yes, that's the other side of it. As Shamsi comes in for his third ball, my feed is just slowing down very much to a ship, but they've taken a single. And Roy is still struggling on that 35. We just don't know how he's going to get out of this. The balls just keep on mounting. That strike rate keeps on going down.
I don't think it's panic stations yet, though, is it? A lot of overs to go.
He's trying.
See, even Bairstow playing 4 defensive shots. Now look.
Yes, that was a dot ball.
There's no panic on Poe. No panic.
Well, maybe this is the other side of, look, we've struggled against India to blow them away. Let's try and go back to traditional cricket before we won the World Cup.
Well, I think there does have to come a point where when it's gone wrong 2 or 3 times and you're in a new regime because you've gone from Morgan to Butler, you have to come to a point where you say, well, look, we're chasing 333. If we go out all guns blazing and we're 100 for 5 off
10
12 overs, that's going to be a problem. So
just easy misfield there from the South Africans. Pitligwaya just continuing those woes that South Africa have in the field. I hope they don't drop any catches.
They haven't done yet, have they? So.
Well, we haven't, but it's just a worry when you're seeing ground fielding like this.
Let me just catch up with tweets. Chris says this Roy innings is currently his second slowest ODI innings in over 25 runs, just behind a 49 off 78 versus New Zealand in 2019. Thank you, Chris. Leah just says, so when are we going to send in Hassi back out there to face a barrage of insignificant strip of dirt like it's 1914 again? Neymar Butlin's the openers are rotated like band members for Earth, Wind and Fire. Oh dear, very good point. I'll shut up there.
Pitligwaya back in again. He's only gotten for 7 in his allotted overs. 68 without loss. Just a slow burn for England right now.
Yeah, this is clearly a different approach today.
It's taking singles wherever they can. It's another one taken off of this ball from Pitligwaya, which was shortish one, just punched away. Out to the offside for a single. Yeah, South Africa will be very happy with this. Jason Roy just struggling to get off strike again, just playing it out for no run.
This run rate is slower than our Red Bull test team goes at the moment.
It is, yeah. It is, definitely. Yeah.
Send Roy to the test team and bring in Crawley and
Creepy.
Lees. We'd be on 169 by now.
Yeah, no, you would be on that 160, but like it's actually very interesting the contrast, because I would have thought Baz would have been your limited overs coach, not necessarily your ODI coach as or your test team coach as single taken off. Roy gets to the other end and brings Besto to face the music. Some good field placings from the South Africans, just protecting those boundaries, just drying up those boundaries.
Yeah, there have been very few. I mean, I think on the Brendan McCullum point, yes, I think it did raise some eyebrows when he took over the test side. Although I think one of the things is when England have got into trouble in recent times in Test cricket, they've tended to go into a that one's gone down to fine leg, isn't it? Yeah, they've tended to go into a mode where they don't play a shot at all for fear of getting out and trying to stay in. So maybe this was the kind of, maybe McCullum was the antithesis of that, and to try and get a more sort of, you know, a change of mental attitude. I mean, who knows whether it will work long term? I'm not sure.
Yes, Jason Roy just struggling to just get off the mark here.
He even failed with his ramp shot there. It came off Decott.
Yeah, it was looking like doing ram shots now and trying to find a way to give himself something. But 36 or 53, 73 without loss after 15, best on 32 of 38. Yeah, looks like this game is this innings is completely going to stop.
Let's catch up with tweets. Jay Grover gives us an update from Sheffield. Says, I'm just pretty impressed Sheffield smells all right at 38 degrees. I mean, I had to light a joss stick and threaten the bins, but it's nicely balmy. Farong gives us an update on Crawley. 32 catches in 25 tests. Gives that nod in the test team. Batting average of 26.7. Well, it's catches that win matches. And Neymar Butlins. Come on, City. Champions League, EPL double. Here we go. It's the wrong game, Neymar.
Wrong game. Shamsi starting the next over. Still has that slip and toe.
Oh, I can do a jingle.
Wide. That one's just wide down the leg side.
Good jingle.
I've missed that jingle.
Yeah, it's a great jingle, that one.
There's next one in, just Shamsi just sorting his thing out. England need to find a way to get themselves into this game. My feed's just slow this side, so probably gonna need you, John, to just go out and ball by ball for a bit.
Yeah, okay. I can pick up. That's fine. It always happens. It'll happen to me in my slot that it'll go slow. Somebody will have to rescue me as well. So we're
shout John if yours goes down. I can always cover.
Hey. There's always a gorilla to sort you out
somewhere here in the studio.
Here's Shamsi anyway, he's in. This is on the leg stump. It's pushed up to shortish mid-wicket. There's no run. I'm just hoping my fellow Middlesex man, Mr. Bishop's alright, because I've just looked at the score again from Lords, where...
how my boys doing? Because I know we were 57 for 1 earlier on.
Well, Middlesex thought it would be a bright idea to stick Sussex in 40 degrees of heat. And Sussex are 316 for 2.
Wow.
So that's not a particularly clever idea.
We did score 560 for 4 in our last full innings. So.
Yeah, but you're playing Middlesex, so if you get anywhere near that this time, you'll probably win the game.
Leicester did score 760 in reply, so it was,
but
I think the
we
home
can't
track
bat.
was a bit.
Middlesex can't bat.
Yeah,
that's
but
the difference.
you knocked off that big run chase against us at home, didn't you? That 350.
That was many moons ago. Here's Shamsi. He's into Bairstow, pushes that up to mid-on, where it's retrieved by David Miller. Throws it back in, and it's just a single once more. Yeah, Middlesex looked a half-decent team back in May and June, but unfortunately they've forgotten what that team is. So, fallen apart, frankly. It's Shamsi to Jason Roy, who backs away from the stumps, tries to hit it through the offside field, but doesn't break the cover, and that's another dot ball. End of the over.
Keeps on hurting himself and his team.
Little update from Twitterland. Neymar says something I think we were discussing a bit earlier on. Bring in the openers from the Red Bull team. I think we agree on that one, Neymar. Well done. And Jay Grover commenting about McCullum. I assume it's more a motivational speaker type gig with cricketers of their ability. It works, I'd imagine. It work organically. Discuss.
Well, the trouble is, if it is only a motivational thing, that doesn't speak to me of longevity. That's the problem, because the question is, if it's about motivation, how many lines have you got?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's tricky, I think. But there we are. So England are 77 for none off 16. Here's Pepe again. This is aerial. But it's bounced in front of the fielder, who retrieves it, and there's still only one run. That was Norkia in the deep.
You didn't make much of an effort there, did you, really?
In his big floppy sun hat, with his yellow towel round the back.
It didn't bounce that far from him, really, did it? I thought.
No, it didn't. I mean,
maybe
it was a pretty ordinary shot.
Oh no, he was never going to get to it. Okay, I'll take that back.
Well, it was. I think he mishit it so badly that there was no danger of it carrying, really. But I think he's hit that one a little bit better. But there is a sweeper out there, and again, there's just a single.
South Africa will be very happy with these 16 overs.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because England are not really putting them under any pressure. So
you see, Joss is pacing up and down.
He looks very relaxed. He hasn't got his kit on.
Well, look, with Joe Root coming in, you've got Moeen ready. That's the long batting lineup.
This is down the leg side. I think Bairstow got something on it. Shamsi's come round to field, and they've scampered back for 2. 81 for no wicket. Yeah, I think England's problem is that Butler and Livingston are finishers, really. So you've really got to try and bat deep by the time they come in. You don't want Butler in ahead of the 30th over, as somebody said earlier. Bear, I think. This is Bairstow squirting that one behind the wicket, but short third man fields it. That's
Who's
the end
standing out there without wearing a cap in this heat?
Oh my goodness, that is
Dwayne Pretorius.
That's insanity. That's insanity. Get a hat on, man. Yeah, that's mad. That really is mad. Bairstow this time. Oh, that's clever. That's clever from Bairstow.
I can do
That's
a jingle.
clever.
Here we go.
It was just outside the off stump, and having hit the previous one to your third man, he angled the bat a little bit more and got it fine of that fielder, and it ran away for 4.
That is a beautiful shot. Very
clever.
I like the ball from Petriguayo.
Yeah.
Full toss. Outside the off stump. Well, not full toss, but it was a block.
Well, it's a Yorker, really, isn't it? And he's managed to get the bat on it and get it away for 4. I mean, that's very clever cricket. And this one's gone down to mid-on. And so Bairstow takes another single, goes to 40. That's 86 for none at the end of the over.
Yeah. And it looks like my signal's working now. Just
Ah, he's
Hooray!
Got everything out.
He's back.
We'll hand back to you. We'll hand back to you, Umpo.
Yes. Cool. Any tweets?
No, we're up to date on those.
Alright, people tweet us in. Let us know what you think. We've got the curious case of Jason Roy. You've got Johnny Besto getting a chest guard. Or is not even a chest guard, that's like a rib guard.
Does that mean someone's Ngidi's coming back or Nokia?
Yeah, suggests a quick man is going to come and...
Yeah, Nokia's back on.
Heinrich Nokia.
Nokia.
Let me do his jingle while we're sorting the film.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Heinrich Nokia.
Probably part of the long line of South Africans whose names get mispronounced. There's another one now who's playing amateur golf. Aldrich Potgieter. It was a really big struggle for the commentators at the Open. Ooh, full ball outside the off stump, driven to that fielder cover. Good dive in there, but just easy single for Johnny Besto, who brings his partner, who really is struggling. 38 or 57 is Jason Roy.
Talking about golf info, is Bezuidenhout a South African?
Bezuidenhout, yes.
The Bezuidenhout, there you go, see, I knew you'd...
It's Christian Bezuidenhout.
Yeah, good golfer.
He hasn't defected to live like all the other South Africans.
Not yet, anyway.
Look, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Nokia into Jason Roy, down the leg side, bit of a clip, hopefully it won't be leg by, but great fielding from Quinton de Kock, who had to run about 15 meters to collect that ball.
It was a great chase. It was a great chase by de Kock. I think he went down in installments after that.
He's alright, he's got pads on, John, don't worry.
Yeah.
Look at that, look at that. Oh, yes.
Hugged the ball at the same time, very good.
Yes, then he taps his chest because it's very sore. It's very sore.
Well fielded.
That wouldn't have been great.
It's like he was diving for the try line. That's how it was. That's the only way I can best describe it as. Oh, Johnny Besto. That's the timing Jason Roy wants. Thank you very much. Extra cover for 4. What a drive.
That was prime Johnny B. That one.
It was short, slightly wide. You just play
the bounce, smack. Thank you very much. See your cover point.
Doesn't even move his feet. Just hand-eye coordination. Another ball similar from the previous one. This time Johnny gets the inside half of the bat and just goes back to the bowler. No run. 92 without loss. 4 balls into the 18th over. England will still get to this target batting like this, and that's the disappointing thing that's the scary thing for me, because you just need to explode in the final 10 overs. If you can score 100 in the final 10, you're in. Oh, timing.
Oh no! Oh my word!
There was such great timing that the fielders converged, the mid-on and mid-off converged, and they didn't decide who was going to get to the ball, and they went for 4. Comedy of errors.
They collected each other magnificently, but the ball kept going. That's the problem.
Johnny,
one of them is really come off rather badly, I think. So maybe we shouldn't be laughing. I think that was a pretty heavy collision.
Captain Maharaj and Andile Kasurayo, and Andile's on the floor now. Hopefully he's okay.
It's a nasty collision, actually. To be fair,
when we were starting to play this game, we were told we need a call for the ball.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was mine. Nobody knew whose it was, and they cried.
That wasn't quite as bad as the as the run out I saw at Merchant Taylor's last week. There was a county
Is that the last
championship
wicket?
last week. This is actually on. It's on YouTube somewhere. This run out. It's a run out involving two guys called Max Holden and John Simpson. And Max Holden had played the ball down to fine leg, ran the first one quickly, turned to run the second. But the problem was neither of the batsmen looked at each other at all and ran down the same side of the pitch. Simpson was running head down and literally head-butted Max Holden right in the solar plexus in the middle of the pitch. At which point the ball had come back in and the wicketkeeper just took the bails off. And we literally had two guys poleaxed in the middle of the pitch.
Oh no!
It was an awful piece of running.
It was funny to watch, though, wasn't it? So.
We're getting more medical attention now.
Yeah, we are. It's not looking clever this at all.
Yeah, let me just catch up on tweets while we're waiting. Jay Grover, I think looking at the micros of motivation might be a bit more effective than the micromanagement of talent, bracket strategy versus tactical. Then again, I'm speaking as a man with neither talent or motivation. Follows that up with no tweets. You've missed about 10 of mine, you lanky bird-shirted goblin Mayflower. Thank you, Jay. Jeff Perkins chips in with all jingles are guaranteed to have passed the stringent Nakul Mpande School of Pronunciation requirements. And Leah says, well, Shardul Thakur has a better test batting average than Jason Roy. He has also taken test wickets, which Roy hasn't. But you can't poach him as long as you have a Tory government. Too bad, so sad. And finally, Chris TV says we may be seeing 7 overs of Markram. Ooh.
I hope I'm not commentating on those 7 overs of Markram. No.
Do you suspect they might be painful, Empo?
Not them. Look, he's done well with the ball. A lot of people are saying Aiden Markram's in the side because he can bowl. And my answer's always been, what's your primary job? If you don't do a primary job well, you don't deserve to be in the side batting an average of 20.
No, absolutely. I agree.
So those 7 overs of Aiden Markram are going to come in because if Andile's out cold or he's going to go to the hospital, then yeah. So concussion protocol.
Yeah. It doesn't look good either, does he?
He's walking off
with a smile. Good.
Yeah, well, that's a good sign because that was one serious collision. We're seeing it again now here, actually.
Why would you show it?
Because he's okay.
Yeah, you show it because he's all right, but ow!
He took a head to the chin. Then.
Maharaj's shoulder went into the chin of Peshawar. Yeah,
that's basically
more rugby.
That's basically a rugby red card, isn't it? Really?
Yes.
That's
exactly.
a rugby red card tackle. That's what that is.
Last week, and on Saturday, was it Cheston Kobe against Wales? Got a broken jaw in like the 30th minute.
Ow.
Not a similar collision to this, but yeah, he went in for a tackle and came out with a broken jaw.
Ouch. Is that because he got his head on the wrong side of the ball?
Look, Cheslin's a small man, so when you tackle him, sometimes his head might cop a little bit more shoulder because obviously guys have to go a lot lower. But it was an okayish tackle. He just came off with the. But he wears a scrum cap, so that's the other thing. So it kind of helped, but he's like out and he's like
bad.
One of the game breakers for South Africa that we need against New Zealand. But we'll find somebody.
That's tricky.
Johnny B on 49. We're back with play. Nokia, having gone for 30 in his 4 overs, he's been quite expensive. Into Johnny B, who defends it back to the bowler. First ball after a break is always a tricky one. End of that over, 96 without loss.
Warren asks, is Sydenham on fire yet? Well, I can tell you that this part of Sydenham is fine at the moment. I can't smell any burning smoke. And Jeff Perkins, surely Markram is in the side as he knows how to win World Cups. Empho.
Oh my word. As a child, as a 17-year-old, he's 10 years removed from that, averages 27 in ODIs, only scored 3 half centuries. I don't know if this one's the 4th or if that's the 3rd. Went to the World Cup averaging 28, is now averaging 27, and we still want this guy on the side. I call it pretty privilege because he's got a pretty face.
It's a long time to dine out on something, isn't it, really?
No, like he's been given so many chances, and you guys are talking about Jason Roy.
I hear you.
This guy, and he picked up spin along the way.
I'm hearing you, Empo.
Sure, that's okay. Oh yes, captain's back. Maharaj gets the first ball to Jason Roy. He tries a reverse sweep, but third man is in.
This is Jingle.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshan.
And turn back to the bowler. Next one from Johnny Besto.
Oh, why are you still showing this collision? That's not something that.
Yeah, ball down the leg side.
Much of, really.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good to be showing that. But
no,
yeah.
Don't show it anymore.
Johnny Besto with that single gets to 50 runs. Really important innings.
Here comes a jingle.
50 runs. You're 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done.
Oh, ooh, Jason.
What a piece of fielding that is.
Still slap that to extra cover. Finds the fielder. That's Jason Roy today. He's finding fielders, but not getting out. Reverse sweep comes out, and finally it's gone through the inner ring, and it will race the way for 4. Seems like it's been an age since Roy's found the boundary. Handsome applause as England get to 102. But I think Jason will be very happy with that.
Well, he was very unlucky the ball before, wasn't he? Because he absolutely creamed it and the cover fielder stopped it. Oh, that's gone up in the air.
In the air. Is there going to be a fielder underneath it?
Yes.
They really want to catch David Miller going to his left. And Jason Roy, just after that fall, pulls out at wide-ish long off for 43. And England lose their first wicket, 102 for 1.
Shit gets wicked, so try and see. A slow full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
Yeah, if you're going to take on a fielder in the outfield, you probably don't want it to be David Miller. It is the lesson of that, I think, probably. But yeah, literally just after he timed a couple of balls, finally he smacked it up in the air. So
yeah, he struggled to find the boundary, and all of a sudden, once he finds the boundary, finds the fielder. I don't know how long you're going to keep Jason Roy. Is there any other options in this limited over side for you to try at the top?
Oh yeah, I think there's plenty. Actually. I'd quite like to see Phil Salt given a go at the top. I don't know about you, Steve, but I'd quite like to see Salty given a go at the top.
Yeah, I quite like Phil Salt. He was good at Sussex, and he seems to be going well. Where's he now? Lancashire or somewhere, isn't he?
He's at Lancashire, yeah.
So, and he's turning in some good performances. So.
But didn't he play
he's a very ebullient type cricketer as well. Yeah. He's very. He's got. You get the impression there's a lot of positive energy around the boy.
Joe Root's a new batsman. Here's his jingle.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
I thought you were going to play the other one, Steve.
The world's.
I've only got one on here.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, they've taken the other one away.
Oh, Oh no, that was great. That other one.
Well, I hadn't heard this route one. I like it. Well, it's pretty cool. Look, he has been the anchor to this England side across all formats. The best batsman in the world by a country mile. Facing up to Nokia. This one straight on the pads, middle and off, and played out to Yanama Milan at short mid-wicket, no run.
That close mid-wicket fielder has been picked out by England the whole of this innings, isn't it? So either very good captaincy and field placing, but well, not very good batting. Great, good catch that. Good running catch.
It's a lovely catch by Miller. You can see he's watching the ball the whole way in. Never loses it. It's a super catch.
Nokia into Root, down the leg side, short ball. Root pulls this one. Got a bit of glove there. We'll take a single. See what the umpire says.
Don't want to get you too excited, Empher, but it looks like he's batting like Jason Roy.
Well,
I think that hurried him up.
Yeah, he's mistimed that, and there's a leg bias, it looks.
I think it hurried him up.
Yeah.
I think it was on him quicker than he thought.
He's quite deceptively fast, Nokia, isn't he? He's a quick boy.
Yeah, he is a very quick boy.
Oh,
this one's up in the air. Where is it going?
Even the cameraman.
Nobody knows.
Oh, it's dropped. The Guinea's dropped it at fine leg.
Nobody knew where that had gone.
Certainly not the cameraman.
I don't think Guinea knew either.
Oh, it's dropped.
Nokia is not happy with that.
Nokia looks as impressed as somebody who's not impressed at all. I don't think I'd be making eye contact with him anytime in the next 10 minutes.
Oh no!
Wow.
And it took that shoulder of the bat or that leaning edge.
Oh, it's a dolly.
Guinea just dropped
That's a dolly.
In and out in the breadbasket.
That is a dolly, I'm
He's
afraid.
going to get a lot more disrespect now. Next one is pulled down the leg side back to the culprit of the last drop. And he cleans that up better, but it's a single.
And doesn't that always happen as well? Because you've just complimented somebody else on a really good catch. That makes the drop look even worse.
But it's elementary.
That was 10 times easier than the Miller one, wasn't it?
He can't believe himself that he's dropped it.
I can tell you why he's dropped it. He's just on the move while he's trying to catch a ball. Set yourself, and Looney. Next one is defended out back to the bowler and around. He's like
It's almost as if he tried to cushion it into his hands and he took the hands away from it.
Too quick. Let me just run through a few tweets. Dre go over. Even Nakul admitted his Hindi pronunciations were mal. He just said his names quickly and with blind confidence. Leah sends in a picture of someone with a properly broken jaw. Thank you. And shave that chin, Kafash.
And last ball of our stint pulled square by Joe Root to Heinrich Klaassen on the boundary, or actually Johnny Besto there. And that's the end of the 20th over. I think, John, you're moving into ball by ball as I go off. We'll be joined by Andy, if he's not underwater.
Has he found a snorkel that will work, we ask ourselves.
That's what we'll find out. And Steve is going to be there. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers, Embo.
Cheers, Embo. We got it?
Well, after that let-off, England 106 for 1 off 20 overs. Require 228 more to win from 30 overs. But getting on for 8 and over now. So someone's going to have to put the pedal to the metal. Will it be Johnny Bairstow? He's facing Maharaj. He flicks this one off his legs, wide of the fielder who's chasing back. That's Shamsi. And I'm assuming they'll come back for 2, and indeed they do. 108 for 1.
Do we think Andy's still underwater?
No, I'm here, guys.
Oh, hi there.
No, he's there.
Hi there, Andy.
He's in darkness, but he's
We can't see him.
Yeah, I'm going to try without video to see if that puts a little bit.
That might help your. Yeah.
I'm only doing tweets, so it should be fine.
Okay, the next one is
Here is
Jeff
Maharaj,
Perkins.
and that's turned into the leg side to short mid wicket. There's no run.
Which one? Sorry, Steve.
The Jeff Perkins one from about 6 minutes ago.
Okay, I'll try that MVO.
Oh dear, poor Ngidi is getting his laps shown again and again.
They're going to show that a few times, aren't they?
Bairstow doesn't beat cover with the next one, and so again there's no run. Yeah, that's not going to be something he's going to want to see on a highlights reel, that's for sure.
But he's going to have to.
But he's going to see plenty of it. Yep. Here's Maharaj again, and Bairstow flicks this one off his legs, and they take a very quick single. Root really had to get his head down then to run to the danger end, but they got through for 109 for 1, Bairstow 55.
They run well together, these two. I'm not sure that really was on, but anyway, they did make it.
They are both very, very quick. But I guess the drawback of that is sometimes you go for things which, even for you, are too short, as it were.
Right. So we need some metal pressing, boys. Come on.
Yeah, we do. Here is Maharaj into Root, who goes back into his stumps, turns it round the corner, and again they're looking for 2 and running hard, and they've got back quite comfortably. That was very aggressive running from Root. He looked as if he wanted 2, immediately set off, and lo and behold he got back for 2, 111 for 1. Where's David Shepherd when you need him? The late David Shepherd, he'd be standing on one leg now, wouldn't he? Here's Maharaj to Root, who props forward and plays that out to short mid wicket, no run. That's the end of the 21st over, 111 for 1.
So Jeff says maybe Aidan needs to change his name to McCrown to get any sympathy from foe. Jay says talks about pronunciation. He uses the same technique with South African names. Duck, charge in with high speed and hope no one notices. He knows no African languages.
It will be
South
my tactic.
Swahili. Yep. Mayank says, here we go, the collapse is on. I reckon 140 all out in the next 10 overs. Warren Joe Root has a very small arm guard. And Mayank sent us a Premier League prediction which starts 1 Manchester United, so I'm just going to leave it there.
How did we wander into football on this?
Not quite sure.
On
but
this,
we wandered into a tweet saying Manchester
on this
United
broadcast.
would
But
win the
hey,
Premier League, so yeah. Let's move
here
on.
is Norkia once more, driven by Bairstow, but Bowler gets a hand on it and knocks the ball down, and there's no run.
Winvis quite close, isn't it? South Africa 52%, England 48%
Yeah,
at the moment,
I think
so it's about right, I think.
Winvis is cottoning on to the idea that England are quite a long way behind the rate here.
Still plenty of powerful batting to come,
Yeah.
he says, hopefully.
Well, that's a great delivery. That's a Yorker which Bairstow does well to dig out, and short mid wicket comes in and fields. Bairstow has a quick look at the bottom of his bat to make sure he hasn't broken it, I think.
Yeah, it's still there.
Digging that one out, but it still seems to be in one piece.
Yeah,
That was a great Yorker actually, because it was swinging as well.
Exchange has it pretty even as well. So
Good, okay.
50-50. Yep.
Yeah, not much in it, I don't think. Here's Norkia again. Oh, another great Yorker. This is a really good over.
Bit of an exhibition, isn't it? Very good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And so far, Bairstow's been equal to it, but of course it's created 2 dot balls, which means no progress for England towards the target. But yeah, 2 great Yorkers. A little sort of look of acknowledgement there from Bairstow as he dug that one out. Here's Norkia again. Will he go full again, or will he stick a short one in? That's a short one. Bairstow goes to book it. It's dropped short of Ngidi, who's probably as relieved as anyone, and throws the ball back in, and they cross for a single.
Good bowling.
Yeah, it didn't go all the way up,
nicely
did it?
mixed up. I thought the short one might come after the 2 Yorkers. Bairstow's waving for something.
I think he's calling for a new bat, isn't he?
Yeah, maybe he did damage that, digging up one of those Yorkers.
Yeah, even if he hasn't, it's good mindset just to get it changed, I think. Good ball.
Ooh, Root sways out of the way of another short ball. And there's no run.
Didn't go for his usual ramp there, did he?
Well, another over is slipping by here for England. See, the problem that I think England have is that in his current state of play, I wouldn't want Livingston to have to take us too far. So you need Bairstow, Root, Butler and others to get us a bit nearer this score. So there's a good bank of runs to be scored yet. Root plays this one off his pads, but straight to mid-wicket and just one from the over. Really good over from Norkia. That's probably the best over we've seen today from either side, I would think.
Yeah, and all balls over 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's definitely got some wheels, as they say.
You there, Andy?
Yeah. Oh dear, has the water descended again? We ask ourselves.
We still haven't got smoke here, I'm pleased to say. So,
yeah, I gather there's some pretty bad fires in Kent, Steve.
I think Essex is the one that's got the worst one. Apparently there's a few down Croydon way, 5 or 6 according to Hendo earlier on, but I haven't seen any smoke, I must admit, as I came over. I only had to come over about 10-minute drive round the South Circle.
If there's fires Essex way, a good friend of mine is a firefighter, so I hope he's not stuck in one of those.
A place called Wellington, amazing fires, houses, farms, vehicles burnt out.
Yuck.
Sort of stuff you've been seeing from Ukraine post some Russian bombing attack. Yeah.
No.
Extraordinary.
That's extraordinary stuff. It's what this level of heat in this country can do, I guess. But looks like it's going to be Maharaj again.
He's continuing, isn't he, Maharaj?
Yes, to bowl the 23rd over. He's continuing his spell. Johnny Bairstow on strike. Who knows that he needs to start upping the ante. Here's Maharaj, but he can't do much with that. He just strokes it out to cover, and there's no run. Nicely flighted ball that from Maharaj. Here he is again. This one's a bit flatter, and Bairstow goes back and cuts it out towards the cover boundary, but the fielder is onto it smartly and returns, and there's just a single. 113 for one. That run rate has crept up to 8 and over, albeit all but 8 and over. This is driven off the back foot up to mid-off for another single. But other than that boundary from Jason Roy and one that I can, so there certainly hasn't been many. There's Maharaj again. Bairstow goes for the reverse sweep. He beats the infield, but the sweeper comes round, throws the ball back in, and they're for 2.
Well, it's better than 1, I suppose, isn't it? So.
Yeah, 2 is definitely better than 1.
I mean, Maharaj has bowled well, hasn't he? 1 for 27 off his 5.4. I mean,
he's been pretty frugal in the current climate of ODIs, I think. Bairstow's gone to loft this one, and he's found the gap, and he's got 4.
There we go.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He went right back into his stumps there, it seemed to me. Just it was pretty short, and he lofted it over the cover, over the mid-wicket fielder, and there was the man in the deep couldn't get round. This is a big swing from Bairstow to one that was heading down the leg side, but he doesn't make any contact. Hits him on the pad and actually squirts out behind the wicket on the offside. Yeah, he misread the length of that, I think.
He must have got a bit of bat on it, because they all got excited, but
no, I think it was missing leg stump anyway. But
Andy, are you around, or has he gone? I'll just do some.
I think he's gone altogether.
Yeah,
now.
I'll do some tweets in his absence then. Mayank says, "Here we go. The collapse is on. I reckon 140 out in the next 10 overs. Warren, Joe Root has a very small arm guard." And then Mayank's talking about football. I think we covered that one.
Johnny Bairstow has cramp.
Not a good time to get it.
He's doing the old toe squeeze routine, I think.
Jay Grover says, my dad has informed me that Salt is a fucking traitor and that can never be considered for England. To be fair, he still says he's about Packer players, so I put it down to him being a Sussex mentalist.
That's very good.
I forgive Phil Salt. If he wants to play for England, he can play for England. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think the sad truth of the matter is he has more chance playing for England, playing for Lancashire at the moment than he does playing for Sussex. But, which may be Haynes and Orr's problem a little bit down the road too. But we will see.
And Jay Grove is just asking you, John, has Livingston at any point ever shat on your chips? Because you sound like you've got issues with him.
No. I mean, I tweeted the other day and said, he's clearly a big power hitter, and we accept that. But at the moment, his record suggests that he's a little bit of a luxury item because he's going to come off 1 in 10 in international cricket, possibly, and particularly the way England are playing at the moment. If he's coming in too early and he's a finisher, that's not even going to help his cause because he's going to be playing a different role, and I'm not sure he really needs to be. I think he needs to come in and finish games of cricket. I think that's his job.
The Jersey Jingler.
He might develop into more than that, Steve, but at the moment, for me, he isn't. That's all I'm saying.
The Jersey Jingler, more Embo pissing himself laughing at comedy cricket, please. It's the content we need right now. And Farong advises that he's load shedding again. Already been 30 minutes. Keep going, Farong. And Andy Ward calling it a day. I'm more hindrance than help, unfortunately. Thanks for trying, Andy.
Yeah, it was good to see. It was good to see you. Don't drown in whatever it was that was affecting your equipment.
Johnny Bairstow doesn't look 100% happy at the moment, does he? So.
No, he doesn't. He's clearly, well, I mean,
bit dehydrated or something.
He's been out there a fair while, hasn't he? He was fielding for the entire England innings.
Thank God he wasn't bowling as well. Then he'd been knackered.
Well, yeah, quite. But you see, this is the thing. Bairstow fields for 50 overs.
It is comical.
And now he's got to come out and bat. Van der Dussen bats for nearly 50 overs, but then can't field because he's dehydrated.
Maybe Ngidi knew something, which is why he dropped him, I thought.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he thought he's getting knackered. I'll drop him so that he has to stay in.
He won't go at 8 and over.
Well, I guess the only danger with Johnny Bairstow having cramp is if he decides not to run and to deal in boundaries.
Well,
that'll either be spectacularly good or spectacularly bad, but it could backfire on South Africa quite badly.
We've still got 20 runs before we're all out for 120, so I suppose you could start that, couldn't you?
And England have got a lot to do here. 214 off 27 overs.
There's a lot of faffing around going on here. What are they up to? Come on. Get on with the game, boys.
That's over 8.5 an over by my calculation now. So that's a big ask.
Over 27 overs, yeah, I don't know. These days they sort of think that's all right, don't they? Markram's coming on to bowl.
He is.
Oh, that's exciting. Let me find his jingle. I'll play it after he
It's Joe Root that's going to face. Here's Markram, and Root reverse sweeps him, and it's going to go all the way. It's going to beat the fielder and go for 4.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Here's Markram's jingle.
Cause he's a grinner, a part-time spinner, and this Safa, yes, he's a winner. Playing his shots out in the sun. He's a stroker, not mediocre. He's no World Cup choker. He gets us moving with his runs.
Here he is again, and Root goes back and tries to drive but doesn't beat cover, no run. That reverse sweep was very nonchalant from Root, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Very nonchalant.
A shot he plays so well, isn't it?
He's back on his stumps here and just playing the ball to mid-wicket. No run.
The required rate's under 8 now. You'll be pleased to see, John. 7.92.
Just under 8 and over. Root walks into this shot and plays it up to long on.
You call that a walk? That was more of a dance, John.
No, he walked into the shot there. That wasn't a dance or a skip. He just kind of strolled, really, almost. But,
let's agree on deliberate.
I think he's decided it's too hot to dance down the wicket. It's Bairstow anyway, playing it to mid-off, no run. But, yeah, it's probably crept back over 8 and over now because they haven't done much since the 4 off the first ball. Here's Markram to Bairstow. Oh, hello, that's close. That's out. That's out. He swung across the line of the ball. He's reviewed it. Well, the only thing that's going to save him is if the impact is outside off stump.
And I don't think it was. I think.
And I don't think it was. I think that's out.
Yeah. And at best, umpire's call. So it's. I think it's going to be Johnny. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Well, Markram strikes.
He does indeed.
Much to Empho's surprise.
Yeah. It's a shame Empo's not still on.
Yes. I bet he's shouting and cheering somewhere
really?
though. Well,
No, that's plum.
There's no bat in that. So.
To me, that's plum. Absolutely plum, I reckon that is.
Might be outside off actually.
Nah, I don't reckon.
Ball track is going to be fun. Yeah, we know there's no inside edge. Come on. Knock on.
No, there's nothing on the bat or gloves. Let's go to ball tracking. Let's fast track this game.
Yeah.
Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Good night, Johnny.
Here you go.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, you can go and get some treatment now, can't you, John?
Yes, indeed, yes. Well, yeah, he can go and treat his cramp now. It's a good innings by Bairstow, who...
he started well and sort of fell into the Jason Roy inability to time, didn't he, unfortunately? So.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a bit of a shame that you can get more of the strike in the opening partnership, really, because it didn't make it easy for him, but...
anyway, the crowd are standing to him as he...
well, he made 63.
And also to
71 balls.
And to the new man, who is this chap?
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Yeah, getting a standing ovation on his way to the wicket for the last time in an ODI.
Well, he's served us well. He served us well in this format, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think people were saying earlier that if you look at his bare figures, they're not fabulous. But I think the thing is part of ODI cricket is how many performances do you produce that actually win matches? You know, and the thing is, he can win you a match on his own. That's the thing.
As he has
and has done.
Yes.
So, but that's a big breakthrough for South Africa, who are definitely ahead of the game at the moment.
Yeah, Maharaj looking very pleased.
And this is stroked out just beyond the 2 fielders that cover an extra cover who have to go back and retrieve it. And so Root takes a single and gets Stokes onto strike.
I wonder what he'll do here. Do you think he'll come dancing down the wicket his first ball like he seems to have
I don't think it'll be long before he does, because, to be honest, whatever format he's played this year, he's played exactly the same way. Which I think has been to his detriment. I think he's undersold himself as a batsman this year. I think he's almost got himself into a sort of, I have to play a shot a ball type stuff. He's a better player than that. Anyway, he plays this one off the back foot down to long on and gets off the mark. 127 for 2.
105 matches and an average of 39. Not bad, really, is it?
No, that's not bad at all. And the question is, how many of those innings have won a match?
Quite a few. Yeah.
Quite a few, yeah, exactly. So here's Maharaj again. And Root can't do anything with this one. He went back into his stumps but could only push it back just to the bowler's left, and he fielded it in his follow through. Maharaj once more. Root tries to fiddle this one away but only finds cover. And that net run rate, or that run rate, is climbing
northwards.
Northwards at some rate now. Oh no, we're seeing another picture of the collision from earlier on. We really don't need to see that again.
That was a close-up for you, John, there. Good God.
It's...
I don't know, is the fielder still off? I think he is, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's probably still off. Well, he's probably still being concussion assessed, I would think.
I don't think that's going to finish before this game finishes. So. Anyway, 25 overs done. Let me just catch up with some tweets. Leia suggests England losing this by about 10 runs, having lost only 1 wicket, would be the height of comedy. Well, that's not going to happen now. And Jay Grover says, is Stokes going to do a Greenwich-esque one-legged twatathon now? Here's hoping. Everyone's thinking the same thing.
Well, yeah, he's. Yeah, I don't think he's going to muck about.
He wants to get the run rate up anyway, doesn't he? He's got the license to do it. Then.
Yeah, the trouble is, you see, you've got Butler and Livingston to follow, and if Stokes got out now, they'd be coming in a little bit early for my liking. So I'd quite like these two to knock it about some more. But the trouble is, with the rate at 8 and over, you've probably got to take a few risks anyway. So here's Markram, and Stokes plays this to mid-wicket, no run.
Even the full toss doesn't go to the round then.
Yeah, he almost sort of turned that into a good ball by not coming forward, really. He plays that one off the back foot as well, to the man at cover.
Well, the twatathon hasn't started yet, has it?
Maybe he's not feeling terribly mobile tonight. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Reverse sweeps come out, but it's been fielded really well, and he can't get a run. So this has been another very good start to an over by Markram. He's in again, and again Stokes finds the fielder. This time the man at mid wicket. So again, there's no run. I think you can tell he's already ticking, Steve, as they say.
Yeah.
Itching. Here's Markram again, and
he found a gap.
Stokes does find a gap down to the man at long off. That's David Miller, and he throws it back in, and Stokes goes to 2, 128 for 2. But, again, only 2 runs from this over so far. So,
very tidy, yeah.
It's
what a field.
Quinton de Kock is gesticulating
at
somebody. He hasn't got them where he wants them, or whatever.
Well bowled. But he's given
That's a wide. He's given a wide for that. I guess it was down the leg side. So he didn't get away with that one. He's in again to completely over to Root, who goes back into his stumps, and this time he beats the man at cover. He runs back towards the fence, misses the ball, but his teammates come round to cover him and throw the ball back in. And they came back for 2, 131 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, Twitter world is up to date, boys.
People are not talking to us tonight. The heat's got to
they
them,
probably
Steve.
are, but I suspect machines working slowly. And maybe the fires in Sydenham are causing problems, so we'll see.
Oh dear.
Oh look, they've got the tape measure out now, look at this.
Oh my word, what is going on here?
Oh, I think that was before the start of the game. Yeah. All sorts of arm waving. Oh, look at this, no, they've got
Oh dear. What on earth?
I've never seen that in a game, I don't think.
No. Very bizarre.
He's going to go and do the other end now.
Very bizarre.
One sort of wonders why he didn't do this before the game started. Oh well.
Very, very weird.
Is this Pretorius marking out his...
Yeah, this is Dwayne Pretorius, yes.
I hope after all that he's actually coming on to bowl. No, he's not.
He's not. Because Maharaj is going to carry on bowling.
No. Yep.
I'm not quite sure what all that was about.
No. Oh well. And now he's running off.
Or running back to his fielding position, perhaps.
Which is not down there, but it's back here, mate.
Oh dear. Here's Maharaj anyway, bowling to Stokes, who plays that up to mid-on for a single. It goes to 3, 132 for 2. Maharaj now into Root, who reverse sweeps but doesn't beat the fielder. They've got 2 men there on the reverse sweep now.
They had 2 first Stokes as well, didn't they?
Yeah, almost directly behind each other as well.
Yeah.
So
very close.
I think they've worked out the precise angle that he's going to play. This one he dabs out on the offside and does take a single. But South Africa won't mind that. They won't mind England taking singles at this point because they're quite a long way behind the 8 ball, despite only having 2 wickets down. Maharaj aborts his run up because someone is in Stokes' line of vision. Big glove went up to say don't bowl yet. He's in again now and Stokes goes back into his stumps but doesn't beat the man at cover. England's batsmen are finding the fielders today with monotonous regularity.
They are indeed, aren't they?
It has to be said. Here we are again. Stokes back into his stumps, down to mid-on. South Africa are bowling a very good line here. They're making England hit a lot of things in the mid-off, mid-on arc, and they've got men back. So it's only getting 1 run every time. Here's Maharaj into Root, who again flicks that straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Finds a fielder, yes.
And only 3 off the over again. 134 for 2.
Right, what's going on here? Jay Grover, Sydenham's Burning doesn't really sound like a punk anthem, possibly a bitumen poem. I think you're right there. Chris TB, Pretorius wasn't in the 11. Looks like he's the concussion sub. That's why he's marking his run up. Thanks, Chris, for making that clear.
In case he needs to bowl, yeah.
And Farong advises that Andili Feluqueo has been ruled out. Dwayne Pistorius comes in as a concussion replacement. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it was kind of inevitable, I guess,
Yeah.
bearing in mind the heavy hit he took. I don't think we were expecting to see him again. This one is first ball of the new over is played up to deep mid off. Stokes takes another single, 135 for 2. Yeah, I think that was inevitable. It was
Not a
certainly
surprise.
a big collision. Here's Markram into Root, who makes a bit of a mess of that. He's kind of backing away from the ball and flicks it up on the leg side. And there's no run. That was very strange. It's almost as if it actually hurried onto him a little bit, in fact. Here's Markram again, and again that almost seems to stop on him, and he just jabs it back down the pitch. No run.
19 runs off the 33 balls these two have faced, so that's not going
Yeah.
to do it.
Markram again.
That's better.
Root advances and hits straight down the ground, and that may have gone all the way. That one. What is it?
I say, chap, give me any lift.
I think it's gone all the way for 6. It has indeed.
Has indeed.
It's just cleared the Toblerone, I think, as they tend to call it these days.
Good strike.
Markram again. And this time he goes back and plays it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And that's just a single. Well, that 6 rescued that over somewhat. 142 for 2 at the end of the over. Now that one he did dance
I was
down
going
the
to say,
pitch.
John, would you
Steve.
call that dancing?
That was definitely dancing. That
good.
was.
We're in agreement. That was definitely a dance. Oh, he's gone. He's
Oh,
gone.
hello. That's out. That's out.
I don't think he'll review that either.
That's an awful shot from Stokes. I don't think he is going to review it. I think he's
No.
going to go, isn't he?
Pretty plumb, I think.
I think Ruti's going to say to him,
Yeah.
sorry, mate, you got to go.
And you're out
Yep.
of time now.
And he is going to go because he's run out of time. And that is it. That is the end of.
The crowd says you're out.
Well, that was
Yeah,
plumber than
he got that,
Burstones,
all,
wasn't it?
got that all wrong. He misread the line and the length, and Markram's now got 2. So he's got rid of Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes. Stokes making his way off for the last time in ODI cricket. No doubt he'll get a standing ovation once more, and he does. But he hasn't gone out in a blaze of glory today. His bowling was given some stick, and he only got 5. And it's 142 for 3. And England are up against it as one of their talisman retreats for the last time.
We need a skipper's knock now, don't we?
We do. We certainly need something pretty positive now from somebody. We really need Joss Butler to be Joss Butler, don't we now? So. Trouble is, we still need nearly 200 runs, Steve.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, if anyone can do it.
that was as plumb as you can get. That was.
Here's a jingle.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
Yes. A lot weighing heavy on this pair now. Joe Root and Joss Butler.
Well, I'm sure they can do it. He says, hopefully.
It's a big ask now, I would say.
We're going to have to
22 overs to score
nearly 200.
about
yeah.
194 runs or whatever it is. That's a lot of runs.
9 and a bit, I think, isn't it? By my crude maths.
No, I think it's nearly 9 and over, isn't it? 22 would be 198, wouldn't it?
Yep.
So it's very nearly 9 and over. If I was working WinBiz, it would be very much in favour of South Africa now. Here's Maharaj.
I don't think it's going to be 52-48 when we see it next.
No, I don't think it will be 52-48 now. Root takes a single down to long off. And, yeah, Maharaj has wheeled away well here.
Yeah, he's going to get away for under 50 at this rate off his 10, isn't he? Which is
pretty
very
good in this form of cricket these days.
It is, yeah.
Very healthy.
Come on, Joss. Give
What
us some
sort of
funds.
mood is Mr. Butler in tonight? Here is Maharaj.
Well, he missed the field, so good start.
Yeah, he didn't find mid-wicket, so
which everybody else has
he
been
found
doing.
the sweeper on the mid-wicket fence and got off the mark with a single, 144 for 3.
He's looking mean.
Yeah, he is, but he knows it's a big ask. Oh my word! A big sort of attempt at a sort of slog sweep by Root. He completely missed it. Not quite sure how it didn't bowl him actually. I think it turned a bit and therefore it didn't bowl him. But, that's another victory to the bowler. Here he is again. Root drives this one up to long off. Just a single once more. 145 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, let me just do a couple of tweets. Leah says, and that's why Markram is in this team. His golden, nay, platinum arm. And Jay Grover says, I now think Markram exists only to annoy Umfo. And I think you're right there.
Well, he can, whatever else happens tonight, he can say he got 70 odd runs and he
Two
got
very good wickets.
You know, Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow, so yeah.
He's got something in for the Gingers.
He looks a little bit forlorn there as we're seeing pictures of Stokes walking off. A dance down the pitch again. Has he got enough of this though? Yes, he's cleared the infield and it's run away for 4. Didn't look entirely convincing from Joe Root there. Sort of skewed off the bat a little bit, but mid-off was up.
I think he knew that, yeah.
Root cleared him. Just thought if I get enough on this, it'll clear him and it'll run away.
It was just a delicate lob over the infield, wasn't it? Yeah, it came off the bottom of the bat more than the middle.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
He got enough.
It's a bit of a heart in mouth moment. Here is Markram. Root goes back and plays it out to the man at cover and scampers through for a single. Brings up the 150 for England in the 30th over, which by England ODI standards these days is pretty slow.
Very, very slow.
Pedestrian almost, one would say.
Like the early days.
Indeed. Here is Markram into Butler, who drives off the front foot. Again, they scamper through for 1. De Kock's not very pleased with
the captain,
the fielder.
Maharaj.
But yeah, De Kock wasn't very happy with that.
No.
I think he felt the run should have been stopped. But, it wasn't, so it's 151 for 3. Down the pitch again comes Root. Plays this one out to mid-on. There's a little bit of ground for David Miller to make, but they're not going to take on his arm. So therefore they only go through for a single. 152 for 3. Root's gone to 29 now.
Up in the pace, the good boy.
Yeah, he's trying to be positive all the time now, isn't he? So, as indeed he needs to be.
Well bowled.
Down the pitch, Butler, but that was well bowled. I think he saw him coming, didn't he?
I think he did, yeah.
And dropped it in a bit, as they say. Butler suddenly realised he didn't have anywhere to go with it. Here's Markram again. Butler backs off. sort of thwacks the ball down to.
I think that's what they call a smear to mid-on, isn't it? That was,
it was a bit straighter than a smear, but it was it was a bit sort of. I've changed my mind about 4 times kind of shot.
Right, we've got some changeovers coming here, haven't we? I think
we have.
And Tony are coming back in. I need Bear to come and press buttons.
Indeed.
So I don't know where I'm looking while I'm sitting here.
Yes, I think we've reached the 30 over mark, have we not?
We have indeed.
So
I'm going to ball by ball. I think Tony is coming in to do socials, and Umpho is going to be doing the summarising. When
where is the bish?
Yes, he's probably waiting to come in, but I can't.
I'll carry on until they get in. Or you carry on, and I'll back you up till they get in.
Maharaj has just floated it in, and Butler's clipped it away to the deep field. They've taken 1 run. In again, this time to Joe Root, punched wide of the man at cover point, down to the man at deep mid-off. And again, they can jog through and add another single to the score. England on to 155 for 3 in the 31st over. This is
the heat's got to them all, Steve.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the beer's arrived and Bear hasn't realised.
Yeah.
This one, Butler can only punch square on the offside to the cover point fielder. No run.
Maybe the beer arrived some time ago.
Yeah. Faster one for Maharaj, and Butler's able to just clip this wide of the man at mid-wicket, and it's another single to the total. England dribbling along here, not any great pace. Maharaj, this is final over, 9.4, 1 for 42. Pretty good spell. That's Root going to do this one. Tries to punch it away on the offside. Only succeeds in picking out the cover point fielder. Didn't really get hold of that properly. And Maharaj final ball coming up of a very, very productive over for spell for South Africa. Punched away just behind square on the offside.
Really well bowled.
Man behind point is able to stop it. That's the end of the over. England 156 for 3 off 31. I'll go and see where Bear is.
We are in search of the Bear. Bear, are you receiving us? And then there was just me. Well, this run rate is becoming pretty taxing for England. Just 19 overs to go. I see evidence of a Bear. The Bear and Empire are back in.
I need Tony. Where's Tony? Hello, Umpire.
Hi, everyone.
Your man Markham's doing the business for you?
Yeah, seems like it. Greatest all-round of all time.
Golden arm. Golden arm. We're not going to let you forget that, Emperor.
I don't think the rest of South Africa on Twitter is going to let me forget that.
We got
I shall bid you good evening, gentlemen.
Thank you, John. Good to see you. See you next time.
I shall leave you in the hands of the bish.
I think it's Steve. Steve's on ball by ball, I think, and Poe is just being wise.
And Shamsy's back on, so here's his jingle.
And I'm twittering.
So Shamsi to continue with his left arm over bowling, and Butler's hoiked this deep to mid-on. They've only taken a single. Hi there, Tony, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. It's about to rain here.
Are you at
Glorious.
Lord's or at home?
I'm at home.
Ah.
But I've relocated to a different part of the house that is now that it's not quite so blazingly hot. So it's my normal recording place.
The cool tones of Tony Bishop.
Well.
Shamsi in again. This one's jabbed away by Root, again down to the deep mid-on fielder, and again just adding a single to the England score. They're creeping towards 160, not really going at a gun. What do you think, boys, of the game so far?
Looks like it's in South Africa's half here.
I think it's South Africa's to lose at the moment. Well, England are running about 20 behind, aren't they, on an over-by-over basis? And have lost one more wicket after 32. 157 for 3 England, 176 for 2 South Africa. So
next ball from Shamsi. Butler's punched it to mid-off. No chance of a run. Dot ball into the scorebook.
It's going to be a mammoth task from Joss Butler here, but they're still with
the leg side fielder and the man on the deep. They've gone through for 2. That takes England to celebrate that. Seems good. I've got, yes, I came from a 21st birthday party and been drinking very nice Chablis actually. So. Right, Shamsi in the game this time. Butler has danced down and has proper.
2 or 3, I need 4.
Good shot. Well, it'll be a good run chase. Something that England haven't been frightened of doing this summer. So still some feeling again. If this is pitch, just lob that back to the bowler.
What a catch!
Well bowled. Not that one.
Ooh, doubling up on the jingles by the sound of
that. He was not going to get there. Just off the bottom. Going your way, I think, Empho.
Yes, just the only problem is there's no Super League points for us off this match. So.
It's the joy of winning. It's the joy of taking part.
So Butler departs off balls that he faced. So
scoreboard pressure. Scoreboard press combo, is it?
And a pitch that's not giving you much. It's just, it's been tough.
We could always talk about the girls against South Africa because they won that quite well.
Well, let's not talk about them. There's a team that's actually that's winning right now. I just don't know what type of form they just got to the UK in, because this is not the team I know. That's not the team I know.
Sorry, I'm chuckling at so. Was that the end of the over?
No, it's a changeover. So, do you want to do some tweets?
I can very quickly. I can't remember. I've no clue where we'd got to, so I'll jump in sort of somewhere. Butler looking mean means only one thing: he's not satiated his killing Jones, and there may be some space left in his freezer. How this affects the game, I do not know. I cannot enter the mind of a madman, says Jay Grover. Well,
don't.
Even that didn't age so well, did it? That tweet. Sometimes they just don't. The game moves on.
Indeed. New batsman is this one.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. Why?
And we've got a change of bowler as well.
Victorious.
South Africa thinking that Aiden's done too much of the damage, giving Dwayne some overs. It's going to be quite interesting. England might attack him.
Well, we need to, don't we? Let's see. There's a lot of.
As long as Root's there, there's a chance.
Well, if Livingston,
Livingstone Alley, they can all
off, so,
power it along a bit.
Anyway, could be a fun 18 overs. Anyway, Pretorius into Joe Root. Quite a gentle pace, flicked off his pad, down towards fine leg, but the covering fielder comes around. I think we'll restrict them to just the 2 runs. He does. What is it? A bit military medium, Pretorius?
Yeah. Bowls a lot of cutters. On pitches like this is where he finds himself a lot more comfortable. Slow, taking the pace off, bowling with a lot of skill.
In again, full face of Joe Root's back meets that, punches that away down to deep mid on. Just the single. Livingston will face his first ball. There hasn't really been any great urgency about this innings, is it? It's all sort of toddled along. There's been injuries, there's been cramp, there's been...
Well, I think there's also, they've had wickets in hand, haven't they?
Yes.
Well, not much use if you don't use them.
I need to hang on. Give me 2 seconds, chaps.
It's all right, no problem.
Look, you kind of feel like England find themselves in a...
Pretorius again punched into the offside by Livingston, finds the mid-off fielder, has been brought in from the boundary. Sorry, Empho.
And find themselves in some sort of like a catch-22. They know they need to accelerate, but on the other end, if they just kept on accumulating runs similar to where South Africa were going, because they're not too far off South Africa's total at this stage, they'd get themselves close enough for an attack with 7-8 overs left.
Pretorius in again in this. Livingston has only just about stopped this. Come off the bottom edge of his batter. De Kock was certainly quite excited. He thought that might be getting through and bowling him, but anyway, it ended up being fielded by the bowler and a dot ball.
Because if they can try and get like 70 runs off the next 10 overs, that gives you 230 with about 8 to go.
Yeah.
You can score 100 with 8 to go. So just seeing this in a different way.
This time, Livingston has punched his way to the deep mid-on fielder and has got his first run, one run off the 3 balls that he's facing, to move up to 168 for 4.
I mean, this is the issue, isn't it? When I mean, they were the over by over comparison pretty much all the way. England were running 10 south of South Africa, then it became 15 or 20 south. I'll hold the thought for a second.
Choice in the game. Ruti goes for the reverse sweep, but that's just gone straight to the man at a close in third man on the circle. No run.
Yeah, and just very quickly to finish that thought.
Yeah.
Of course, you can do that with some confidence when you think, oh, it's all right, we've got 10 wickets in hand. But fairly quickly, if 10 wickets become 6 wickets in hand, it looks a different picture. That was where I was going with that general
beautifully explained
piece of contemplation. Warren says it's safe to come out now. Warren also says the lights are on at Shea Bishop. Yes, they are. I'm no longer huddled in the corner where it was the coolest place in the house. How many rooms does Tony have in his Claygate Manor, says Jay Grover. Every time he comes out, he's relocated. I mean, I love my flat, but I relocated 2 inches down the sofa to get out the sun. I've only moved to the kitchen. I was in the corner of the lounge at one point because I could stick a fan there, and then I've just moved to the kitchen table looking out onto the garden, Jay. So it's not exactly, I haven't gone from sort of the drawing room to the ballroom, you know.
Anyway, the good news is Rassie van der Dusen has come out onto the field. He was
suffering horribly, wasn't he?
Dehydrated after his mammoth 134 that he scored earlier on. Great innings.
And such a classy knock as well. Yeah. It was just controlled and classy, and a lot of great cricket shots. It wasn't just bludgeoning by any manner of means.
So it's Shamsi to continue the 34th over of this England innings. Livingston is ready and waiting to Shamsi. Sets off eventually. This one's down the leg side and just clipped. And the man at mid-wicket takes it. Wasn't really a very confident or inspiring shot that by Livingston. Very off the toe.
Closer than you know. Very, very close there. That came off the middle. That's straight in that breadbasket of that catching that mid-arm.
That close in mid-wicket man has been picked out all day long by England. Shamsi in the game, just outside the leg stump, and this one's missed that man at mid-wicket, and the man deep fielder comes in, and Livingston doubles his score to 2. Shamsi 1 for 18 off his 4.2 has been very economical, bowled very well. He's in again. This one's short, and Root has gone down on one knee, swept this way behind square. There's a cover fielder, and they can only take the 1. Root in danger of getting a boundary there. Getting all excited.
That's the best way to describe it. Danger. They need to keep themselves rotating the strike. They'll get there. They can get to 230 by over 40 if they just keep rotating it.
This one's down the leg side again, and Livingston sort of repeated the sweep behind leg that Root played without quite going down on his knee in the elegant way that Root did, and adds another single to his score. England dash past 170.
It isn't baseball, but it's like the first innings of a test match. Just rotate the strike. It's not dangerous.
The main excitement here in Claygate is my other half's gone out to water the plants in a nightie and a sort of a floaty dressing gown, which is all rather exciting.
For you or for the whole of Claygate?
Well, only those that can see into our garden.
A little clip away into the offside by Root has actually brought 2 more runs to the England score there.
So who replaces Ben Stokes when he goes for the second test?
Harry Brook? Oh, for the test?
No, for the ODIs.
The ODIs, yeah. Harry Brook probably is in the squad and deserves a chance, doesn't he?
On leg stump, and Brook can only push this into the leg side where it's fielded and prevents the England batsman from taking about end of the 34th over, 174 for 4. Sorry, Info.
Does this Harry Brook bowl? I don't know who he is.
He doesn't bowl. Jawed Malan bowls some leg spin and might do the job from a batting point of view. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, an all-rounder would be interesting. Brian Barry says Tony's like a certain deposed Middle Eastern leader of the 1980s and 90s, wherein he doesn't commentate cricket from the same place twice. Oh, wait. Jay Grover says, it's been a long day and I've had a few, but unposed cupboards have just given me the fear. It opens up into a Narnia with no Aslan, but only darkness, doesn't it? You do look sort of, a bit sort of closed in there.
Oh, no.
Somehow.
It's the angles.
It's the angles.
It's the best place to do commentary from with like the best Wi-Fi in the house. So I can't move around. Like, well, I could. It's just that I think in the other room it's a little bit too dodgy.
What happens if you open the cupboard door? Does that then sort of did you completely lose reception?
Oh, it takes me back in. It's a black hole.
Anyway, Pretorius has come in and Joe Root has jumped round, gone for the ramp shot, and it's cleared the fielder in the inner ring and gone to the boundary. We've got another one.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Nicely played by Joe Root. He's good at that shot. 42 off 44 he's faced. Beginning to accelerate a little bit. English hearts and hopes rising. Pretorius in again, round the wicket this time to Root. He's trying to sort of repeat the process, but it ended up being a full toss. Hit high on the bat, and fielder in the circle is able to cut that off, and just a single. Root looking a bit annoyed with himself, but well bowled by Pretorius, I think.
I think Joe Root will quite enjoy a white ball chase challenge. He's been so long the saviour of Test cricket and rather having to defend his white ball credentials.
Pretorius, and again he's gone back to over the wicket to Livingston, who's managed to half stop that ball as Livingston jabs it back down the track towards him. No run. Big smile on his face, Livingston. I'm not quite sure why. He hasn't done anything very exciting so far. 3 off 7. Pretorius in again. Livingston, he must have heard me. Moves across his stumps, and this one was arrowing in on his leg stump, and he got the bat to it. Flicked it away behind square down to the man at fine leg and long leg, and it's just another single to the score. England hit 180. They're getting there slowly.
Yeah, let's see how that comparison is shaping up.
Yeah, where were we?
So we got to the end of 35. Yes, that gap has broadened now to about over 30 run gap, and that starts to be quite serious.
Pretorius again around the wicket to Joe Root, flicks it away behind square. The man from long leg comes dashing round, and they've managed to get through for 2 runs. Lovely throw right in over the stumps. De Kock didn't have to move, but Joe Root had regained his ground quite safely. England on to 182 for 4.
Yeah, so currently they're on 182. At the end of 35, South Africa were 207 for 2. Okay, no, 25, so it's about still 20 difference. They can't let it extend much beyond that, can they? Not in these latter stages.
Again, flicked away a bit squarer on the leg side this time. And it's a deep square leg comes in, and at the end of the 35th, England 183-24 behind. The equivalent score for South Africa. Pretorius 2 overs, 0 for 13. Any socials?
Warren says the short format team is showing that England can still play out for a draw. Jeff Perkins says in hot weather, Tony starts off in the West Wing in the afternoon and moves to the East Wing with fresh servants. I'm not so sure about that.
Fresh fish along the way.
GC Naked Fun Pornbot says Mrs. Whippy in the garden with a hose. Well, there you go. I did call the lovely Vivian Mrs. Whippy earlier only because she bought me an ice cream and then had to justify to the Naked Pornbot what Mrs. Whippy actually meant. Yeah. Jay Grover, I think a like-for-like replacement for Stokes is just silly. Let us discard it.
Yes. There are not many of those Ben Stokes around, I tell you. I suggest, Tony, in the future you refer to the ice cream as being a 99. It's much safer.
Yes.
Shamsi is to continue into his 6th over, outside leg stump. Big swish from Livingston, completely misses it. But at the end of the day, they do get a wide. Sorry, it was Root who had a big swish of that one. So one more to the England score. Shamsi in again, left arm over.
How are you going to get to this total? Doing better.
Yes, yeah. We don't want to turn 2s into 1s.
Wise words indeed.
Shamsi in again, outside leg stump, and Joe Root goes back, clips it away to that man. Just run the ball. He's certainly upping his tempo here, Joe Root.
Yep. This is an ODI after all, and a ball for 4 and 6 all over the place.
Trying to that man in the deep square leg bound one, and Livingston moves on to 5. I hope that's not the fires and the smoke. But anyway, goes for a reverse sweep, paddles it round the corner. The man had close to the bowler's end, but misses it. They've gone through for single. Joe Root.
Yeah, well played, right innings, right time. Pretty much a runner ball.
50 runs. Well done, runs. Your 50 runs. Just begun.
Shamsi in again. Livingston gives this deep mid on boundary.
Joe Root's been batting. This 50 feels very... I don't know. Man, it's not exciting, but...
This Coles.
Emily Elizabeth says, I've hit the 2 pin. Can the Gorillas write my boss an excuse?
No,
Give us the details. The other thing you can do, of course, is just put the radio on loud or what this is essential listening.
Yeah.
And
as part of your training.
You may not get away with it, but you can give it a go. Let me see what's happening on Twitter. Jay Grover, ha! And Poe, another man with more than.
No, we live the life here in the South, eh? We live the life.
Yeah.
It's a drinks break at the moment, boys. So
he probably lives on a large, sprawling wine manor, but happens to just do his commentary from a cupboard. Maybe that's what a reason for
he's got,
all of that.
He's got the whole of Stellenbosch outside that door, isn't there? Yeah.
I wish I did.
Jay Grover also says, I do find it odd that I actually have to edit porn for a living, and yet I'm outfilthed by an anonymous porn bot. Oh yes. Sorry, Poe. I think we rather enjoy. Very rude.
Like 2 weeks ago, I met a person who actually lives on a wine farm. I was so jealous.
Oh, I have stayed once on a South African wine manor. It was the Lanzarak wine manor, about just outside of Cape Town.
And that
was utterly magnificent.
In the height of summer, by the way.
Right, the drink break is over.
Well, we're used to that now.
And Ngidi is back into the attack. First ball outside off stump. Livingston sort of has a swish at it, but doesn't get anywhere close to it. And here's his jingle.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Let's play Lungi and Edie.
He's in again, and he's met by a dancing Liam Livingston, who just smacks his back over his head. One bounce into the boundary for one of these. There was menace in that shot.
The run rate has gone to 10.4. And they were chugging along at a shade over 5. So
I noticed
they are going to have to accelerate, or else the game will get away. And so these two are doing the right thing. They're doing what they have to do.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about Poe's 1 and 2 here and there theory.
Not anymore.
Well, it went out the window the moment Root got to 50.
There, yes.
Anyway, Ngidi in again, and slower ball, which completely foxes Liam Livingston, who swishes all over the top of it. Fortunately, misses his stumps as well, and de Kock tidies up. The Winvis just came up, and it was 86% for South Africa, which is probably about right.
But it's also quite interesting because you've got Livingston, but you've also got Marine, and I don't know who's coming after. I'm assuming it's another batter.
Probably one of the Currans, isn't it?
One of the Currans. So it's Livingston's trying to attack. Root's trying to look for boundaries. Only had 3 4s in this innings and 1 6. So it's seemingly working. And he's just rotating the strike really well.
Ngidi in again. Livingston moves to his right. Only succeeds in under edging onto his stumps, and that's the end of Liam Livingston.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Yep, just clipped his leg stump, and Ngidi has got a wicket.
Enjoyed it too, didn't he?
He did.
And so, as well he might. If I looked at WinViz, which I haven't, but I would imagine that's now
99% win.
switching heavily in South Africa's favour.
Yeah, I would think Moeen and Sam Curran are the next 2 batsmen in, so let's see who they send out next. Not a very successful, productive not that from Livingston, sadly. 10 or 14.
Marine, can he help England? This is going to be tough.
He needs to. He won't die not knowing.
But you actually don't need that. You've got about 13 overs left. You do need about 10 runs an over. That's 1 boundary and a whole lot of singles. It is going to be hard, but with the quicks coming in, it's not impossible. Oh, and can Potts bat, by the way? Because I know you always bring out these quicks that can bat somehow.
Well, yeah, I mean, most players these days can throw a bat with quite effectively. But I'm not entirely sure. Let's have a look what he's done with the bat in more recent games. We'll have a quick look for you. Where is he? Well, you're down to number 11, by the way.
Yeah.
The game may have gone by then.
We're clutching the straws here a bit, I think, Tom.
He's got a list A average of a whopping 13.
Oh, okay.
And a higher score of 30.
Well, it won't be all hope lost when he comes in, then, will it?
Scored 19 against India at Edgbaston, but that was in the test, of course. Against New Zealand, 1 not out, 3 naught. So, and 0 and 3 for Durham against Glamorgan in the championship game. So I wouldn't say any of those are especially encouraging from an English perspective. To be
got a big
fair.
smile on his face, anyway. There's a long break going on here. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I'll squeeze in another couple of messages.
Yeah, they just had a drinks break.
Leah says, I just realised that there will be 3 games overlapping on Sunday. I need to rethink my setup computer-wise and get another screen from the attic. You see, there's another one. It's got an attic.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd like an attic.
West Wing.
I mean, you know, it's another someone else with a mansion. Who else?
How many rooms?
Yeah, and she sent us a picture as well, which does look more like Disney Castle, to be honest. May I introduce you to my humble abode, Joe Grover? Don't worry, I don't need all of it. I decided to rent some parts to the city government. Oh, it's obviously City Hall. It's a fabulous looking building, though, I have to say. Wow.
Anyway, the new batsman is Moeen Ali. I'll just jingle him up.
Our bed shouldn't touch. Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
Ngidi to continue, and slightly short ball, and Moeen Ali has guided this away on the offside behind square. Man from third man comes jogging round, and he's come through for 2 runs.
These 2s are going to kill South Africa if Moeen just hangs around the dirt.
Ngidi 1 for 29 off his 5.5 overs. Again, good economic figures. That's nearly all of the South Africans can demonstrate today.
Concussion subs. Oh, alright.
Ngidi in again to complete this over, and Ali has just prodded this away down to mid-on. No run, end of the 37th over. England 196 for 5.
Jay Grover goes, Attic, fucking hell. Over on YouTube. Emily Elizabeth clarifies that I work from home, so the stream is on. I'm just feeling lazy.
Good girl.
Oh, you're entitled to have days like that. We all are.
Whenever I work from home, I put in like 2 hours for a nap.
Is there any consolation? It's 10 past 8. So
How old are you? About 76.
Yes.
I can't commentate on cricket for just a while. I'm having my nap. Just in time, just before the gin and tonics at 6, exactly at 6 o'clock.
Oh, there's an idea.
Carpet slippers on, bed by 9:30.
What a world you live in, Tony.
I was talking about Mpo.
I know you were. Shamsi is to continue anyway. And this one is not a very good ball outside leg stump, and Root sort of collapses onto his knees, hikes it around behind square, can only find the fielder yet again, and it's one more run. They're not finding that boundary rope very well today, are they?
They don't need to. It's 3-3-4. South Africa managed to get there without even putting 1-6 on the board. Just run your hearts to your heart's content. I know the heat is tough, but nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
but also the other thing about the pitches in England, they've been flat this entire summer.
Well, there's been no rain, that's why.
Ooh. So when are you getting your mandatory, water restrictions, like the rest of the world?
Well, they haven't started those yet, which is quite surprising, but I'm
sure they're not far
away. But it's been a remarkably dry summer so far. I think I saw something that said in July we'd had 1% of our usual rainfall. So.
What?
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's going to change overnight. I think we get the 2% in one go.
Well, it's good for cricket because then you don't come off for rain delays.
True.
That's why Tim Mercer looked at the sky this morning and went, I think it's a good day to bowl.
Anyway, Shamsi into Ali, who just pokes it away into the offside, and fielders all wave their arms, and the man on the deep cover, Phil, comes dashing in to complete the fielding, restrict them to a single. Ali moves on to 3. Shamsi in his 7th over, been quite impressive today. Little left armers. He's in again. This is rather beaten Root. It comes off his pad. I think we'll go through for a leg by. Yes, I do. Another single to the score. They're following Umfo's advice here, single by single.
To end up,
I think there's a South African
80 runs short, but still with a couple of wickets in hand. Yeah.
Shamsi in again, and Moeen
goes.
It's gone a long way up in the sky, and the man at mid-wicket comfortably takes the wicket, and that's the end of Moeen Ali.
It was going to go like this way, one way, wasn't it?
A snowfall toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, shit gets wicked.
With apologies to the bowler.
Where did England sell their soul for the ODI game at the altar for the Test game? Because it looks like this is not the team we know.
Well, I think Leah had a similar point somewhere, if I can find the tweet. Good thing the ECB dragged the domestic 50-over competition behind a shed and beat it to death with a shovel in a cunning plan to improve the influx of talent into the ODI team. Yeah,
well
it's it just in a way it's just bizarre in English cricket. It's like
we can't be good at everything, Tony.
Well, no, the Test squad has gone from zeros to heroes, and the ODI team seem to have gone from heroes to zeros.
I wonder why Morgan retired.
Well, yeah, that's you could have a point there as well. Pranjal Messi fan says, hi, I'm Poe. And Guidi looks a bit quicker than usual, gone from 80 miles an hour off cutters to 87 miles an hour. Back of a length bowler. Is that fair enough from Poe?
Look, I think it's he's done a lot of work behind the scenes because he hasn't bowled a lot, and that's the big problem we've had in the IPL and everything else. But he's kept himself going, and he's picked up a lot of pace. I just hope people will start respecting.
Sorry. Jay Grover says, I reckon England's ODI game is an imposed wardrobe.
Don't look, Umpo.
Along with Aslan and whatever else you've got hidden in there.
Yeah. Sam Curran has come to the crease, and but obviously they cross. So Joe Root is facing this next ball from Shams. He tries to pierce the offside field, doesn't succeed, and is rather disappointed with himself. Last ball of this 7th over from Shamsi. As Joe Root waits, looks around. Those blue eyes getting piercer and piercer. Rocks back and clips him away square on the leg side. And fielder comes in and just restricts them to the 1. End of the over, 200 exactly for 6. New batsman is Sam Curran. His jingle.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. His dad's from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Just watching the Moeen dismissal. The ball was there to be hit actually, and he just got underneath it and top edged it. Oh well.
I mean, some of this could be tired bodies after, okay, it's only 50 overs, but 50 overs in that heat is something.
After 3 very
Great
grueling
toss
matches.
to win by South Africa.
Anyway, Ngidi is continuing, and Joe Root rising above it all at the moment, clips it away, and square leg fielder has to come galloping around to stop the boundary and restrict them to 2 runs. Nokia doing the galloping there. You're doing the jingles, Tony?
Oh, sorry, I was doing the analytic Nokia jingle, yeah.
Root has progressed on to 54, and Ngidi comes in again, pulled away, and doesn't really get hold of this properly. Beats that fielder at mid-wicket. Are they dashing for 2? No, they've been restricted to 1. Not a very good throw from the fielder. Hits de Kock rather more than arrives at him, and Root was looking for an overthrow there, but there wasn't a chance of that, so restricted to just the 1.
Bleach blonde Sam. See if he can do something.
Yeah, needs to.
We were speculating earlier if his hair dye might sort of start coming out in the heat.
So for him to start looking like more Johnny and Ben.
I don't know why he didn't go for a ginger like Johnny and Ben. They've been the most successful batters for us recently. So finally gets to face his first ball. Left-handed Sam Curran, Surrey superstar. Good bat when he gets going. Let's hope he gets going. Ngidi around the wicket, arrowing in on his leg stump. It's sort of clipped uppishly into the leg side. Mid-on ambles in to field it, and Sam Curran is off the mark.
Sammy.
That run rate's climbed to 11.2 now.
I was going to ask you what the comparative was, but I think it'd be a bit other than that.
I can let you know that. What over are we in? We're in the 38th. We're in the 39th over, aren't we?
After around about 2, just around 200 as well, I think.
Ngidi in to Joe Root. This is a slow ball, short of a length, and just guided round square on the leg side by Joe Root. Adds another single to the score.
Now that difference is quite marked now. At the end of 38, South Africa were 229 for 2 and England 200 for 6. So close to 30 and 4 wickets difference. We're still in this over with 2 balls left. But at the end of 39, South Africa were 238 for 2. England currently are 204 for 6, 205 for 6.
33 behind still.
So again, it's
A few biffs.
the gap is widening.
We need some good biffs, Sammy boy. Ungidi again around the wicket to the left-handed Sam Curran. He jabs us down on the offside. No chance of a run as the South African fielder dashes in to curtail any thought of a run. He's a big unit, Ungidi, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Look, I think a couple of seasons ago, guys were worried about his weight, but he's managed to keep it lean, and he looks really good today. Like he,
today. He's in again to complete the 7th over. This is a bit leg side of Sanko. He just helps it on his way down towards the boundary. Man from long leg is going to come dashing around to cut off the boundary. It's 2 more onto the England score. Sam Curran moves on to 3. End of the 39th. England 207 for 6.
Love how James Cap.
Ray PMB9 says, oh no, that's you've already been asked that question. Damon Lewis says, watching in Dublin and the sky is dark, a downfall is imminent. Am I the only one who thinks the England ODI jersey is terrible? Well, it's not doing a lot for the team at the moment. I'm kind of warming to it.
You can't blame your strips. Come on.
No, I don't think you can.
Like
Isn't the manufacturer English?
Possibly. Or maybe it's like passports. We get them printed in France. Who knows? Our special post-Brexit strategy.
Yes.
Get the French to print our passports for us. But it's a blue passport, but made in France. Unbelievably crazy.
Shamsi to continue. And Root has tried to dance down the wicket to him. Shamsi's seen him coming, dropped it short, and has ended up poking it away into the leg side fielder. They can only add 1 to the total. Root moves on to 57 off his 59 balls. They're very nice blue colour though, aren't they? I mean, the French have chosen a nice blue for our passports, I must admit.
Yeah,
And it worked when I went to France. They let me in to go skiing in February. So
I thought you were talking about the kit. Right,
No,
okay,
no.
You're on the passport.
I'm on the passport drive.
Ah.
So Shamsi in again. And Sam Curran rocks back, punches, and picks out that man who's been posted on that patch of grass all afternoon. And no run.
Jay Grover says, if I hadn't been drinking all day, I could see the attraction of a colonial sundowner. Sadly, I'll have to stick to Stella. Bother.
Good lad. Shamsi in again, and Sam Curran comes down the wicket to meet it and has to pull out of the original shot and ends up just jabbing it away into the offside again for a dot ball. Well bowled by Shamsi, saw him coming again. In again, and again Sam Curran comes down to meet him. Can't get to the pitch of the ball, rocks back and just punches it away on the leg side, and they've added 1 to the total with that shot. Trickling through the 200s here, England. Following Umfo's advice. Shamsi. Okay. And Joe Root has gone for the reverse paddle and picked out the man behind square leg, and no run. Behind cover, and no run.
The reverse paddle would make a brilliant Olympic swimming event.
We should have a chance of winning that. Get a gold
For
medal.
dogs.
Yeah. So, the end of the 40th over coming up. And Shamsi to bowl it into Joe Root. Dances down the wicket, decides that we do need to get some more runs on the board, and has hoiked that into the stand for a complete maximum. We need those.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Good shot. Right, the bear's here. I'm out of here. I will hand you over to the incomparable Nigel Walker.
I think I'm supposed to be, but it depends on whether Simon's internet allows him to show up. That was the last thing
That was
that
the last.
was going on.
Okay. Is he in the?
He's not. I can't see evidence of him at the moment.
He's in the waiting room, so I'll just let him in.
Oh, okay. I shall bid you adieu.
Well, actually, one of you can. Andy's not. Oh, is Andy coming back? I don't think Andy's coming back. One of you stay on. Tony, stay on.
Oh, Tony, stay on. Woof.
Yes. Bye, everyone. Hi,
See
Simon.
you later, Empo. Hi, Simon. The first ball of the 41st over is bowled around the wicket by Ngidi, and it's toe-ended back to him. There's no run. All right, Simon, how are you doing?
He's on mute.
You're
He's
on
going
mute.
to perform the last 10 overs in the medium of mime.
Yeah.
There we go. My apologies. There I am. An inauspicious start to my Guerrilla Cricket UK career.
Well, yeah, you know, everyone comes in on mute, you know. I guess you can do socials, Tone.
I can do that.
Yeah,
that's what I was doing. I'll just stay doing it.
Cool. Once again, toe ended back to the bowler. Sorry, Ngidi, and there's no run. England have been pretty poor, haven't they, guys?
Well, they were. It was interesting. They were chugging along, weren't they, Simon? It's sort of 10 behind most of the way, not losing wickets. But then when they lost 2 or 3 wickets in a hurry, at the same time, of course, the gap widened. And then it does start to look now like the wheels have sort of come tumbling off a wee bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised. You know, England are the sort of new Australia of the early 2000s, really, where you never think you've got enough against them. So, you know, even our 334, I didn't think was going to be enough. I thought England were going to come blasting through.
Shows what a good innings Brassy Van der Dussen had, really, didn't it? As that one is clumped up to long off by Sammy Cowan. He'll get himself a single. And it's not been easy to. I mean, how many England have only scored, 3 sixes, 2 of which Root has scored. South Africa scored none, so it can't be that easy a pitch to hit the big shots. One must assume.
By all accounts, a pitch that is difficult to get in on, but I mean, we saw a couple of really good partnerships by the South Africans, and certainly Root has looked his usual easy self, hasn't he? Yeah,
but he's still finding it difficult to, find the gaps, which means that there's not enough pace in the pitch, I think. He's clipped that one up aerially. He's obviously taken a little bit off it. I think he realised he wasn't quite at it and just flicked it rather than going through with a shot. Dropped short of Nortje, who's coming off from their square leg boundary, and it'll be a single.
Yeah, really good cricket there by Joe Root, I think, because a lesser batsman, I think, would have carried through that and hit it straight down mid-wicket's throat. But I think he realised that he was just not quite there and landed up just dinking it. It looked odd until you realised, I think, what he was trying to do.
Also, Liam Livingstone, man. I mean, look, I think he's great. That's into the pitch and attempted pull by Sammy Cowan. Really mistimes it up to mid-on where Miller fields, and there's a single. I kind of get the feeling that he comes out there and he just thinks he's got to whack the cover off it without much thought, even though there's a bit of mitigation because today he kind of did. But more often than not, he gets a couple of sixes or a big shot and then gets himself out. I've not really seen him do too much since that ton he got in that T20 last year.
Yeah, I didn't get to see too much of him today. I was still.
But he wasn't there very long, Simon. He was there for about 12 balls, mate. And Keely is in. It's on the pads of Roots, and he clips that nicely square. I presume there's someone there. They'll probably come back for 2. They should do. No. Should have done. Need to.
Heinrich Nokia doing the fielding out in the deep there again, and he's got a gun arm as well, so he can really rifle it in from the deep. You'd be a foolish man to try and sneak to Heinrich.
Well, you got to try though at this point in the game. Look, we need 119, 117, something like that, 16, off of 9 overs.
Well, it's over 2 a ball
115
now,
or 54 balls, yeah, it's over 2 and over.
Over 2 a ball, as let me see.
2 a ball even, yeah.
Damon Lewis tells us, I watched a test match in Durham in 2008, England versus the West Indies. In April, it snowed. The look on the away team's faces, yeah, well, I'm not surprised. You weren't going to see
that
any
was
snow
the game
today.
I was thinking of. It lasted 2 days. Not surprising.
Elizabeth says, Damon Lewis, that's funny. It sometimes snows in April too here in Chicago. Yeah, I've been there in April when it's snowed. I've also been there in April when it's been shirt sleeve weather.
Well,
so it can be very weird, Chicago. You get some extremes there.
Shamsi is in again, and this time I think Root has put that up in the air, but he's going to get away with it, and it's going to land in no man's land. It does, between three fielders. There was a guy running from mid-on. It was Maharaj, the skipper. Mid-on, long-on was running in and long-off, and it landed basically on the edge of the 30-yard circle, right in between a lot of them. And he got back for 2. He moves on to 67.
That looked art for all money, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, smeared across it, got I think a bit of a top edge, steepled up into the sky, and literally landed, well, probably directly behind the bowler in that gap between mid-on and mid-off.
Yep. Shamsi comes in. This time it's shorter and attempted pull by Root. Again, he doesn't time it particularly well. Goes out to the fielder running in from long leg. And it'll be a single.
Yeah, Yanaman Malan there, making the cardinal error of trying to field with his feet, but luckily the long leg had come in to save his blushes. One of those men who's always best to say his name out full, Yanaman Malan. Yeah. We actually have to remind our commentators in Guerrilla Cricket South Africa to occasionally call him just Yanaman or Malan, because otherwise it begins to become a bit of a crutch.
Well, Middlesex have just signed his brother. He should have been batting today, but sadly he was fielding.
Shamsi is in, and Sam Curran comes down a track, doesn't get to the pitch, punts it up to long off, and there's no run. Yeah, I think the difference between these two sides as well is, today England's bowling attack is quite a poor attack. They were trying pots out. He didn't bowl particularly well, and everyone didn't really have the control. Adil Rashid bowled okay, Moen bowled okay. Cast was okay actually, but Potts was a bit disappointing. Shamsi in, and Root comes down the track, and he sees him coming, bums it wide. He toe ends it through the slips out towards third man. And they'll get back for 2.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder whether England has a bit of an embarrassment of riches when it comes to splitting their teams between a red and white ball cricket. It does seem like an enormous number of guys get capped.
Well, in terms of white ball cricket, yeah, I think there's a lot of people. But again, there's the team that won the World Cup that's slowly starting to fall apart. If you see it, he tries to get that into the legs of Root as he sees him advancing, but Root stays on the offside of it and crashes it through Cow out to the boundary for 4 runs. That was a good shot.
That is kind of exacerbated at the moment, Simon, by the fact that we're burning our way through bowlers who end up in the casualty ward, so we have to keep finding new ones.
It's a disappointment. I mean, it feels like every couple of months England unveil a really exciting new fast bowler, and we get to watch them for a little bit, and then they disappear again.
Well,
that's basically the size of it.
And the thing is, they're not actually fast. They're kind of medium. Root goes to the same place again. Their fielder has come further round. They'll probably get 1. Are they going to come back for 2? There, they do come back for 2. Good over here by Root. He moves on to 76. England to 231. So they need 103 off of 8 overs. Just 12 and a bit and over. No, maybe 13 and over.
I mean, even the class of Root, is he enough of a basher to bring England home at 13 and over?
He's certainly not a basher. I mean, he's hit a couple of sixes today. You rarely see him hit sixes, to be fair. He's certainly not one who pulls it into the stand square. If he does hit sixes, they tend to be either reversed, flicked over the slips off the pace guys, or like he's done today, a couple of straight ones down the track.
Hombre Nuevo says, can we make the 12th man captain? Then we can get rid of this programme big track captaincy we have seen thus far from Butler, taking the pressure off him and letting one of our best ODI players just play. Yeah, I kind of see the logic in that. Jay Grover says, Tony, if you stay on, just go to the smoking room with one of those globes with booze in it, just to let us know vicariously how the 1% lives. Literally, because I moved from a lounge to a kitchen doesn't mean I live in a castle. It means I just happen to live somewhere that has both a lounge and a kitchen. That's all. But there we go. Warren wants to know how long till Butler gets demoted and sent back downstairs to the staff quarters.
A long time that will be. Well, Curran's going to face up. Nortje's coming around the wicket to him. He's got 4 left. In pull, nicely pulled by Curran. Can't beat long on. They should get back for 2 though, and they will. England have left themselves too much here. One would have thought.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Einar Nortje, obviously with his pace, is will occasionally really travel. Particularly on a pitch where it hurries through. But I think today he's going to be a bit of a handful as well.
Yeah. This isn't a pitch that's coming nicely onto the bat, especially with an older ball. It'd be a miracle if England got here from here. Stranger things have happened, but I don't see it happening. Nortje's over the wicket now to Curran. It's full, it's driven. I think it's a slightly slower ball. They're going to run for the single anyway. Direct hit could be interesting, but he misses.
I mean, that said, I have seen Sam Curran score 20-odd runs in and over every now and again, particularly in the T20 stuff. I mean, he's an exciting youngster. Seems to not quite be getting to where I thought he was going to be. I thought he was going to be England's next absolute superstar when I first saw him.
Yeah, he's just not quite quick enough. Again, he's typical England swing bowler. When it swings, he's good. When it doesn't swing, he's quite, almost average, 79, 80 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. And at the top end of the game, it's not quite enough, is it? Root tries to guide that down to third man. Misses it completely. Goes through to Quinton de Kock, and there ain't no run. And that's what England don't have, apart from the raw pacemen like Wood and Jofra, who have both been injured for, well, I mean, Wood's been injured and not injured, but has been injured since the beginning of this year, since the Ashes, and Jofra's been out now for a year and a half. And
yeah, I mean, is there any news on him? Is he going to come back at some point, or is that pretty much game over?
I hope so. I don't know. I mean, he's got a stress fracture at the back. That's worked into the leg side by Root. Out to the man in the deep. There'll just be one this time. I mean, I hope so. I really hope so. I mean, he did do some bowling earlier this year, and then that's what caused the stress fracture, and he's out again. Should be 3 or 4 months from when he was out, which was probably, May, June time. So we'll be lucky if we get him back for the T20 World Cup. And he'll go into that cold without having bowled much. But, if he's got the pace, he's still got the pace.
You've got him down as an ex-Time Al Mills, basically, haven't you?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, as that's short through the keeper and there's no one. And that's the problem. They'll take Tyrell Mills if neither of those guys are fit, but I don't think Tyrell Mills has really got it anymore at T20. I think he's been found out a little bit. And whilst he's quick, there's a lot of quick people around. Nortje's quick. You've got to be able to, make it count. And he hasn't really in his last few outings for England. But they've got nowhere to go if they want a genuine pace man. That's the problem. There aren't that many genuine pace guys in England.
And it is very, very strange that England, the best resourced union in the world, and with more as that goes through to the keeper. Sorry there.
Yeah, that's right.
And also with a stronger rotation policy than anyone else in the world, and yet they seem to have more injuries. There's something that's not quite right.
Yeah, well, we would love to know what it is. Well, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you look at Cummins. He had a stress fracture problem when he was younger. Maybe it's just. Well, no, you can't say that about Joffrey. He's not that young either, is he? You think maybe when it's younger and they're growing, and then they sort of grow out of it after a few injuries. But it happens to all of England's bowlers. And the other thing you wonder is if when they have backache when in the 1960s and no one really knew about stress fractures. Did they all have stress fractures and just play through the pain? How bad is the stress fracture? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, now they're all these sort of very stiff old commentators who have to take the lift and not the stairs to get up to the Wanderers press box. Yeah,
a lot of sports have that legacy of injuries.
I think they've reviewed it, and I think that might be a glove.
Looks like it might have. Yeah, just clear. So as Curran ducking under a shorter ball by Nortje, there's no huge appeals or anything by the South Africans, but it's they are having a very, very close look at it. And he took his eye off the ball, lifted his gloves up. The thinking seems to be has this hit the glove or the arm guard? I think he's going to be saved. Actually,
I think he is going to be saved. I think that has just glanced off the arm guard. It's close to the glove. I didn't even see that they'd appealed or even gone for a review. Actually, but It does appear from behind. It looks like it's glove, but if you look at it from front on, it's clearly arm guard, and therefore he'll be not out. Good ball from Norkjeda. Quick, short, fiery. 235 for 6 England at the end of the 43rd over. 7 to go, and a lot of runs required. 99 in fact.
I won't go through all of it, but there's quite an interesting conversation developing on YouTube about US cricket. But before that, Emily Elizabeth had said, something about I've lost it now anyway. Hopeless. Yes, we have several seasons in one day. Yes, indeed. As they do in Denver, which is what Big Brain 61 was saying. And then the conversation kind of goes off to US cricket, which is extremely interesting, which of course Brian would know all about. Brian Barish, wouldn't he?
Yep. They started a league there, haven't they?
Indeed. Emily says, Brian can tell you way more. I follow US cricket a bit, but not that much.
It's one of those things we've all been sort of waiting for a generation now for, you know, the sort of great American cricket side that's going to come through. But I think there fundamentally just aren't enough kids playing.
No, and the ones that are, a lot of them are, you know, descendants of immigrants or immigrants, mainly from Asia. That's driven out through the covers by Root. Gets back for 2.
Yeah, I get the sense that the US team is still always, you know, 8 or 9 of them are guys who have come over, you know, in their late teens or even early 20s as varsity students, and they're naturalised.
Yeah, but you can kind of see how they can get enough, you know, maybe lower league hitters from baseball, teach them how the rules of cricket, and they could possibly get a reasonable T20 side. A good shot by Root comes down the track at Pretorius and clips it out to cow corner, get himself back for 2. Moves into the 80s. Root could get himself a ton here and be on a losing side.
I'm not sure that's true, Bear. I think that being a hitter in baseball is a fundamentally easier skill than even a sort of middle to lower order cricketer.
Yeah, no, I get that, but the point is the swing and the the strength and all that required. That's down leg side. He's reversed himself around. Is it going to be given as a wide? I didn't see if it was it? I think it must have been because the balls haven't gone up. Yeah, it was because that was the third. No, it's gone up by another ball, so it wasn't a wide. Mainly because he reversed himself around.
Oh, geez, that's interesting umpiring. I would have struggled to not give that. Yeah, I mean, I see what he's done. But, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Down the track again comes Root, smears it into the leg side again, out towards 2 fielders in the deep. This time they don't get back for a second. 94 required of 38.
Yeah, just to go back to the American discussion, if there's one thing we've learned in South Africa, you know, about trying to develop particularly black African cricketers, is that you can teach a guy to bowl if you only find him at 14, 15. But batsmen have to have had decent coaching from very, very early age, sort of 6, 7, 8. That you just never, ever catch up that sort of skill. Whereas bowling, I think Makai and Tini, they only found him at 14.
Yeah, there's several instances of bowlers, isn't it? I mean, a lot of the English, I mean, Wood and Broad were opening batsmen as kids and became bowlers later in their teens. That's heaved into the leg side by Sammy Curran, and he gets himself a 4 down to cow. Is this the comeback? He moves on to 14 off 16.
Yeah, Dwayne Pretorius angling the ball into Sam Curran here, and it just right in the arc, and it flew. Dwayne, of course, in as a concussion replacement for Andy Lepetero today.
What a nasty crash with Maharaj, didn't he? That's a slower ball outside off, but Sammy Curran waits and pushes it over extra cover aerially, but there's no one behind him. Down to the boundary for another 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I mean, you talk about guys in the previous generation playing with stress fractures. Even 3 years ago, all of these guys must have carried on playing with concussion, except the guys who really got hit hard, as batsmen. But I don't recall someone going off with a concussion injury as a fielder ever, until we started seeing concussion replacements allowed.
Yeah, true. Of course, who was it? The first one historically was Marnus Labuschagne, wasn't it? Fucking after
he did.
Joffre clocked
Steve Smith.
Did he clock him that day? Christ, didn't he? Went down like a sack of spuds.
He did.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely one of the ones where even pre-concussion replacements, I think he would have gone off. He was really clattered.
He was completely.
I didn't see the Petrai incident. Was it was it serious?
Well, it shouldn't have been, but it was. It's clipped sweetly by Root, nicely timed. He's got that through the onside, wide of long on. It's going to be another 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It was a ball that was hit dead straight, and both Petlaqueo and Maharaj, it was equidistant. It was basically straight back past the stumps, and they were both chasing to stop it. Maharaj got there but couldn't stop his momentum, and they obviously weren't looking at each other, and he just stood and basically shoulder barged him in the head. Attempted cut by Root. It goes through him, through to the keeper, and there's no run. And there's quite a bit of time off, and it looks like it cut him under the chin as well. So he had to go off.
That's impressive by Maharaj, because he's a very, very fit guy. I think I've seen them in their warm-ups and so on. I think he's probably got the best 5K in the team, but he's certainly not someone who you would think would be able to put beefy chap like Ndile on his run. That's
exactly. He was Petlaqueo was lower. Root goes. He's going bowled by Nortje, and that's probably the game. Well, the game was done a while ago, but that's any hope gone. Attempt to hoik it into the leg side. It's pretty full. Maybe keeps a little bit low. There's nothing Root could do about that. A shame. We'd like to have seen him get a ton. And he's really the only man who's done it for England here. I suppose a 40 from Roy and a bit from Bairstow at the top. But Bairstow got a 50 actually. He got 71. Everyone else has really not done anything. It was a reasonable start, if a bit slow. But the last chance for England has gone.
And Joe Root, he scored 86, faced 77 balls. He hit 5 4s, 2 6s, went along at about 7 runs per 6 balls faced, strike rate of 111 in the old money. I think it would have been nice to see him get to triple figures in a losing cause, but he was never ever going to be able to bring England home there.
I think all hope is gone. The US cricket conversation is gathering pace now on all channels. Big Brain and Emily are lobbying very hard there that we do an episode of our podcast to discuss it specifically, which I think might be quite interesting.
Yeah, it could be quite interesting.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, I think so. I don't see why not. It's baseball with 2 bases on a circular field. Emily Elizabeth says, 6 is like out of the park. These are the stumps. Those are the bails. I
remember one.
Take me out to the, and they don't sing "Take me out to the ball game." No, they don't.
I do remember as a kid on American Exchange trying to explain cricket to a classroom full of American kids, and they all just looked at me really confused.
There is sort of inter Ivy League matches, aren't there? I think people like Yale and Harvard play each other.
I imagine there's something left there. Yeah, I mean they were very good at the turn of the century, weren't they? And
Hollywood had a cricket team.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it still does.
Yeah, it was up until the First World War, wasn't it? And then it all changed. Nortje in, pulled by Brian Cast facing up. He's got jingle. Sounds like this.
Stick your hopes of victory up your Brian Cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brian comes a calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brian Cast.
Yeah, I think it just kept a little bit low en route as we watched the replay. He got slight under edge onto his thigh and then was onto the stumps. He thought he was going to get up a little bit higher. Good innings.
Good, but no cigar. Alas.
Well, England's highest score is that 264, wasn't it, in the second ODI against India so far this summer? That's got to be LBW. There's a big appeal. Sam Curran's going right across his stumps. He missed it with his bat. It's hit his back heel in front of his Well, probably middle and off. It's very full Yorker length. He's not going to bother reviewing it. I think England will quite happily get off the field, lick their wounds and go again on Friday. And let's say goodbye to him with a little ditty. Yeah, it's hit his back heel in front of middle and off. His foot was deep in the crease when it hit it. Definitely going on to hit the stumps. Nortje wrapping up the tail. England 253 for 8. And,
yeah, he got himself all round that as he was trying to step across it, and with a very sort of full Yorker on the leg stumper, pretty much, wasn't it?
Pretty much,
yeah. One of those where I think as a bowler you almost feel slightly guilty accepting as a wicket. I mean, I suppose the LBW is always going to be yours, but the batsman was doing so many strange things.
Yeah, but he misses, I hit. If he hadn't.
Yeah, fair enough. Just to give it the numbers there, Sam Curran, LBW bowled Heinrich Nortje for 18, run a ball 18, in fact, hit 2 fours, no sixes at all, and England 253 for 8 now. Bryden Cast is the one man. I'm not sure who's coming in, actually. I'm struggling a little bit with my connection at the moment.
I imagine it'll be Adil Rashid, won't it? He'll come in before
It
Potts.
will be Adil Rashid. Indeed it is.
He can hit a ball, but it's asking too much of him to lead a charge, I think. He can support one, but I'm not sure he can lead it.
Indeed. Well, he's going to face up to Nortje, who bowls a wide down the leg side. We'll give a little jingle for that.
Wide.
Jay Grove is not sure about your attempts to explain cricket to Americans, Bear.
Wide.
No, it wasn't very good.
He did say. To be fair, how effective was your communication? If the phrase during the explanation of LBW was how they were struggling from the word go.
Well, trying to explain LBW is different. Well, Adil Rashid's trying to pull that. It's gone straight up in the air. It's been caught behind. Well, it's going pretty quick. And there's a perfect jingle for that one. Top edge. For fuck's sake. Oh, excellent. Top edge. For fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge. For fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Yeah.
Every time I hear that, though, when I'm doing ball by ball, I think you're actually talking. It's really bizarre. And then when I think, why does he keep saying the same thing?
It's well done. I like that one.
It's very good.
So that's 9 down. This game should end early.
Potentially interesting umpiring moment there. That Quinton Scott very, very nearly tripped over the helmet that was behind him on the ground as he was jogging back to take that catch. Wouldn't have been 5 runs. It's only the ball that has to hit it.
Yeah.
But I don't know what would happen if the batsman ever tripped over a helmet that was left over on the field. I don't.
Yeah, but it'd be difficult. It'd be way behind the wicket, wouldn't it?
It would be way behind, but it's the sort of situation that we're asked in our umpires exams. Situations that you would never dream of, and then they suddenly pop up in these ridiculous questions.
Ridiculous scenario. I mean, what scenario can that happen in? I suppose there's buzzers, and he's overthrown it by a long way. The guy's run through, which you'd have to run through a long way, and then tries to get back for a second, and trips over the helmet.
Yeah.
Surely it'd just run out, wouldn't he? I mean, it's your own stupid fault. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's only the ball that has to that will give you the 5 penalty runs, and I think at some point as an umpire you say, look, mate, you're an idiot.
Obstruction.
Yeah.
By an object that's not supposed to be on the field. I don't know.
Well, it's potty time. It's asking a lot of this lad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little bit. On his own ground, though, Potsy is going to face up to Ngidi. And first ball, he backs away, plods it into the offside. They go through for a quick single, and they'll get it. Which will take Bryden Cast on strike. These two both play for Durham, don't they?
They do.
Well, that was proper batting by Pot. Exactly what you'd want from your number 11 to get the more established batsman on strike. Unfortunately, the more established batsman's only got 1 off 1 himself.
Yeah, and he's not that established. Probably never will be that established.
I think we could reasonably safely say that 16 and over from this particular pairing would be a big stretch.
Yeah. Well, 255 for 9. England have not done particularly well. Stretching for that one is Cass. There's a slower ball outside off stump by Ngidi. Ends up dragging it down towards long on and get himself a single and off the strike. Potts will have to face 1 off 1. And really all we want really is a Yorker finish the game so we can go home. It's 9 o'clock now.
Yeah, but I had the bizarre experience of, so we've obviously we've got this ridiculous load shedding in South Africa at the moment, and it's cold and dark in Joburg at the moment. So when it's on between 6 and 8, I actually end up sleeping for a bit and then waking up again when the power comes back on. So I feel like ready for midnight parties now.
Oh, good. Left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. I hear you've got a new job. Is that right?
I'm constantly getting new jobs variably, but I work at University of Pretoria now.
Okay.
Which I'm assuming is what they meant, but it keeps me busy during the day in a way which has meant that I can't just drop everything and do cricket commentary during office hours any longer.
That's a shame.
Yeah, it is a bit. It's we had a frustrating first 6 months of the year where everything really seemed to be going right.
That's clipped by Potts down to long leg, and there's a single.
We managed to get our team into the press boxes in all the stadiums, and we were essentially CSA's official partner for December to April, doing some big tours, India and those sort of things.
That was amazing.
It was phenomenal, and then we ran into the problem that everyone agrees that we need cricket on the radio. Not a single person on the planet wants to pay for it.
Yeah. The classic,
as you well know.
We all do know. And Ngidi is in. The slower ball is hit way up in the air. I think it's going to land safe. Does indeed. Goes nowhere. Just lands outside the 30-yard circle, and then in fact get back for 2. That's the problem. I think the BBC have got away with it for so long because they don't have to make a profit out of it.
Well, I think this is exactly it. I think it has. If you look all around the world, where they've got decent, particularly FM. Radio commentary, it's always underpinned by government funding. I don't think anyone's, maybe TalkSport has been able to do it as a private,
but TalkSport's backed up by the billions of Murdoch, and actually I imagine rights to Murdoch for cricket compared to what else he pays for is peanuts. That's slashed at by Carter, and somehow he's managed to get it down at third man. I think he was just late on it and sort of uppercut it out through backward point as a third man, but he's too fine. And it makes itself to the boundary for 4 runs.
He's prepared to give it a go. I'm sure some of the bowling selections for this game were influenced by keeping the locals happy.
No, Cast you can see. Potts, maybe they wanted to try out, but I think we are. We're running low on options. I've slated Overton as a test player all summer. I really don't think he's test class, but actually he bowls quite a hard length and was pretty decent, I thought, in the ODI setup. I think Reece Topley is a genuine prospect, even if everyone else is fit to be in and around the team. David Willey's a good backup again. Not sure I'd want him in my first team going forward. Slower ball into the pitch again. Potts goes to give himself room and then just dabs it square on the offside, and there'll be a single. 264 for 9. Obviously we missed Adil Rashid in the series against India.
Yeah, I've heard rumblings that he's coming back into red ball cricket. Is that likely to happen?
No, I don't think it's going to happen. He's got a dodgy shoulder. He's 35. They'll want him they'll want him for the World Cup, World T20 this autumn, and they'll want him for the World Cup next autumn in India.
I hadn't realised he was as old as that. I vaguely thought he was late 20s.
No.
So 35 is right in this one.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time. In fact, I saw a game when he played for England when he was very young the other day on the TV. They were playing highlights. Oh, chipped by Cast, just wide of the man, leaping at mid-wicket. Goes out towards cow corner. Miller's sweeping out there at mid-wicket and get back for 2. Aidan Markram there having a dive.
Just watching Maharaj and his captaincy and comparing it to Jos Buttler, they're very different, aren't they? Maharaj appears to be not quite in the Kohli mode because no one goes quite that far, but he's very animated, very active.
Yeah.
Jos Buttler's a lot more sort of
Well,
laid
he's very
back and
sedate,
sort of
isn't he?
letting things taking its course almost. I'm sure
Yeah.
he'd be doing more than that.
Full. No, that's a bloody good shot by Cast. Hit that straight down the ground. 1 pound over the ropes for 4 runs.
Keep the Lorders happy.
64 required from 21 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, interesting you say that about Keshav. I think he's a guy who really wanted the captaincy, and is very, very happy to have been given that responsibility in the team, and really sucks the marrow out of it when it does come his way.
Nordkia in short over the top of Cast, trying to swish it into the leg side. It's going to be given as a wide. Don't think so. No.
And that was mainly because of injury to Bavuma, yeah?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't. He's always going to be that guy who gets. He's senior enough in the team now and secure enough in his place that he's a good captaincy option. And he put his hand up well before he was ever sort of really in the running. That he would be prepared to captain the team. I mean, I think it was one of those where a journalist asked him, would you ever be interested in captaining? And of course, you've got to say yes. But it became a headline.
Down the leg side.
Oh no!
Hitting the thing. No, it's been given as a wide.
It was.
Yeah, I think it's quite important that you want to be a captain. I mean, he obviously sees the game of cricket quite well. He's obviously quite a decent tactician at it. Knows what he wants to do.
Yeah, I certainly get the impression he's one of the brains trust of the team, and has been around for a very, very long time. I think started his career as a fast bowler as well, so he knows different aspects of the game.
I didn't realise that. Pulled, and that's it. Game done. Cast tries to pull that over the leg side. Norkia gets his 4th, I think. Well bowled him. 4 for 53. South Africa win by 62 runs.
Quite a big win.
It was quite a big win, and once again England don't look up to the task. Fortunately, as we have said, there's nothing on these games, but England have looked pretty shite this summer in white ball cricket so far, has to be said. Not up to what we expect, but then again I just don't have a sense that I'm that bothered. I have to be honest.
Yeah, it is kind of tricky at the moment. I mean, ODI cricket really seems. Finally, people are saying out loud, I think, what we've all suspected for quite a while, that none of it really matters very much.
No, bilateral series certainly don't. I mean, it's basically down to the competitions, isn't it? I mean, you can play nothing in between. And the problem is, I guess, then there'd be no practice except for domestic leagues. I mean, at least with T20, you got to T20 franchises all around the world. So if we didn't have any bilateral T20 tournaments and all the players who are playing in international sides were playing in various leagues around the world, they'd all be getting practice at some point during the year. They could all come together as an international team at a tournament time, and you could have a tournament that would be quite fun and it would be competitive, and there'd be some good players there. I guess for ODIs, you've got to play them to be in a route, because England clearly have played so much T20 at times they're going too quick and they're not sitting in the game of the ODI, which when they were building up for the World Cup the 4 years previously, running up to the 2019 World Cup, we played a hell of a lot of ODI cricket. They seem to have a complete strategy, knew exactly what they're doing. They seem a bit like headless chickens at the moment, to be fair, in these games we've seen in the summer. And these are the first games we've played since pretty much June, July, or whatever it is, a year ago. And we're only playing 6 of them. So there you go.
Yeah. Couple of last tweets, and then I need to cut and run. Everybody's jumping in on the US cricket thing. Mark Zip, Emily Elizabeth, Big Brain, Brian B. So yes, definitely, I think it would make an interesting discussion in the pub. We'd have to start selling cold beer and chips rather than crisps and various things like that. But it would be fun. So just let us know, and we'll set something up. Well, that'd be a very interesting one. Joe Groover said, considering Tony's probably broadcasting from the Folly right now, it'll probably take him an hour to walk home. There's a whippy waiting now. There really isn't. Thank you all very much. Grant to hear Simon enjoy your Sundowners. Well, Simon, you're a bit worried whether you can do any more, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to have to see. I think that this actually worked quite well today. I was worried today because not only have we got load shedding, but my Wi-Fi has been playing up as well. That's unrelated to the way we're running our country. It's just my local service provider is bloody useless. I will have a look at the schedule. I will have a look at what Eskom is going to provide for me in terms of electricity, and I will let you know, Tony.
Drop me a note in the next day if you can.
I will indeed. Yeah, first thing tomorrow morning, mate.
Perfect, because otherwise I'll be off on my holidays. Anyway, that's us done, Bear.
Yeah, it is.
Well done, South Africa.
Thanks for coming on, Simon. Yeah, well done, South Africa. We'll be back on Friday at 10 to 1 again for the second ODI. What has happened in the IPL today? What did he get? 271 plus
GPL. The IPL. I know it's on most of the year, Bear, but the IPL wasn't on today.
271 and what?
Amazingly.
What did they get? 333, didn't they? 333. 271 is what? 33 and 71 is 104. 604. Oh, Messi just missed out by 1. He had 603. What a shame, Messi. But you won last time, so tough. Right, we are back at 10 to 1 on Friday. Until then, see you all later. Bye.
Cheers. Take care, all. See you for the next one.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara,